Chapter 1740. Since it was a sneak attack, why didn't Brother Yang wait for a better opportunity? For example, when Old Dog Li killed me and relaxed, Brother Yang chose to take action at that time. It must have taken some effort, Gu Jian asked. Just because it took some effort doesn't mean he couldn't have killed him. Yang Kai smiled confidently. What young Union Master wants to ask is, why did he want me to save you? Gu Jian nodded. It's a pity that a man who is willing to risk his life for his woman would die like this, Yang Kai replied. Gu Jian had personally blocked a blow from Li Minghai in order to protect his right sword servant. Yang Kai had seen this clearly and knew that if anything had gone wrong, both he and his right sword servant would have been sent to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai had also risked his life for Su Yan and had even faced a master like Luo Hai head-on, so he agreed with Gu Jian's actions very much. A man who was willing to risk his life for the woman he loved was definitely not a cunning and sinister person. Gu Jian was startled. The left and right sword servants on the other hand blushed slightly as they glanced at Gu Jian affectionately, their beautiful eyes filled with sweetness. Gu Jian laughed, the vigilance in his eyes finally dissipating as he proudly declared, "It seems that Brother Yang is also a sentimental person. This Gu is truly fortunate to be able to meet Brother Yang here." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "There is another reason. I know someone from your sword union." "Oh? Brother Yang knows someone from our sword union?" Gu Jian asked with joy. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life and had done him a great favor, Yang Kai alone had given Gu Jian a good impression of him and the idea of making friends with him. Now that he heard Yang Kai say he knew someone from Sword Union, he was naturally overjoyed. "Who does Brother Yang know?" "They're here," Yang Kai gestured to the side. Gu Jian turned his head and found that it was Yu Shi and her two master disciples, who had shone brilliantly in the previous battle. "It's them." Gu Jian was surprised. He thought that the people Yang Kai knew must be the top experts on his side, but he didn't expect them to be this unremarkable master and disciple trio. A moment later, Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao flew to a spot not far away. The three of them first saluted Gu Jian and inquired about his situation. After learning that the young Union Master was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Big Brother Yang. He Zhao and He Miao had more contact with Yang Kai. This time, it was thanks to Yang Kai's help that they were able to turn the situation around. Therefore, she didn't regard him as an outsider and called out sweetly as soon as she came back. Yang Kai nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and a red light shot out from He Zhao's body. He sucked it into his palm. "Thank you, Yang Kai. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. The three of us can't thank you enough." Yu Shi sincerely thanked him. Yang Kai did not say anything. He calmly accepted the other party's thanks. "Big Brother Yang actually knows Lady Yu and her master, this is truly fate," Gu Jian laughed. "If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, why don't you come to this Gu's starship and rest for a few days so this Gu can properly entertain you?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but did not immediately agree. The reason why he had stayed here was mainly because he wanted to sneak attack Li Minghai, but now that he had killed this guy, there was nothing else he needed to do. Seeing him remain silent, Gu Jian didn't urge him. He Zhao and He Miao, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai eagerly, hoping he would stay. What is young Union Master's destination? After a while, Yang Kai raised his head and asked. "Big Brother Yang, just call me Brother Gu, calling me young Union Master is a bit of an outsider." Gu Jian smiled. "I won't hide it from Big Brother Yang, this Gu is going to Azure Tree Star." Azure Tree Star? It's a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my sword union, and it's only a month's journey from here. Is that so? Yang Kai thought for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, and nodded. "Very well, this Yang is indebted to Brother Gu for inviting me, so this Yang will not disturb you." Seeing Yang Kai agree, Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up and he seemed extremely happy. Without any reservations, he stepped forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and pulled him towards the direction of the starship, acting as if he was already familiar with Yang Kai. Under the attack of Li Minghai and the others, one of the 3 starships had exploded and the other had been crippled. Now, only the largest starship, which Gu Jianxian was on, was still able to sail. Although it was damaged to a certain extent, it only needed to be repaired. After arriving on the starship, Gu Jianxian arranged for Yang Kai to stay while he went to heal his wounds. Gu Jianxian's battle with Li Minghai had been thrilling, and although he had not suffered any fatal injuries, he had still suffered a lot of damage. This kind of damage could not be healed by simply taking spirit pills and would require him to meditate and recuperate. Yang Kai could understand this and naturally didn't care. After a day of repair and inspection, the starship began sailing again. Yang Kai was arranged by Gu Jianxian to stay in an extremely luxurious room. The room was very large and the floor was covered with a thick layer of fluff and inlaid with hundreds of night pearls, giving the room a soft and warm light. There was also an incense burner in the room that emitted a fragrant scent that relaxed one's mind. Yang Kai had his own considerations as to why he had agreed to Gu Jianxian's invitation. Along the way, the space arrays he had arranged had all been left on the various dead stars as transfer stations. Now, it was time to connect to a real cultivation star, otherwise, the cultivator from Shadowed Star would have no clear destination. According to Yang Kai's own observations, Azure Tree Star was a good cultivation star. If Yi Shiyun and the others came here through the space array, they could use Azure Tree Star's world energy and world principles to try to break through to the Origin King realm. Another point was that Yang Kai did not have many space spirit crystals left. Although Yi Shiyun and the others had plundered almost all of Shadowed Star space spirit crystal reserves before leaving, the amount needed to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array was simply too great. Yang Kai only had enough space spirit crystals left to arrange a single space array. He had to find a way to replenish them. Azure Tree Star was Sword Union's cultivation star, and Yang Kai had now established a relationship with Gu Jianxian, the young Union Master. Yang Kai could use Gu Jianxian's strength to purchase some space spirit crystals as a backup. Before that, Yang Kai could take a trip back to the Ore Star to see if Qian Tong, Yi Shiyun, and the others had found a space spirit crystal lode. If they did, it would save him a lot of trouble. Staying in his room, Yang Kai counted his gains. His harvest was not much, after all, he had only killed 3 people in this conflict. There was no need to mention the space rings of Zhang Fu and Lu Dong. The things stored in these rings were basically not of much interest to Yang Kai. They could be used as part of High Heaven Sect's treasury. Li Minghai's space ring, on the other hand, contained a lot of wealth. In particular, the Origin King Grade Soul Breaker Spear had now fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Origin King Grade artifacts could be found throughout Star's territory. They were all priceless treasures. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this artifact. Among the people he knew, there seemed to be no suitable person who could use it. Yang Kai could only put it aside for the time being. While he was counting his gains, a knock suddenly came from outside the door, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Yang Kai called out casually, "Come in." The door opened and 2 beautiful figures walked in one after another. Big Brother Yang. He Miao greeted in a crisp voice as she and He Zhao placed the things in their hands on a nearby table. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these were some exquisite food and wine, but he didn't care too much about them. With his strength reaching this level, delicacies and fine wines were nothing more than food to satisfy his appetite. Unless it was some kind of special food that could increase his strength. "Are we disturbing you?" He Zhao was more mature, so seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be occupied with something, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. "No," Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned, "Sit." "No need," Hizeo waved her hand. Hizeo waved her hand, "We're here to serve you. Just stand there. If you have any orders, you can tell us." "Did Gu Jian send you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "An." Hizeo lowered her head, while He Miao looked around curiously. Obviously, this was the first time she had entered such a noble room. "Sit down first, these are my orders," Yang Kai chuckled. Hizeo hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly and sitting down with her younger sister. However, her sitting posture was extremely restrained, and when she saw He Miao's restless appearance, she glared at her fiercely. He Miao stuck out her tongue and finally calmed down. "It seems that every time I meet you, your situation isn't very good," Yang Kai said with a smile. The first time he met these two sisters in Star's territory, they were being chased by a purple star cultivator. Now, the second time he met them, they were ambushed by Li Minghai. Although the circumstances were not quite the same, their situation was very similar. Hearing Yang Kai teasing her like this, Hizeo blushed and He Miao muttered, "We should be the ones saying that." He Miao. Hizeo immediately glared at her little sister. He Miao said with dissatisfaction, "Just say it, Big Brother Yang won't mind." Hizeo wore a helpless look and looked at Yang Kai apologetically, "Little sister has been spoiled, Big Brother Yang, please don't lower yourself to her level." "It's fine, you don't have to be so nervous." Yang Kai waved his hand. When he first met these two sisters, because their strength was almost the same and their cultivations were higher than his, they could still get along with each other as equals. Now that the gap between them had suddenly become so big, Hizeo found it somewhat difficult to adapt. After all, even their honored master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but Yang Kai had suddenly become a third-order origin returning realm master and even called their young union master a brother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai could only change the subject and casually ask about their situation over the years. There was nothing to hide, so Hizeo immediately told him everything. After leaving the floating continent, everyone had separated. Yushi took the two sisters back to Sword Union because they had suffered huge losses in that operation. Not only had a starship been destroyed, but Sword Union's cultivator had also been killed or injured. As the person in charge at the time, Yushi had almost caused a disaster, but in the end, a high-level cultivator from Sword Union spoke up for her and was exempted from punishment. It was for this reason that Yushi and her two disciples began to follow Gu Jian, because the high-level cultivator who spoke up for them was Gu Jian's supporter. Chapter 1741. This time, Gu Jian had set off from Sword Union's home star to Azure Tree Star for some business. The master and disciple trio had followed along, but none of them had expected to be involved in such a battle and almost die. After saying all this, Hizeo did not ask Yang Kai about his experiences over the years as she knew what kind of questions she should ask. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "By the way, how much do you know about your young union master Gu Jian? Young union master?" Hizeo was startled. Does Big Brother Yang want to know more about the young union master? Yang Kai saw that she was so intelligent and was very satisfied. "Tell me what's convenient for you to talk about. If it's not convenient for you to talk about it, then forget about it." Hizeo smiled lightly, "I don't know much, so there's nothing I can't say." The young union master can be said to be the most talented genius Sword Union has produced in the past 1,000 years. This year, his true age is less than 60, but he has already reached the peak of the origin returning realm. It is rumored that if he is given 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through to the origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded while sipping his tea, motioning for her to continue with his eyes. He had learned about this from Lu Dong before. The young union master is modest, loyal, and righteous. He is the successor Union Master has high hopes for. Not only is his cultivation profound, but his strength is also quite powerful. It seems that among the younger generation of Star Territory, only Xueyu's third young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and Zidong of Purple Star can compare to him. Is that so? Hearing this, another figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Su Bin Bai. The very interesting young man he met outside Green Mountain Star's blood prison that day. It was said that he was the disciple of an origin king named Wu Dao. Wu Dao's cultivation was so high that even Green Mountain Star's star master, Luo Hai, feared him greatly. He was even called Master Wu Dao. Wu Dao was a genuine third-order origin king, an old monster who had lived for countless years and whose whereabouts had never been seen before. A disciple personally taught by such a person would likely not be worse than Gu Jian Xian, Xueyu, or Zidong, perhaps even slightly stronger. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he did not say it out loud. He Zhao had been in the Sword Union for a long time, and her strength wasn't high. The things she came into contact with were very one-sided, so her horizons were naturally not too broad. The young Alliance Master has a good reputation in the Sword Alliance. If not for this, his master would not have chosen to follow him. Yes, the young Alliance Master also has the left and right sword attendants. I heard that the left and right sword attendants have cultivated with the young Alliance Master since they were young. They are as close as brothers and sisters. It's not as simple as brothers and sisters. Yang Kai chuckled. When the left and right sword servants looked at Gu Jian Xian, the affection in their eyes was obvious, almost to the point of dripping. He Zhao pursed her red lips. A trace of redness flashed across her face as she pinched the corner of her clothes. She did not answer this question and continued, the left sword attendant is called Lingyu, and the right sword attendant is called Anxing. The young Union Master and the left and right sword attendants have cultivated a secret technique called the Sun, Moon, and Star Secret Technique. When the three of them joined forces, they could unleash a battle prowess that far exceeded their own cultivation realms. However, even without the assistance of the left and right sword attendants, the young Union Master's personal combat power is extremely high. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would not be his opponent. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. A cultivator. Whether one was strong or not could often be understood at a glance. Gu Jian Xian gave Yang Kai a strong feeling. He was an elite among elites. That's about all I know. After He Zhao finished speaking, she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for his next instructions. What is Gu Jian Xian's purpose on this trip to Azure Tree Star? I don't know, we were just following orders. Before the young Union Master told us his destination, we didn't even know where he was going. He Zhao shook her head. Big brother Yang, why are you asking so many questions? Are you planning to become an enemy of the young Union Master? He Miao asked with some worry. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, how could that be? I have no conflict of interest with Gu Jian Xian, so how could I become his enemy? Also, Gu Jian Xian should be a good person. It's just that now that I've boarded this starship, I naturally want to learn more about him. You don't need to be so nervous. He Miao relaxed a lot, patting her towering chest with her small hands as a look of fear appeared on her face. A cultivator like He Zhao and He Miao, who were only third-order Saint King realm cultivators, although they were young and might become pillars of Sword Union in the future flowing time Great Emperor, their current cultivation was still too low to access high-level information. For them, everything could be summed up in 2 words. Acting according to orders. There was no need to ask too much, no need to think too much. Once orders were given, all they had to do was follow them. Even if they had to carry out a certain death mission, they had to brace themselves. This was the tragedy of a cultivator at the bottom of a great force. These cultivators seemed to have excellent protection, but they had also lost a part of their freedom. If Yang Kai really wanted to become an enemy of Gu Jian Xian, He Zhao and He Miao would be put in a difficult position. Later, Yang Kai spoke with He Zhao and He Miao for a while before letting them leave. Big brother Yang. Before leaving, He Zhao suddenly turned around and called out. Is there something else? Yang Kai looked at her. He Zhao bit her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, she shook her head and said, It's nothing. Rest well. If you need anything, just tell us. We live in the 5th room next door. All right. Yang Kai nodded suspiciously. After sending off the 2 sisters, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. He Zhao must have had something to say to him, but for some reason, she hadn't said anything. Although he had only interacted with the sisters twice in the past few decades, after the experience of going through hardships together on the floating continent, they could be considered to have quite a good relationship. The chance encounter this time allowed their friendship to ferment and become even more intense. If He Zhao really had something to ask of him, Yang Kai wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, she might have some concerns and didn't say anything, so Yang Kai naturally didn't ask. Elder sister, did you want Big Brother Yang to put in a good word for us just now? After returning to her room, He Miao looked at He Zhao and asked. He Zhao nodded lightly. She whispered, Now, only Big Brother Yang can help us. Even honored master can't solve this matter. But why didn't you say anything? Big Brother Yang is a very good person. If you had told him, he definitely wouldn't have just sat back and watched. He wouldn't have ignored us. He Zhao sat down on the edge of the bed, but this has nothing to do with him, it's just our own business. Elder sister. He Miao squatted down and rested her head on He Zhao's lap, saying sadly, but if things continue like this, we really will have to. He Zhao stretched out her hand. Stroking He Miao's hair, a trace of sadness appearing on her pretty face. What happened that year? If it weren't for Master Qin speaking up to protect us, honored master and us would not have been able to escape punishment. Perhaps we wouldn't have lived to this day. That person is Master Qin's son. It's precisely because of this that honored Master Qin couldn't refuse honored Master Qin's offer. Just think of it as repaying Master Qin's kindness. Over the years, Master Qin has taken great care of us. I don't want to. He Miao suddenly stood up and clenched her fists fiercely. If that day really comes, I will kill that little brat Qin Chi Yang. He Zhao was shocked and stared at He Miao in shock, shouting in a low voice, You are not allowed to speak such nonsense. He Miao pouted but didn't say anything else, squatting down again. She then squatted down and rested her head on her elder sister's lap. Inside his room, Yang Kai had just turned around and sat down to meditate for a moment. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard a knock on the door. This made him frown, standing up with some displeasure, and opening the door, a beautiful but somewhat flustered face suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was stunned. Can I come in? The person who came asked in a low voice, glancing around as she spoke, a sneaky look on her face, as if she was afraid of being discovered. What the hell is she doing? Yang Kai was even more confused. However, seeing the other party's rather embarrassing appearance, Yang Kai did not refuse and simply stepped aside. The person who came immediately rushed into the room wrapped in a fragrant scent. Closing the door, Yang Kai turned around and looked at the beautiful woman inside the room, asking suspiciously, Madam Yu, is there something you need from me? The person who came was none other than He Zhao and He Miao's honored master, Yu Shi. Yang Kai was also confused. The 2 sisters had just left his room, yet their honored master had followed them in. What was she trying to do? If someone who didn't understand saw this, they would think that there was some kind of unspeakable and shameless affair between him and this master and apprentice trio. This mistress greets young Master Yang. Yu Shi gracefully bowed and lightly opened her mouth. This mistress thanks young Master Yang for his life-saving grace. If you have something to say, then say it. Yang Kai looked at her faintly. Yushi's face stiffened, immediately revealing a wry smile, biting her thin lip and hesitating for a moment before bluntly saying, "This mistress would like to ask young Master Yang to show mercy and save He Zhao and He Miao from this sea of suffering." "What happened to them?" Yang Kai frowned. "They look fine to me, without any signs of injury or poisoning. What is it that they need my help with?" "It's not injury or poisoning." Yushi shook her head. "It's just that one of them may have to marry a complete stranger, a man who isn't normal at all." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Yushi. This oppressive gaze put a lot of pressure on Yushi, and her expression gradually became unnatural, her expression gradually becoming awkward and guilty, but after a short while, she raised her eyes again and met Yang Kai's gaze. "Sit down and talk." To Yushi's surprise, Yang Kai actually called out to her before walking to the side and pouring her a cup of tea. "Thank you." Yushi quietly gasped for breath before taking a seat. "I don't quite understand, please explain it in detail." Yang Kai sat down on the other side and asked. Yushi said, "I didn't explain it clearly, the situation is like this." After listening to her story, Yang Kai understood the whole story. This matter was actually related to the events of the past. When Yang Kai first met Yushi and the others, she was a third-order Saint King and was already qualified to take charge of a Saint King grade starship, allowing her to carry out some non-dangerous activities within the territory of the Star Alliance. During that time, Sword Union suffered huge losses, and in the end, only Yushi and her 2 disciples managed to escape. After returning to Sword Union's home star, they faced an unresolvable disaster. Chapter 1742. According to the Union's rules, in a situation like Yushi's, a heavy punishment would be to directly kill her as a warning to others, while a light punishment would be to cripple her cultivation and expel her from Sword Union. As for He Zhao and He Miao, they would not be able to avoid the fate of being reduced to menial servants. At the last moment, a senior member of Sword Union named Qin Wuhui spoke up for them, saving their lives and status. Qin Wuhui was a master who followed Gu Jian, so Yushi and her 2 disciples were indirectly connected to Gu Jian. Qin Wuhui was a very good person. Although he had put in a good word for Yushi and the others, he didn't threaten them. Over the years, he had also taken care of the master and apprentice trio, making them very grateful. However, Qin Wuhui had a good-for-nothing son named Qin Qiyang. This guy relied on his father's power and influence to act like a tyrant on Sword Union's home star. Although it could not be said that he had committed all kinds of crimes, he was not a good person. Qin Wuhui followed Gu Jian all day long and neglected to discipline his son, so he could only let him do as he pleased. On the Sword Union's home star, there were many people with power and influence. Finally, one day, Qin Qiyang provoked an opponent that was difficult to deal with and fell for his scheme. He fought fiercely with his opponent, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Although he didn't die, his divine sense was damaged, and he was almost turned into an idiot. Although his son had always been a good-for-nothing, he was still his own flesh and blood. Seeing Qin Qiyang turn into an idiot made Qin Wuhui feel extremely pained, but as a result, this little brat became more well-behaved and no longer acted recklessly and acted like a tyrant in the market. Many years passed in a flash, and Qin Wuhui wanted to arrange a marriage for his son, so that he could have children. But with Qin Qiyang turned into an idiot, who would take a fancy to him? In addition, he had a bad character when he was normal, so no woman was willing to agree to this marriage. Qin Wuhui's status was not low, so he did not take a fancy to ordinary women. In desperation, Qin Wuhui could only set his sights on He Zhao and He Miao. In his opinion, as long as either of the 2 sisters could marry Qin Qiyang and give birth to an heir for him, it would be enough to ease his worries. He had also prepared a lot of compensation for this. He did not directly go to Yushi to discuss this matter, but instead reported it to Gu Jian. In a sense, this was very despicable. Qin Wuhui had also considered this for a long time. That was why he put aside his pride and did this. For so many years, Qin Wuhui had followed Gu Jian, working hard and making great contributions. Now, all he wanted was a grandson to continue his bloodline. How could Gu Jian not agree? He immediately summoned Yuxi. She told her to tell the sisters He Zhao and He Miao to discuss among themselves which one of them would marry Qin Qiyang. Now that Gu Jian had interfered, there was almost no room for maneuver. For the past year or so, Yuxi had been delaying the matter, and Qin Wuhui also knew that he was being unreasonable, so he didn't urge her. But delaying like this was not a solution. There would come a day when He Zhao or He Miao would be forced to submit. The appearance of Yang Kai gave Yuxi hope. She couldn't ask Gu Jian to retract his order. Qin Wuhui had shown kindness to her and her master, so she couldn't deal with this matter. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai was not a member of Sword Union, and in this matter, Gu Jian wanted to befriend Yang Kai. Perhaps as long as he said a word, he could resolve the tragic fate of the two sisters. It was because of this consideration that Yuxi had secretly visited Yang Kai and asked him to step in. After listening, Yang Kai nodded gently, so that's how it is. He somewhat understood why He Zhao had hesitated before leaving just now. It was probably because of this, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Young Master Yang, can you please show mercy and save these two girls? The two of them are already desolate and have no father or mother. This mistress raised them from childhood and treated them as her own. This mistress really can't bear to see either of them jump into a pit of fire. Yuxi pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes. Master Qin has shown us kindness. If this mistress wanted to repay him, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or crossing a sea of flames, this mistress would not hesitate, but this matter concerns the future of these two girls, so this mistress really cannot agree. And, this matter is not your fault. Yang Kai's tone was much gentler. When he heard her request before, Yang Kai had some misunderstandings, but after listening to Yuxi's explanation, he understood that this was not something she could control. With Gu Jian pressuring her, how could she resist? For Gu Jian, satisfying Qin Wuhui's wishes was naturally a priority. After all, he wasn't very familiar with He Zhao and He Miao. What's more, Qin Wuhui had prepared a lot of compensation. With his status as a third-order origin returning realm master, the compensation he could provide would certainly be extremely generous. As for marrying into the Qin family, for an ordinary woman, it was no different from flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. It could be said that Gu Jian had not considered this matter thoroughly, but given his position, the decision he had made was reasonable. However, this kind of matter, it didn't seem right for him to rashly intervene, causing Yang Kai to frown secretly. Young Master Yang. Yuxi saw Yang Kai tapping his hand on the table and pondering for a long time without saying a word, so she couldn't help saying, if young Master Yang can get young Union Master to cancel this marriage, this mistress will definitely repay him with her life. There's no need to be so serious. Yang Kai waved his hand, but if I really step in, where will you go in the future? Yuxi heard this and was stunned, seemingly unable to react. Let's put it this way. That Qin Wuhui has shown you kindness, so if this matter is really ruined by me, the three of you may carry a reputation of being ungrateful. How will you establish yourselves in Sword Union in the future? Not everyone knew the truth, and those who didn't know the truth would only see the surface. What Yang Kai said was very likely to happen. Those unrelated cultivators would definitely think that Yuxi and her two disciples were repaying kindness with enmity. Yuxi thought about how those Sword Union cultivators would point fingers at her in the future and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and grit her teeth. if young Master Yang doesn't mind, you might as well directly ask young Union Master for the two girls. They are only third-order Saint Kings, so young Union Master won't refuse you. In the future, whether they be slaves or maids, or even concubines, is up to you. Forget about that. Yang Kai was taken aback. Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. This mistress can also see that these two girls still have a good impression of young Master Yang. Presumably, they won't reject you. After all, young Master Yang is a dragon among men just like young Union Master. Your honored master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then, young Master Yang, this matter. Yushi looked at Yang Kai nervously. Before she received a definite answer from Yang Kai, she couldn't relax. This matter isn't easy to meddle in, Yang Kai frowned. Yushi's heart sank. Tell me, what is the situation with that Qin Qi Yang? Also, what is Qin Wu Hui's character? What is his status with Gu Jian Xian? Half an hour later, Yushi left Yang Kai's side room. The worry that had lingered on her brow for the past year had actually dissipated, and her footsteps had become much lighter. Obviously, she had obtained a good answer. The next 2 days passed uneventfully as the starship sailed through the void towards Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai also cultivated in his room and took some time to refine a furnace of spirit pills. 2 days later, a knocking sound came from outside the door. After receiving Yang Kai's answer, the door opened and the sisters Hizeo and Himiao walked in together. Big Brother Yang, young Union Master has arranged a banquet and has invited Big Brother Yang to attend, Hizeo said. Good, Yang Kai nodded and stood up, lead the way. This way. Hizeo and Himiao immediately led the way. After walking for a while inside the starship, they soon came to a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 rows of cultivators sitting in front of each of them with food and wine placed in front of them. Gu Jian Xian sat directly in front of them, his complexion ruddy, with the left and right sword servants standing behind him. It seemed that Gu Jian Xian had fully recovered after a few days of meditation. Seeing Yang Kai, Gu Jian Xian immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. The other cultivator also quickly stood up and cupped their fists to salute. Many of them only knew of Yang Kai's existence and knew that Yang Kai was the reason they were able to kill Li Minghai a few days ago. They had never seen him with their own eyes, but seeing Gu Jian Xian acting so cordially, they naturally did not dare to neglect him. Yang Kai did not lack etiquette either, cupping his fists and exchanging greetings with a smile on his face. His gentle smile left many Origin returning realm masters with a good impression, feeling that this young man was strong but not arrogant. No wonder the young Union Master treated him so well. Brother Yang, this way. Gu Jian Xian called out. Hizeo and Himiao led Yang Kai to the table next to Gu Jian Xian before taking a step back and standing obediently. After Yang Kai sat down, Gu Jian Xian smiled heartily. Brother Yang, this Gu has been recuperating these past few days and has been neglecting his duties. I hope Brother Yang will not take offense. Brother Gu is too polite. Naturally, healing is more important, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Brother Yang is magnanimous. Today's banquet is just to thank Brother Yang for saving me. If it weren't for you, Ling Yu, and Xing, and I would have been killed by old dog Li. From now on, Brother Yang is this Gu's friend and benefactor. The eyes of the many Origin returning realm masters below flashed with a strange light. Gu Jian Xian was indeed a forthright person, but he would not easily say the word friend. Now that he had said it, it meant that he sincerely wanted to become friends with Yang Kai. What's more, after the word friend, Gu Jian Xian had added the words benefactor, so these Origin returning realm masters naturally smelled something unusual. This cup is a toast to Brother Yang. Gu Jian Xian picked up his full glass and downed it in one gulp. Hizeo immediately stepped forward and filled Yang Kai's glass before returning with the wine jug, fully fulfilling her role as a maid. Yang Kai picked up his glass and smiled. Since Brother Gu is so forthright, this Yang will not be polite. Raising his glass, Yang Kai also downed it in one gulp. Good, let's drink until we're drunk. Gu Jianxian laughed. Wind instruments played in unison, and young girls walked in from the outside with light and agile dance steps. They sang and danced, and waiters brought in delicious dishes and placed them on the table. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 1743. Toasts were exchanged as cultivator after cultivator came forward to propose toasts. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, smiling modestly and looking calm as he exchanged toasts with those who proposed toasts, making everyone have a good impression of him. From time to time, he would chat and laugh with Gu Jianxian, occasionally glancing at the beautiful dance scene below. Time flew by and the atmosphere in the hall became livelier as the wine reached its climax. Most of the cultivator present were bold and unrestrained people, so this kind of unrestrained banquet naturally became a good place for them to express their temperament. The cultivator following Gu Jianxian all drank and laughed heartily. Although Gu Jianxian drank a lot, he was not drunk and had been observing Yang Kai all this time. A dazzling figure like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared in star territory, so Gu Jianxian was naturally very curious about him and wanted to find some clues through this banquet. But to his disappointment, he did not find any useful information. When Yang Kai looked at the young women dancing below, his eyes were clear, without the slightest desire, and when he drank with his subordinates, he also behaved very appropriately. In short, Yang Kai was indeed a person worth befriending. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Jianxian suddenly said, "Brother Yang, this Gu has a presumptuous request, but I don't know if I should say it." As soon as these words came out, the hubbub in the hall suddenly subsided. Although the cultivators present seemed to still be drinking and drinking, everyone had undoubtedly heard Gu Jianxian's words and had diverted some of their attention away from him. "Brother Gu, just say it." Yang Kai put down his wine glass and smiled slightly. He was a little surprised. Throughout the banquet, he had been looking for the right opportunity. He had wanted to discuss He Zhao and He Miao with Gu Jianxian, but before he could find an opportunity, Gu Jianxian had spoken first. He did not know what the other party's presumptuous request was. "It's like this." Gu Jianxian's expression turned solemn. This Gu was ambushed by Old Dog Li and suffered a great loss. Although Old Dog Li deserved to die, he was still an elder of my sword union. As for the soul breaker spear he used, my sword union spent countless materials and even dispatched an Origin King grade artifact refiner to refine it for him, so it can be considered the property of my sword union. Now that he is dead, it stands to reason that this Gu should bring the soul breaker spear back to the home star. Report everything to the Alliance Master. At this point, he looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression. Yang Kai immediately understood what he meant. Brother Gu wants to take back the soul breaker spear? Yes. An awkward smile appeared on Gu Jianxian's face. This Gu also knows that this request is a bit ridiculous. Since Old Dog Li was killed by Brother Yang, then the soul breaker spear should belong to Brother Yang. But, without the soul breaker spear, this Gu cannot report back after returning, so this Gu wants to take back the soul breaker spear. Of course, Brother Yang can rest assured, this Gu can guarantee that the value of the soul breaker spear will be enough to offset the loss of the soul breaker spear. As for the rest of Old Dog Li's belongings, Brother Yang can keep them for himself. Those things do not belong to my sword union. So that's how it is, Yang Kai gently nodded. A contemplative look appeared on his face. Gu Jianxian did not urge him and simply waited quietly. Inside the hall, it had become silent at some point as everyone was paying attention to the situation. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Good, the soul breaker spear is an Origin King grade artifact and is not cheap. Brother Gu, if I return the Soul Breaker Spear to Sword Union, what kind of compensation can I ask for? As long as the value does not exceed the value of the Soul Breaker Spear itself, this Gu will do his best to fulfill it. Gu Jian Xian replied solemnly. Yang Kai chuckled, since Brother Gu is so sincere, this Yang won't be polite. In any case, this artifact is of no use to me. He did not know how to use this spear-shaped artifact himself, and none of the people he knew were suitable to use it, so returning the Soul Breaker Spear would not be a burden to him. Saying so, Yang Kai took out the Soul Breaker Spear from his space ring and placed it in front of Gu Jian Xian. Gu Jian Xian gestured and his left sword servant Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and took away this Origin King-grade artifact. Brother Yang's righteousness is something this Gu is grateful for. I wonder what kind of compensation Brother Yang wants. To tell you the truth, although my Sword Union is not one of the top forces in the Starry Sky territory, it is still quite good. We have a variety of rare cultivation materials and pills, so even if Brother Yang wants some kind of secret art or secret technique, this Gu can find a way to obtain it for you. Yang Kai took out the Soul Breaker Spear without hesitation, preparing to make up for Yang Kai's losses as much as possible. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Compensation is not urgent, I will explain it to Brother Gu later. Not urgent? Gu Jian Xian was stunned. This Yang wants to ask, which one is Senior Qin Wu Hui? Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk inside the hall, almost everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. Yang Kai followed their gazes and found that the person who spoke was a thin old man dressed in grey robes. He looked quite inconspicuous as he sat in the first position directly below Gu Jian Xian. Being able to sit in the first position was enough to show how high his status here was. Yang Kai suddenly asking for his name caused a puzzled look to appear on Qin Wu Hui's face. Standing up, he cupped his fists and said, "This old master is Qin Wu Hui. What advice does young Master Yang have for me? Senior is too polite." Yang Kai smiled, "It's like this, I would like to give Senior something. I hope Senior won't refuse. Give this old master something?" Qin Wu Hui was confused and at a loss. He was sure that he had never met Yang Kai before and had no interaction with him, but now the other party suddenly said he wanted to give him something. Even though Qin Wu Hui was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still confused by Yang Kai at this moment. Before he could figure it out though, Yang Kai casually tossed a jade bottle towards him. There was no trace of Saint Qi inside this bottle. Qin Wu Hui caught this jade bottle with one hand and asked in surprise, "Young Master Yang, this is, Senior might as well open it and take a look." Yang Kai smiled, "Naturally, you'll know what's inside." Qin Wu Hui frowned and turned an inquisitive look towards Gu Jian Xian. The latter laughed and said, "Since it's a gift from Brother Yang, old man Qin should take a look." This young master is also very curious as to what kind of medicine Brother Yang is selling in his gourd. Qin Wu Hui nodded before opening the lid of the jade bottle in front of everyone's eyes and pouring out a spirit pill. This spirit pill was snow white in color and was only about the size of a soybean, but when this spirit pill entered Qin Wu Hui's eyes, his expression suddenly brightened and his originally bewildered expression became one of excitement, surprise, and disbelief. Immediately, he put this spirit pill under his nose and sniffed it carefully, even sticking out his tongue and licking it. Then, he exclaimed, "This is, a 7 orifices exquisite pill?" What? Inside the hall, it was as if a pot had exploded as many cultivator exclaimed. Everyone stared at the spirit pill in Qin Wu Hui's hand before turning to Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to get an answer from Yang Kai. Gu Jian Xian's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and asked, "Brother Yang, is this really a 7 orifices exquisite pill?" Senior Qin's eyesight is quite good, this is indeed a 7 orifices exquisite pill. Receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Qin Wu Hui was so excited that he almost lost his composure. Even Gu Jian Xian took a deep breath and quickly said, Brother Yang is quite generous. It's just 2 trivial spirit pills, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Young Master Yang, why are you? Qin Wuhui recovered and gripped the jade bottle tightly as he stared at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he would suddenly give him 2 7 orifices exquisite pills. I heard that young Master Qin fought with someone many years ago and injured his soul. This 7 orifices exquisite pill should be able to treat the illness. Although I dare not say it will completely cure young Master Qin's soul, it should be able to slowly restore it. Yang Kai smiled towards Qin Wuhui. In the future, as long as you recuperate, you should be able to fully recover. Qin Wuhui stared back at Yang Kai with a look of excitement on his face. Qin Qi Yang's matter had always been a sore point in his heart. Over the years, he had been searching for a spirit pill to treat his worthless son, but unfortunately, even with his status and the support of Gu Jian Xian, he had not been able to make any progress. An injury to one's soul was not a simple injury. It was not something that could be healed by ordinary elixirs. If it had been a minor injury, it would have been easy to treat, but Qin Qi Yang had been injured to the point of becoming an idiot. It was rumored that there were only a few spirit pills in this world that could completely heal such injuries, and without exception, these spirit pills were all nearly extinct. Either the pill recipe had been lost or the materials were unavailable. The 7 orifices exquisite pill was one of these spirit pills. Qin Wuhui was able to recognize this spirit pill because he had been reading ancient records for so many years and knew that the main ingredient needed to refine this spirit pill was the monster core of a 7-colored elk. The 7-colored elk was an ancient variant that had long since disappeared from the territory of the star and was simply impossible to find. Even if there was one, the monster core of a 7-colored elk could be used to refine a treasure like the 10,000-year incense, so who would use it to refine a 7 orifices exquisite pill? Yet Yang Kai had suddenly taken out 2 of them. Qin Wuhui gripped the jade bottle tightly as his lips trembled, not knowing what to say. Brother Yang, I heard that this 7 orifices exquisite pill is an ancient spirit pill that can enhance a cultivator's perception and possibly even improve their aptitude. Is this true? Gu Jian Xian suddenly asked. Enhancing one's perception and improving aptitude, this kind of spirit pill was already a heaven-defying existence. Generally speaking, perception and aptitude were innate and could not be changed by external forces, unless one had some kind of extraordinary fortuitous encounter. So, after hearing what Gu Jian Xian said, all the cultivator present wore solemn expressions. They realized that if this was true, then the value of these 2 spirit pills far exceeded the value of the Origin King grade soul-severing spear. Artifacts were external forces, but aptitude and perception were the foundation of a cultivator, so it was obvious which was more important. Chapter 1744. A few days ago, a smug thought suddenly popped up in his mind: I haven't caught a cold for a long time. My body has become much stronger. Then, yesterday, tragedy struck: a stuffy nose, dizziness, throat inflammation. What kind of dream was this? Kai Yang laughed heartily. Brother Gu even believes in such rumors. The 7 orifices exquisite pill is indeed a good spirit pill, but it's not heaven-defying. As far as I know, this spirit pill is useless in enhancing one's perception and aptitude, but it has an unexpected effect in repairing one's soul. So that's how it is. Brother Yang knows so much about the alchemic Tao. Is he also an alchemist? Gu Jian Xian's eyes lit up. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm not an alchemist. These 2 spirit pills were something I brought out from the Emperor Garden. He had already found an excuse for where these 2 spirit pills had come from. The Emperor Garden. Qin Wuhui muttered, realizing more and more how precious these 2 spirit pills were. So that's how it is. Gu Jian Xian nodded. Gu Jian Xian also wore a relieved look. Only a place like the Emperor Garden would have this kind of ancient spirit pill. It seems that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, Brother Yang went there. An. A look of longing appeared on Gu Jianxian's face, but he soon sighed. On the day the Emperor Garden opened, this Gu was in retreat. What a pity, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been able to make friends with Brother Yang a few years ago. It's not too late now, Yang Kai smiled and said. And, the look of regret on Gu Jianxian's face suddenly disappeared. Young Master Yang. Qin Wu Hui stood below with a worried expression on his face. Such a great gift, this Qin is ashamed to accept it. Senior doesn't need to say that, Yang Kai interrupted him. I gave you these 7 orifices exquisite pills because I wanted to ask something of you. Please speak, young Master Yang. Qin Wu Hui quickly said. He was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't ask for anything from him. As the saying went, one should not accept a reward without any effort. The value of these 7 orifices exquisite pills was immeasurable. It wasn't something that could be taken casually. Now that he heard Yang Kai's words, he felt a lot more at ease. It's like this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. The sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, and I have known each other for several decades. It can be considered fate that we were able to meet each other in the territory of the boundless stars. Furthermore, I heard that they seem to have an agreement with your noble young master, and the contents of that agreement. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He believed that Gu Jianxian and Qin Wu Hui already understood what he meant. On the other hand, He Zhao and He Miao, who had been standing behind him the whole time, were stunned for a moment before their eyes widened in surprise. Even his breathing was slightly hurried. I see. Gu Jianxian chuckled meaningfully, as if he had learned some incredible secret. Qin Wu Hui, on the other hand, showed a look of embarrassment and guilt as he cupped his fists and said, this old master was too selfish and did not ask for He Zhao and He Miao's opinions before acting on his own. It was this old master's fault. Since young Master Yang has given my son 2 ancient spirit pills to help him recover, this old master guarantees that the previous agreement will be written off. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai picked up his glass and got up with a smile. Senior's words are straightforward. This junior proposes a toast to Senior. This junior wouldn't dare. Qin Wu Hui also quickly raised his glass and said with a solemn expression, my son was ignorant. Encountering such a disaster is only natural. Now that young Master Yang has saved him, this old master thanks young Master Yang. This old master will definitely discipline him strictly in the future and set him on the right path so that he will not fail to live up to young Master Yang's good intentions. The two drained their glasses of wine. Only then did Yang Kai take a seat. Sitting in a seat in the corner of the hall, Yushi cast a grateful look towards Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter so easily. Originally, this kind of matter was very offensive, no matter how easy it was to persuade Qin Wu Hui. No matter how high Yang Kai's position in Gu Jianxian's mind was, this was still a matter that would cause others to lose face. But under the premise that Yang Kai had given him 2 ancient spirit pills, not only had Qin Wu Hui not lost face, he had also gained a lot. It could be said that everyone was happy. However, this kind of price was something only Yang Kai could casually take out. He Zhao, He Miao. Qin Wu Hui stood in place and did not immediately take a seat, instead calling out to them before waving his hand and sending 2 streams of light towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters had not yet recovered from their excitement and joy, only reflexively grabbing the 2 streams of light in their hands before looking up at Qin Wu Hui. This old master has made you worry for some time, so these 2 things can be considered compensation. I hope you can assist young master wholeheartedly in the future and not bear any grudges against this old master, Qin Wu Hui said sincerely. Disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple thanks Elder Qin for this reward. He Zhao and He Miao bowed together before beginning to examine the things in their hands. At a glance, they quickly discovered that both of them were origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. Both of them were curved daggers that seemed to be able to be combined into one to form a round blade. From the looks of it, both of them were extremely valuable. With their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to obtain origin-grade mid-rank artifacts under normal circumstances, unless they were gifted by their honored master or elders. However, Yushi herself was not very rich, so how could she possibly bestow so many artifacts? Only a person like Qin Wuhui could casually take out 2 origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. The 2 sisters knew that being able to receive such treatment was all thanks to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Qin Wuhui have given them 2 artifacts so casually? Standing behind Yang Kai and staring at his back, the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Yang. Gu Jianxian smiled bitterly to the side, rubbing his forehead as he muttered, with you acting like this Gu doesn't know how to compensate you. We still haven't finished discussing the Soul Breaker Spear. Before, he had wanted to compensate Yang Kai for the loss of the Soul Breaker Spear, but Yang Kai had not immediately made a request. Now, although the matter between him and Qin Wuhui seemed to be a fair trade, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Kai had suffered a big loss. After all, whether it was Qin Wuhui, He Zhao, or He Miao, they were all members of Sword Union. Yang Kai had given them 2 spirit pills, but he hadn't received anything in return. What's more, those were 2 extinct ancient spirit pills. So, Gu Jianxian suddenly felt that he owed Yang Kai a great deal. Brother Yang, tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? This brother is already mentally prepared to be slaughtered by you, Gu Jianxian joked. That won't be necessary, Yang Kai smiled. In fact, I have already thought about the compensation. It will be a piece of cake for Brother Gu. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Gu Jianxian put on a serious look while the others also turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what exactly he wanted from him. Especially Qin Wuhui, his expression was very focused, as if as long as Yang Kai stated the conditions, he would be willing to do his best to satisfy them. We're going to Azure Tree Star this time, right? Yang Kai asked. Yes. May I ask, is Azure Tree Star fully under the control of Sword Union? Yes. The entire Azure Tree Star belongs to my Sword Union, Gu Jianxian proudly said. My Sword Union is in charge of 3 cultivation stars like Azure Tree Star. Then it's simple, Yang Kai smiled slightly, I want a territory that covers an area of 10,000 kilometers. I won't occupy rich ground. As long as it's not too barren, it's fine. 10,000 kilometers? Gu Jianxian raised his brow. 5,000 kilometers is fine as well, Yang Kai added. Huh, Brother Yang, you're too polite, not to mention 10,000 kilometers, even 100,000 kilometers is fine. Gu Jianxian laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. 100,000 kilometers is nothing to Azure Tree Star. To the Azure Tree planet, it's nothing much. It's settled then. When we reach the Azure Tree planet, I'll send someone to negotiate with you. As for where to choose, you can make your own decision. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react much, simply smiling and saying, since Brother Gu says so, then I won't be polite. After all, he was the Star Master of Shadowed Star, a trivial 100,000 kilometers was not too big of a shock to him. There's no need to be polite between you and me. Gu Jianxian stretched out his hand. Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and filled the cups for him and Yang Kai. Brother Yang, may I ask, what do you want this territory for? Do you want to settle down on Azure Tree Star? Gu Jianxian asked with great expectation. If Yang Kai really thought so, then this was definitely good news for Gu Jianxian. This was undoubtedly good news for Gu Jianxian. He had been worried about not being able to win over Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai decided to settle down on Azure Tree Star, wouldn't he have many opportunities to interact with him in the future? It's not necessary to settle down, it's not a bad idea to use it as a temporary residence, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Brother Yang is quite ambitious. Brother Gu, how about I discuss another business deal with you? Please speak, Brother Yang. I need a large number of space spirit crystals. I wonder if Brother Gu has any way to obtain them? Of course, I can use Saint Crystals to buy them or exchange them for some other things. I won't let Sword Union suffer a loss. Brother Yang is too serious. Since it's a business deal, this Gu naturally won't refuse, but space spirit crystals are a scarce commodity in the entire star territory. How about this, when we arrive at Azure Tree Star, I'll help you inquire about them. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. The banquet went on for an entire day before it was finally over. Yang Kai returned to his room and took a bath to dispel the smell of alcohol from his body. Afterward, Yushi, Hizeo, and He Miao visited him together to thank him. This kind of thing was a trivial matter to him. The materials used to refine the 7 apertures exquisite pill were all things he had collected himself over the years. The only precious thing was the monster core of the 7-colored elk. This was the harvest he obtained after killing a variant 7-colored elk monster beast in the Emperor Garden. He had no use for it until now, so this time, he decided to use it to refine a spirit pill. However, for the master and apprentice trio, this was a major event that would affect their future. Yang Kai could feel the heartfelt gratitude from the master and apprentice trio, which made him feel somewhat emotional. Because of their different positions, the power they possessed was different, and the things they could do were also very different. It was like an iron rod that an ant could not move even if it tried its best, but a mortal could reach out and pick it up. After sending off the master and disciple trio, Yang Kai closed his door and refused to entertain any guests. Taking advantage of the time he still had to travel, he began cultivating his various secret techniques. Whether it was his golden blood threads, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, or his space force, all of them required time to accumulate and consolidate. The road ahead was safe, and after encountering the sneak attack of Li Minghai and the others, the starship did not encounter any further trouble. It was not until more than 20 days later that they finally arrived at Azure Tree Star. Chapter 1745. Within star territory, there were many cultivation stars, and because of their different world principles, there was still a huge gap between them. Whether it was the world energy, the materials produced, the number of cultivator living on a cultivation star, or the achievements they could achieve, there was a huge disparity depending on the cultivation star. For example, on Tong Xian realm, the world energy there was extremely thin, and a cultivator could only reach the Saint realm. On some cultivation stars, the limit of a cultivator was the Saint King realm, origin returning realm. Although Shadowed Star was rich in world energy, enough for a cultivator to break through to the Origin King realm, because of the suppression of world principles, the cultivator could not sense the mysteries of the Origin King realm and could only sigh. Among the many cultivation stars, the most fertile ones would be regarded as the home stars of the various great forces. For example, Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star, Sword Union Sword Star, Purple Star's Glorious Purple Star, these main planets were superior to other cultivation stars in various aspects. Azure Tree Star, on the other hand, could only be regarded as an ordinary cultivation star, about the same size as Shadowed Star, but about half the size. In front of Azure Tree Palace, Gu Jian Xian's starship slowly landed, and Sword Union's cultivator had already arrived to greet it. The one in the lead was a beautiful woman. She had a pretty face and a graceful figure. She wore a long black robe, and her soft breasts were about to burst out of her clothes. Her graceful waist was weak, and her legs were straight and slender. She had an amiable smile on her face, and her watery eyes contained a myriad of emotions. A mature aura lingered in the surroundings. As soon as Gu Jian Xian disembarked from the starship, he greeted enthusiastically, "Aunt Lan. Long time no see." The beautiful woman called Aunt Lan smiled and said, "Greetings, young Union Master. Subordinate has been waiting for you for a long time." Saying so, she bowed gracefully, and the cultivator behind her also hurriedly bowed in greeting. "There are no outsiders here, Aunt Lan doesn't need to be so polite," Gu Jianxian said with a smile. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with this beautiful woman. Etiquette cannot be ignored. Aunt Lan smiled sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes seemingly able to speak as she glanced behind Gu Jianxian before gently nodding to Qin Wu Hui as a greeting. Only then did her gaze settle on Yang Kai. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. She was very clear about the people around Gu Jianxian, but Yang Kai's face was unfamiliar to her. He scanned the area with his divine sense. He discovered that Yang Kai was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Naturally, she had some doubts. "It's windy outside, let's go in first." Gu Jianxian did not immediately introduce Yang Kai to the beautiful woman, instead saying such a sentence. Aunt Lan's beautiful eyes flashed. She pursed her lips and smiled, "Yes, young Alliance Master, come this way." As he spoke, he led the way. The Azure Tree Palace was a symbolic building on the Azure Tree Star. It was the headquarters of the Sword Alliance on the Azure Tree Star and the place where they managed the Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai quietly followed behind and observed the beautiful woman called Aunt Lan. Although he did not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, from the feeling he got from this beautiful woman, he could tell she was an Origin King Realm Master. After all, Azure Tree Star was extremely important to the Sword Alliance, so it was understandable that there would be an Origin King Realm Master here. This beautiful woman called Aunt Lan should be a first-order Origin King cultivator because her aura was almost the same as Li Minghai's, but far from Luo Hai's. The Azure Tree Palace covered a large area, so after entering and dispersing the crowd, Gu Jianxian introduced Yang Kai. Through Gu Jianxian's introduction, Yang Kai learned that this beautiful woman was called Luo Lan, and as he expected, she was indeed a first-order Origin King. Aunt Lan is the Star Master of Azure Tree Star and is responsible for all matters of the Sword Alliance here. Gu Jianxian said. "Star Master?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Huh, Brother Yang, there's no need to be surprised." Gu Jianxian seemed to have known what kind of reaction Yang Kai would have and said with a smile, "This Star Master is not the kind of Star Master you think she is, it's just a title." So, it's just a title, Yang Kai felt relieved. After all, in his understanding, any Star Master was a third-order Origin King, and it seemed that only third-order Origin Kings were qualified to refine the star sources of stars. Luo Hai being able to become the Star Master of Green Mountain Star was nothing more than a stroke of luck, while Yang Kai becoming the Star Master of Shadowed Star was all thanks to Yang Yan's help. Luo Lan was just a first-order Origin King, so if she could become a Star Master, it could only be said that she had a great opportunity. However, if it was just a title, then it was not a big deal. Any Origin King sent by Sword Alliance to Azure Tree Star to manage everything here could be called a Star Master. This Star Master was just a position, a title, and did not have the convenience or advantages of a real Star Master. "Little brother, you look very surprised. Have you met a Star Master before?" Luo Lan had the keen intuition of a woman and immediately inferred something from the change in Yang Kai's demeanor. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai explained casually. "Luo Hai?" Luo Lan murmured, "A few years ago? It seems that little brother participated in the blood prison trial?" Brother Yang, you even participated in the blood prison trial?" Gu Jianxian was shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. It seemed that Yang Kai's achievements were not just due to good luck. Gu Jianxian had learned from Yang Kai that he had been to the Emperor Garden when it opened, and he had also participated in the blood prison trial. To be able to escape unscathed from 2 danger zones in a row, one would not be able to rely on luck if one did not have some ability. Admirable, admirable. Gu Jianxian said sincerely as he cupped his fists, a look of admiration filling his face. Huh. Kai Yang's mouth twitched. Unfortunately, less than 2 years after the blood prison trial, Luo Hai seemed to have been killed. This matter shook the entire Star territory, Luo Lan said faintly. This young master has also heard about this matter. I never imagined that a master like Luo Hai would be killed. I wonder who did it. Kai Yang remained silent, his face unperturbed. By the way, Auntie Lan, when I came here this time, I was ambushed by Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian changed the subject. What? Luo Lan's beautiful face paled. Were you injured? My injuries have been healed, and it was all thanks to Brother Yang's help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. Him? Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Although she did not know what had happened, since Gu Jianxian said that Yang Kai had helped them out of danger, she naturally would not question him. Wearing a serious expression, she said, "Many thanks for little brother's help, this mistress will definitely repay this kindness. Senior is too polite, Brother Gu and I have become old friends at first sight. This is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning," Yang Kai said modestly. A trivial matter. Luo Lan's expression became extremely strange. Being ambushed by an Origin King Realm Master was not a trivial matter. She could almost imagine what kind of amazing risk it was. If anything had gone wrong, Gu Jianxian would not be standing in front of her at this moment but instead buried in some unknown corner of Star territory. What about that bastard Li Minghai? Luo Lan turned her gaze to Gu Jianxian again, her expression cold as murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. He actually dared to do such a thing. There will be no place for him in Star territory. He's dead. Gu Jianxian quickly said. Luo Lan's mouth fell open for a moment before she asked, "How did he die?" Gu Jianxian glanced over at Yang Kai. Luo Lan turned her surprised gaze towards him. Yang Kai smiled and said with a harmless look on his face, "While he and Brother Gu were fighting like a raging fire, I secretly attacked him." Luo Lan was suddenly rendered speechless, but after a long time, she suddenly smiled and said, "Little brother is truly hiding his strength." He was a little too complacent at the time. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing his casual expression, Luo Lan immediately knew that Yang Kai did not want to talk about this topic any longer, so she tactfully said, "Li Minghai courted his own death, so he can't blame others for it. However, young master was able to escape this time thanks to the help of a benefactor, so don't be so rash in the future." "I know." Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly, "Auntie Lan, I brought Brother Yang here this time mainly because I wanted to talk to you about something." "What is it?" "Brother Yang wants to build a palace on Azure Tree Star and needs an area of 100,000 kilometers. Auntie Lan, do you have a suitable location?" 100,000 kilometers. Luo Lan pondered for a moment before saying, "There are many places, but I don't know what kind of location little brother would prefer. How about this? Tomorrow I will have someone bring a map of Azure Tree Star for little brother to choose for himself." "Good, then I'll have to trouble Senior. Little brother doesn't need to be so polite. You saved young master's life, so 100,000 kilometer territory is nothing to Sword Union. Then this junior will take his leave first, I will disturb Senior again tomorrow." Yang Kai knew that Gu Jianxian had brought him here to meet with Luo Lan so that they could discuss the 100,000 kilometer territory. They would definitely have some confidential matters to discuss next, so it would not be appropriate for him to stay. "I'll see you out." Gu Jianxian stretched out his hand and led Yang Kai out. Outside, a maidservant led Yang Kai to a certain room in the Azure Tree Palace to rest. After Yang Kai left, Luo Lan released her divine sense before reaching out and activating the many barriers in the room to ensure that no one could spy on them. Only then did she ask seriously, "Young master, that young man named Yang Kai, is he trustworthy?" "And, according to my observations along the way, he has nothing to do with my sword union. He appearing at the place where Li Minghai ambushed me was just a coincidence because when he was passing by, he was attacked by Li Minghai." "He was attacked by Li Minghai but didn't die." Luo Lan's expression changed slightly. "I can't imagine how he resolved it." Gu Jianxian slowly shook his head. "However, there is no doubt about his strength. He said what he said before just to give me face. The reason why Li Minghai died can almost be said to be his own strength. Although there is some suspicion of a sneak attack, but... Auntie Lan, have you ever heard of an Origin returning realm master killing an Origin king?" Chapter 1746. "No." Luo Lan shook her head solemnly before glaring at Gu Jianxian. "What's wrong? Has Auntie Lan lived long? Is Auntie Lan old?" Gu Jianxian scratched his head awkwardly, but soon put on a serious expression and said, "Moreover, according to my observation, when he attacked and killed Li Minghai, he seemed to have used his space force." Luo Lan's attention was really diverted and she whispered, "Space force? He can use that kind of power to fight his enemy?" "More than that." Gu Jianxian recalled the scene at that time, his expression constantly changing as his voice gradually lowered. His attainments in the Tao of space seemed to have reached an unprecedented level. He was able to condense space force into a blade that could swallow and banish Li Minghai's body. Luo Lan could not help covering her mouth. "In short, I just want to make friends with this person, not offend him, so I'll have to ask Auntie Lan to pay more attention to him in the future. Don't worry, since he asked for 100,000 kilometers, there will always be opportunities to meet him in the future." Luo Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was very interested in Yang Kai, and, "Tell Auntie Lan about the battle between you and Li Minghai in detail. It's quite interesting." Sword Union moved quickly, or rather, Luo Lan's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Wood Palace for a day, and on the second day, a servant suddenly came to report to Yang Kai that Luo Lan had invited him over to discuss something important. This immediately reminded Yang Kai of the 100,000-kilometer boundary, so he did not delay and left the room with the servant. Following the other party around the Azure Wood Palace, after a short while, Yang Kai saw Gu Jianxian standing in a corridor in casual clothes, smiling and waving at him. Left sword servant Ling Yu and right sword servant and Xing stood behind him. "Brother Gu." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Is Brother Yang used to living here?" Gu Jianxian asked enthusiastically. "Extremely." Yang Kai replied. "That's good." This Gu was worried about not being a good host. "Since Brother Yang is living here so comfortably, then I'll leave." "Then I'm relieved." "Yes, Senior Luo called me over because, just as you think." Gu Jianxian winked at Yang Kai before enthusiastically putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, "Come with me." Walking in the corridor. Soon, they arrived at the end of the path. Ahead of them was a curtain of light that prevented them from seeing the scenery in front of them clearly. It was like a curtain of water was blocking them. On the curtain of light, there were countless rice-sized talismans and patterns that swam back and forth like fish, appearing profound and complicated. Gu Jianxian ignored them completely and continued to move forward, instructing the left and right sword servants, "You stay here. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without question." "Yes." Ling Yu and Xing replied in unison, not moving forward. Gu Jianxian, on the other hand, took Yang Kai directly through the light curtain. His vision blurred, and Yang Kai found himself in another world. It was silent here, except for a huge spherical object. There was nothing else. The sphere was about 10 feet in diameter. On the surface of the sphere, there were some irregular patterns of earthy yellow, water blue, and green wood that intertwined with each other, forming the surface of the sphere. When Yang Kai arrived here, the spherical object was still rotating clockwise at a subtle speed. As for Luo Lan, she stood to the side and greeted with a smile, "Little brother." "Senior Luo." Yang Kai hurriedly returned the greeting, but his attention was soon attracted by the spherical object in front of him. Neither Luo Lan nor Gu Jianxian seemed to have any intention of explaining. Instead, they were observing Yang Kai's expression with great interest. After a while, Yang Kai showed a look of realization and turned to look at Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian. He asked in surprise, "Is this the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times?" "Little brother has good eyesight." Luo Lan nodded with a smile. "It is indeed the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times. Our sword union spent 100 years and dispatched countless cultivators to survey the geographical environment of the entire azure tree star. It took a lot of effort to measure the size of the various regions' territory." "The map Senior mentioned yesterday, was it referring to this?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Yes." Gu Jianxian smiled and nodded. "The map Aunt Lan mentioned yesterday was referring to this object, which is why we waited until today to let Brother Yang see it. With this, it's much more convenient." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and circled around the spherical object. Soon, he figured out what the various colors on the spherical object represented. The earthen yellow color undoubtedly represented the land. As for the water blue color, it was the sea. As for the cyan color, it was the forest. There were also a small number of colors that did not belong to the three colors, which presumably corresponded to some rare territory such as swamps, deserts, and so on. The Sword Union's method was quite amazing, but it took 100 years. Only such a great force could do something like this. Taking a closer look, there were many large and small city-like symbols on the spherical object, which obviously represented the places where the cultivators on the azure tree star settled. With this, it would be much easier for Luo Lan to manage the azure tree star. While Yang Kai was observing, Luo Lan took the initiative to explain to him. As Yang Kai expected, the different colors did indeed correspond to different geographical environments, and depending on the depth of the color, one could also see the richness of the world energy in a certain place. The lighter the color, the thinner the world energy, and vice versa, the richness. After briefly explaining to Yang Kai, Luo Lan said, "Because little brother wants a place with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, neither too big nor too small, this queen has also selected a few locations for you to choose from. Of course, this is only this queen's humble opinion. If you are not satisfied, you can choose from any place on the azure tree star." Yang Kai was slightly moved and cupped his fists. This junior does not dare to disobey senior's kindness. "Please give me some pointers." "Little brother, you don't have to be so polite," Luo Lan smiled. With a wave of her hand, the spherical object in front of her spun faster and soon came to a stop. Luo Lan then pointed to a place and said, "This is the first place this queen has chosen for you. It is surrounded by mountains and faces the Peace River. The resources produced here are quite abundant, and the world energy here is relatively rich. There is also a peace city nearby, which can also belong to little brother." "A city? Is that okay?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. He just wanted a piece of land that was not too barren. He did not expect the other party to be willing to give him a city. "It's not a big deal, it's just a city," Gu Jianxian grinned meaningfully. "Yes, on the azure tree star, there are at least 8,000 such cities. It is little brother's good fortune to have taken a fancy to it," Luo Lan said with a smile. Yang Kai did not know what Gu Jianxian had said to her yesterday, but Yang Kai felt that Luo Lan's attitude towards him had changed slightly today, as if she had become much more enthusiastic. "If little brother is not satisfied with this place, then take a look here." Luo Lan waved her hand again and the spherical object began to spin again. After coming to a stop, Luo Lan pointed to a certain place and said, "This place is also good. This queen has been there before. The scenery is beautiful, the people here are illustrious, and there are many beautiful women here." Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent appearance, Luo Lan immediately introduced the next place to him. After introducing 7 or 8 places in succession, Yang Kai still had no reaction. Strictly speaking, the places Luo Lan chose for Yang Kai were indeed quite good. The world energy here was extremely rich, and she had considered all aspects thoroughly. However, Yang Kai did not seem to be satisfied with any of them, causing Luo Lan to wonder what Yang Kai wanted. "Senior Luo, is there a suitable place on the sea?" Yang Kai saw that Luo Lan was about to introduce another place and quickly interrupted her. "The sea?" Luo Lan raised her brow and smiled, "So little brother wants to live across the sea. What do you think of this location?" Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the mysterious place with a satisfied look on his face. After some investigation and comparison, he finally chose a place called Twin Shark Island. This place could be said to be 2 islands, but it could also be said to be one because they were connected to each other. Looking down from above, the 2 islands were like 2 sharks swimming side by side in the sea. The image was vivid and lifelike. This was why it was called Twin Shark Island. The area it occupied was in line with Yang Kai's requirements, not too much and not too little, about 100,000 kilometers. 500,000 kilometers away from Twin Shark Island, there was also a city near the sea. This island was relatively remote on the Azure Tree Star. Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian didn't understand why Yang Kai chose such a place. After all, compared to the locations that Luo Lan had introduced to him before, Twin Shark Island didn't have any major advantages other than its good world energy. Yang Kai had given up what was close at hand to seek what was far away, so no matter how they looked at it, this was a losing deal. But since Yang Kai had agreed, they had nothing to say. As a result, Twin Shark Island would become Yang Kai's territory from now on. As long as Gu Jianxian's sect was still in charge of the Sword Union, no one could take Twin Shark Island from him. This was also Gu Jianxian's promise to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not care too much about it. In any case, the territory was now in his hands, so if anyone dared to try and snatch it from him in the future, they would first have to consider whether they were strong enough. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian and prepared to set off for Twin Shark Island. Outside the Azure Tree Palace, Gu Jianxian said with some guilt, "Brother Yang, this Gu is unable to personally send you there. This time, I came to Azure Tree Star for an important matter, so I really can't spare any time. Brother Gu, you don't need to be so polite. I know how to get to Twin Shark Island. Moreover, with Senior Luo's handwritten order and token, it will be very convenient to deal with matters there. Brother Gu, you don't need to worry about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gu Jianxian said, "That's good." He then smiled mysteriously, "However, Brother Yang, there are a few people who want to go to Twin Shark Island with you. I hope you won't refuse." Chapter 1747. Someone wants to go with me? Who? Yang Kai frowned, he hadn't heard anything about this before. Gu Jianxian looked to the side and Yang Kai followed his line of sight and saw 3 familiar faces. Young Master Yang. Yushi walked over slowly and stood not far away. Big Brother Yang, He Zhao and He Miao also called out. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian, who shrugged his shoulders and smiled, "I have expelled them from Sword Union. As the young Union Master, I still have the right to do so." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Then I asked them what they plan to do in the future and they said they want to follow you, but I don't know if you're willing to take them in," Gu Jianxian added with a grin. "This Yang thanks Brother Gu for his kindness," Yang Kai said seriously. With his shrewdness, how could he not see that Gu Jianxian was helping him? After all, he was alone on Azure Tree Star, and although he was strong, there were some things that were inconvenient for him to handle personally and there were no capable helpers to help him. However, if Yuxi and her 2 disciples followed him, the situation would be different. Some trivial matters could be handed over to them to handle, and if it was inconvenient for him to show up, they could do it for him. This would also prevent Yuxi and her 2 disciples from encountering any embarrassing situations in Sword Union in the future. As Yang Kai had said before, after the incident with Qin Qi Yang, it would be difficult for Yuxi and her 2 disciples to gain a foothold in Sword Union. No matter where they went, they would be accused of being ingrates and would inevitably be pointed at by others. Now that they had been expelled from Sword Union, such a thing would naturally not happen again. Gu Jianxian was thoughtful. It could also be said that he wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Kai, which was why he had facilitated this matter. Towards his good intentions, Kai Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. He looked up at Yuxi and her 2 disciples and asked solemnly, "Are you willing to follow me? As long as young master is willing to take us in, Yuxi is willing to serve you." Yuxi quickly replied, "We are also willing." The 2 sisters said in unison, "Well, from now on, you will follow me." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks, young master." Yuxi gracefully bowed, her face overflowing with joy. "Little brother." Luo Lan, who had been standing to the side, only interjected at this moment, "As for the space spirit crystals you need, they're quite valuable. For the time being, this consort is unable to gather too much. However, this consort will do her best to collect them. After some time, I'll have someone send them to you. How about it? Then I'll have to trouble you, senior." After Yang Kai chose Twin Shark Island as his territory, he proposed to Gu Jianxian and Luo Lan to purchase a large number of space spirit crystals. However, this thing was really rare. Luo Lan couldn't find too many in a short time. However, with her promise, he would be able to get some Yang Kai sooner or later. Subsequently, Yang Kai led Yuxi and her 2 disciples away. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai left the Blue Wood Palace. Gu Jianxian and the others watched Yang Kai disappear into the distance before returning. Even if they used the space arrays on Azure Tree Star, it would still take half a month to reach Twin Shark Island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the token given to him by Luo Lan. With this token, all the space arrays of the major cities were open to Yang Kai. According to the route Luo Lan had set for him, Yang Kai constantly used the space arrays and finally arrived at Twin Shark Island in less than half a month. Although Twin Shark Island was remote, there was still a space array that connected it to the outside world. When the figures of Yang Kai and the others appeared on the array, the leader of the cultivators responsible for guarding this place immediately stepped forward and looked them up and down before routinely asking, "What brings you to Twin Shark Island?" Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this person was just a third-order Saint King cultivator. The other cultivators responsible for guarding this place were also not very strong. From the strength of these cultivators, it could be inferred that the total strength of the entire Twin Shark Island should not be very strong. Yang Kai did not answer and instead took out the token given to him by Luo Lan and waved it in front of the cultivator. "What is this?" The cultivator's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the object. "You don't know?" Yang Kai frowned. If you don't know, then forget it. What is the name of your island master and where is he? Take me to him." The cultivator was shocked by Yang Kai's aggressive attitude. Although he did not know what the token represented, he could faintly guess that Yang Kai's background was not small. Immediately, he restrained his previous carelessness and replied suspiciously, "My island master is Zhu Yang. May I ask where these friends are from and if you know the island master's master?" Yang Kai did not answer, but Yuxi coldly snorted, "Is my young lord's identity something you can ask? Hurry up and lead the way." While speaking, she inadvertently released her shi, causing the cultivator's complexion to change drastically. Realizing that this man and 3 women were not people he could contend with, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and led the way. This was one of the benefits of having subordinates. Yushi could act like a bully, elevating Yang Kai's identity and status, thus eliminating some of the need for complex inquiries. Yang Kai cast a look of approval at Yushi, who pursed her lips into a smile. The strength of Twin Shark Island's island master, Zhu Liang, was not high. He was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. On such an isolated island, it was difficult for a powerful cultivator to appear. After Yang Kai showed the token and Luo Lan's order, Zhu Liang immediately submitted to Yang Kai and acknowledged him as his master. Taking over Twin Shark Island so smoothly made Yang Kai very satisfied. You will still be the island master in the future. You will manage Twin Shark Island the same way you used to manage it. I will not interfere. If there is anything you need to report, just tell Madame Yu and she will convey it to me. Yes. Seemingly realizing that Yang Kai was easy to talk to, Zhu Liang gradually became less nervous. Island Master Zhu, subordinate is here. Zhu Liang quickly responded, I dare not accept the title of Island Master. Master can just call Zhu Liang by name in the future. Yang Kai gently nodded, tell me about the situation of Twin Shark Island. Yes. Zhu Liang pondered for a moment, seeming to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, Twin Shark Island covers an area of about 100,000 kilometers. The world energy on the island is quite good, but the resources it produces are somewhat lacking. Currently, the island has a permanent population of about 200,000 people. Their cultivations are generally not high. This subordinate is not talented, but although I am only a first-order origin returning realm, I can be considered the strongest on Twin Shark Island. In addition to this subordinate, there are 3 other first-order origin returning realm masters, who are the island's vice-island masters and elders. This subordinate has set up an elder council to jointly manage Twin Shark Island with several other elders. 500,000 kilometers east of Twin Shark Island, there is a city bordering the sea. My Twin Shark Island space array is connected to that city. To the west and south, there are several other islands several dozen to 1,000,000 kilometers away. The situation is roughly the same as Twin Shark Island. The relationship between these islands can be considered peaceful, with occasional exchanges. The biggest danger here is the sea beasts. Every time the sea beasts attack, many people will die, but with Master here, I think Twin Shark Island will be much safer in the future. While he was introducing Yang Kai, Zhu Liang also flattered him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhu Liang continued, the biggest output of Twin Shark Island and the nearby islands is the monster cores of sea beasts. Every year, many foreign cultivators come to Twin Shark Island to hunt for sea beasts. After half an hour of questioning, Yang Kai gained a slight understanding of Twin Shark Island's situation. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this place, which was very suitable for his next plan. However, he still needed to choose a place here before he could begin implementing his plan. Yang Kai decided to investigate it himself. After letting Zhu Liang leave, Yang Kai greeted Yushi and her 2 masters before flying his star shuttle alone and beginning to investigate the terrain of Twin Shark Island. This round of investigation took him 8 days to go around the entire Twin Shark Island. In the end, Yang Kai chose a territory in the southeast that was close to the sea and had good scenery. Most importantly, there was a large open space with few traces of any cultivator. Yang Kai found Zhu Liang again and asked him to recruit some cultivator from Twin Shark Island to build a palace for him. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't let others work for free and would pay them saint crystals as a reward. How could Zhu Liang not agree to such a good thing? Even if Yang Kai didn't pay him saint crystals, he would still do it for Yang Kai, not to mention Yang Kai being so reasonable. There were 200,000 people on Twin Shark Island, so under Zhu Liang's orders, 1,000 of them were casually recruited and began to build the land chosen by Yang Kai. The speed at which the cultivator worked was naturally extremely fast, and in less than half a month, a magnificent palace covering an area of more than 10 kilometers was completed. Zhu Liang even added some furniture and decorations to the palace out of his own pocket. It wasn't until this time that Yang Kai took Yuxi and her 2 masters to move in. The palace was very large, and with only 4 people living in it, it was extremely quiet. Yuxi and her 2 masters didn't know why Yang Kai had built such a huge palace here, nor did they dare ask, so they just obediently followed Yang Kai and served him wholeheartedly. That night, Yang Kai called them to his room. "What instructions does young lord have for calling us over?" Yuxi asked curiously. "It's nothing important, sit down," Yang Kai gestured. After they were seated, Yang Kai said, "Since you have chosen to follow me in the future, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. I have a sect called High Heaven Sect, and I am the sect master. The headquarters of this sect is on a very distant cultivation star. Are you willing to join High Heaven Sect?" The 3 masters and disciples glanced at each other before turning to Yang Kai and nodding almost without thinking. "Naturally, we are willing." "Good. Then, from now on, you are also members of High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The sect's headquarters is a long way from here, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to visit it anytime soon, but rest assured, one day, I will take you there. High Heaven Sect will not be weak in the future." Chapter 1748. Next, Yang Kai inquired about the secret arts and artifacts Yuxi and her 2 disciples cultivated. The 3 of them explained in detail, not concealing anything. In terms of secret arts, Yang Kai could not give them too much advice and could only let them explore and cultivate on their own. As for artifacts, he was not stingy. Yuxi originally had 2 origin-grade artifacts, but both were origin-grade low rank. Although they could improve her combat power, it was still limited. Yang Kai gave his feather spirit arrow and the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array to Yuxi. With the improvement of his strength, these 2 artifacts had become somewhat useless to him. It was a pity to throw them away and useless to him. Needless to say, the feather spirit arrow was a powerful artifact. Once Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into it and activated it, it would release a powerful burst of power. Unfortunately, the Saint Qi stored in this artifact could only be used twice. After that, it would need to be recharged again. With Yang Kai's current means, he didn't need to use these artifacts when facing a 3rd-order origin returning realm master, and if he encountered an origin king, the power of the feather spirit arrow would not be ideal. It was a perfect gift for Yuxi to enhance her strength. The same was true for the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array, which was of little use to Yang Kai. However, if these 2 artifacts were given to Yuxi, they would greatly enhance her strength. With these 2 artifacts, Yuxi's 1st-order origin returning realm cultivation would be enough to pose a life-threatening threat to a 3rd-order cultivator. With these 2 artifacts in hand, Yuxi was overjoyed. Although she had Qin Wuhui to look after her in Sword Union, she was also following Gu Jian Xian. But how could she have the opportunity to obtain such good things? Kai Yang's generosity and wealth made her secretly shocked, but at the same time pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai did not give He Zhao and He Miao any artifacts because the 2 sisters had just received an artifact reward from Qin Wuhui. The 2 origin-grade mid-rank scimitar artifacts had been refined by them for a period of time and had gradually figured out how to use them. When the 2 scimitars were combined into one, they could form a circular blade. The grade of this artifact was comparable to origin-grade high rank and its lethality was astonishing. Something like a secret treasure. More was not always better. It had to be useful. Yang Kai handed the 2 origin condensing pills to He Zhao and He Miao. With their current situation, as long as they accumulated enough strength, they would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Other than that, Yang Kai also gave the 3 of them a large number of saint crystals and pills for their cultivation. Thus, he sent them off to cultivate in seclusion. Next, Yang Kai began to set up a super space array here, preparing to connect to the transit station he had left behind. He purposely chose the innermost palace as the location to set up the space array. With great familiarity, he refined all kinds of materials and engraved the formation. Infusing spatial energy, in just a few days, a super space array was formed. The space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hand had also been used up after he finished setting up the spirit array. The number of space spirit crystals was almost insufficient to meet the requirements of the spirit array, but fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was good and he didn't make any mistakes in his calculations, allowing him to complete the spirit array in the end. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation of Yu Shi and her 2 disciples and found that they were still in retreat. Only then did Yang Kai insert some saint crystals into the spirit array and activate it. After another transit station, Yang Kai soon arrived at the Ore Star. In the underground ruin that Yang Kai had discovered before, it was brightly lit and countless cultivators were bustling about. Yang Kai found that not only were there disciples from High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall here, but there were also people from Clear Sky Sect and Colored Glass Sect, as well as many cultivators from other sects that had good relations with High Heaven Sect. It seemed that Yi Shiyun and the others had established a foothold here, which was why the cultivator from other sects had come here to mine. Sect Master Yang. Just as Yang Kai was observing, a surprised call came from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and found that this person was actually MOU of Clear Sky Sect. Senior MO, Yang Kai greeted with a smile. It really is Sect Master Yang. MOU was overjoyed and quickly walked over. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Where did Sect Master Yang come from? Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai replied casually. Sect Master Yang is truly a genius. MOU said with a look of admiration, if it weren't for you, my Shadowed Stars cultivator would have been trapped in one place forever, but now we can actually transmit between stars at will. This kind of feat, I'm afraid no one in Stars territory except for our Shadowed Stars cultivator can achieve, right? Yang Kai chuckled but did not deny it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Without his space force as the foundation, a space array could not support ultra-long-distance transmission. In Stars territory, there might be a few super arrays, but they were definitely remnants from ancient times and were far less stable and secure than the ones personally arranged by Yang Kai. No one dared to use these super arrays unless it was absolutely necessary. Sect Master Yang, did you come here to find Great Elder Yi? MOU asked again. Where is Great Elder? Come, I'll take you there. MOU quickly led the way. On Shadowed Star, because of the rise of High Heaven Sect, countless sects and families had benefited greatly from it. Not to mention the last time Corpse Spirit Religion plundered Star, it was High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall who turned the tide. This time, Clear Sky Sect was given the opportunity to come to this Ore Star to mine rare ores because of their good relationship with High Heaven Sect. MOU and Yang Kai's friendship was not shallow, so at this moment, he was naturally very enthusiastic. Soon, Yang Kai met Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong somewhere in the ruins. After learning that Yang Kai had now arrived on a cultivation star called Azure Tree Star and had his own territory, everyone was extremely excited. This meant that a cultivator who had reached the limit of cultivation on Shadowed Star could finally break free from the shackles of world principles and try to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Especially for Yi Shiyun, she had been waiting for this day for a long, long time. When does Great Elder plan to leave? Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyun and asked. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Shiyun shook her head and said, "I won't go for the time being." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before quickly responding, "Is it because of yang inflammation?" Yi Shiyun pursed her lips lightly. "If I really break through to the Origin King realm on Azure Tree Star, it will be difficult for me to stay on Shadowed Star for long. Temple Master Qian's condition is the best example. I think, after she wakes up, I can deal with my own affairs." "Is that so?" Yang Kai heard this and did not try to persuade her otherwise. Yi Shiyun had paid a lot for yang inflammation. Last time, she had the opportunity to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, but because yang inflammation was still asleep, she chose to stay and guard him. This time, it was for the same reason. "That's good." Yang Kai smiled again. "In any case, with Great Elder situation, as long as the time is right, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to break through to the Origin King realm." "You think too highly of me," Yi Shiyun laughed self-deprecatingly. "Since ancient times, the Origin King realm has always been the highest realm a cultivator can reach. Countless Origin returning realm cultivators have been stuck at this juncture, unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm for their entire lives. Even I am not completely confident." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, knowing that Yi Shiyun was being modest. If Yi Shiyun was not completely confident before, now that she was constantly absorbing the energy of the territory stone and comprehending the mysteries of the territory field, she had at least an 80% chance of successfully breaking through to the Origin King realm. "In any case, I came back this time to tell you this news." Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. "As for when you will go to Azure Tree Star, you can decide for yourself. You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, Great Elder, Brother Mo, and I will definitely organize a group of people to go to Azure Tree Star." Xian Tong chuckled from the side. "How can we not seize such a good opportunity? Even if we break through to the Origin King realm and can't stay on Shadowed Star for long, it doesn't matter. In any case, as long as there is a space array, we can return to Shadowed Star at any time." "Good, when you arrive there, someone will receive you." Yang Kai nodded. "By the way, you have been mining here for so long, have you found any space spirit crystal lodes?" "No." Xian Tong shook his head and said, "This old master, Great Elder, and Brother Mo will go out from time to time to search for the location of mineral lodes. Although this ore star is extremely rich, we have not found any space spirit crystal lodes." Yang Kai did not have high expectations. He had just asked about space spirit crystals casually, so now that he received a negative answer, he was not disappointed. Yang Kai did not stay on the ore star for long. After leaving some instructions, he returned to the palace on Azure Tree Star through the space array again. This round trip only took him half a day, so when he returned, Yushi and her master and disciple trio were still in retreat. The next few days were uneventful. Zhu Liang had brought a few elders of Twin Shark Island to pay a visit. Their main purpose was to familiarize themselves with them. It wasn't a big deal. After all, Twin Shark Island was nominally Yang Kai's territory. In the future, they would have to rely on Yang Kai to survive, so how could they dare neglect him? Yang Kai did not pay much attention to the few First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators, simply entertaining them a little before sending them away. Yang Kai was waiting for news from Sword Union. He believed that a great force like Sword Union would definitely collect some space spirit crystals for him. As long as he had enough space spirit crystals, Yang Kai could set off again and spread cross-cultivation star space arrays across the entire territory of Shadowed Star. When that time came, the cultivator of Shadowed Star would be able to go wherever they wanted. Distance would no longer be a barrier for Shadowed Star's cultivator to travel across the territory of Shadowed Star. This was especially true for Tongxian realm. Yang Kai was very eager to connect Shadowed Star with his homeland. Unfortunately, there was no news from Sword Union. It was not until 2 months later that Yang Kai, who was in the middle of cultivation, received a report from Yushi, someone from Sword Union has arrived. Yang Kai was very excited and quickly got up to greet them, secretly looking forward to how many space spirit crystals he could obtain this time. He thought that Luo Lan would casually send someone to come and meet him, but to his surprise, the person who came was actually Luo Lan herself. Chapter 1749. Why has Senior Luo come here in person? Yang Kai asked after inviting Luo Lan into the palace and settling her down in the reception room. Little brother is young master's friend, so this queen should come here in person. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Why, am I not welcome? How could I dare? Senior's presence brings light to my humble abode, Yang Kai laughed. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. He did not believe that someone like Luo Lan would come here to enjoy the scenery. As for the reason she gave, it was not a good one. He just had a material transaction with Sword Union, so Luo Lan could have just sent someone to deal with such a trivial matter. Why would she need to come here in person? Yang Kai faintly realized that Luo Lan should have some other purpose for coming here, but since she did not intend to say anything, he pretended not to know. Your place is very quiet, Luo Lan said as she looked around. Luo Lan turned her head and looked around. In this 10-kilometer palace, only Yang Kai, Yushi, and her master and disciple lived here while Yushi and her master and disciple were in retreat. It could be said that in the entire palace, only Yang Kai would occasionally walk around. Usually, the temporary residence was indeed quiet and peaceful. Why didn't you ask Zhu Liang to send some servants? Luo Lan asked with seemingly concern. Yang Kai chuckled and said, there's no need for that, I can handle everything myself, why would I need servants? Indeed, it's better to be quiet, Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan smiled and suddenly said, these are the space spirit crystals little brother needs, although this queen has already sent people to collect them. Although this queen has already asked for space spirit crystals, you should know that they are still very rare. I don't know if this amount can meet your requirements. Saying so, Luo Lan took out a space ring and, with a flick of her finger, sent it flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it before releasing his divine sense to investigate it, his brow furrowing slightly. Luo Lan observed his expression and asked in surprise, what's wrong? With so many space spirit crystals, does little brother still think it's too little? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He nodded and said, not much. Luo Lan asked solemnly, what do you need so many space spirit crystals for? Besides being used to refine space rings, this thing doesn't seem to have any other use, right? Yang Kai chuckled but did not answer. Luo Lan also seemed to realize that she had asked something she shouldn't have and said apologetically, this queen is just a little curious, you don't have to mind it. Well, why don't you wait a little longer? I'll send a message to the home planet. Do you want them to help you collect them? In that case, how long will it take? Yang Kai asked. The home star isn't close to here, so even if we can collect enough space spirit crystals and send them here, it will take at least a year, but I don't know how many space spirit crystals we can collect there. Forget it then. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In a sense, the number of space spirit crystals Luo Lan had brought this time was not small. However, there was not much demand for Yang Kai. Because these space spirit crystals were only enough to arrange a single cross-cultivation star space array, not enough to meet his needs. If he wanted to connect Tong Xian Realm and Shadowed Star, he would need to arrange at least 2 or 3 space arrays to act as transits. Space spirit crystals are extremely difficult to form. Generally speaking, space spirit crystals appear as associated ores in rare quantities. However, this queen has heard that there are some void cracks that give birth to a large number of space spirit crystals. Luo Lan suddenly spoke of an unrelated topic before asking mysteriously, little brother, are you interested in looking for them yourself? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and grinned meaningfully. Is this the purpose of Senior's visit? Luo Lan smiled and did not deny it. Since you have seen through me, I have nothing to hide. Does Senior know where there are void cracks that give birth to space spirit crystals? Yang Kai asked. Luo Lan nodded. I just don't know if little brother wants to go. What if I say no? Yang Kai replied with a smile. Luo Lan did not seem surprised and simply chuckled. In addition to space spirit crystals, there is also a shocking void beast. Shocking void beast? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he muttered under his breath, immediately staring deeply at Luo Lan and quickly asking, it seems that Senior knows I am proficient in the Tao of Space. Did you learn this from Gu Jian Xian? If not, why do you think this queen came here personally? Luo Lan smiled tenderly. Since you used your space force in front of young master, you should have guessed that I would know about it. There's nothing surprising about this, but you can rest assured that I know about it, young master knows about it, and no one else will know about it. It doesn't matter if they know. Yang Kai shrugged. If I was afraid of others knowing, I wouldn't have used my Tao of Space to kill Li Minghai. Luo Lan was taken aback for a moment before smiling bitterly. She couldn't help feeling as if Yang Kai had shattered her hold on her with just a few words, making her feel powerless. After pondering for a moment, Luo Lan said seriously, little brother, since you cultivate the Tao of Space and have made some achievements in this territory, you must know the importance of the shocking void beast's monster core to you. This kind of ancient exotic beast that can freely shuttle through the void has long since gone extinct, but in a place I know of, there is one that still exists. If you can obtain its monster core, your attainments in the Tao of Space will definitely improve. Not to mention, there is a great possibility that there are many space spirit crystals there, which you need. If I'm not mistaken, you also need space spirit crystals to cultivate your Tao of Space, right? Yang Kai did not comment on her guess and instead asked, what kind of place is that? Seeing him finally show some interest, Luo Lan's expression shook, but she did not answer directly and instead said, if I told you that there is a higher realm above the Origin King realm, would you think I was lying to you? No. Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Lan was stunned. Someone once told me that the martial Tao has no peak. Naturally, the Origin King realm is not the ultimate goal of a cultivator, Yang Kai explained casually. So that's how it is. Luo Lan quickly relaxed. She had thought that Yang Kai knew some incredible information, but it turned out that it was just his own conjecture. But in fact, Yang Kai knew something, he just did not say it out loud. Luo Lan continued, whether the Origin King realm is the highest realm a cultivator can reach is not something anyone can say for sure, but there are legendary figures like the great emperors of Star Field. So many Origin King realm masters believe that there should be a higher realm above the Origin King realm, and that there should be a higher realm above the territory we live in. Why do you say that? Yang Kai frowned. Because the place I told you about may be a fragment of that higher realm, Luo Lan said solemnly. Luo Lan's expression was solemn. We call that place the Lost World. The laws and world energy there are different from any cultivation star in the star field. However, it also contained countless opportunities. Not to mention the many precious cultivation materials there, someone had even brought out a kind of spirit herb that surpassed Origin King grade. This spirit herb alone was enough to allow one's cultivation to take a step further. For Origin King realm cultivators like us, cultivating there is much easier, and if we are lucky, we may be able to break through our shackles and reach the next realm. The Lost World? Yang Kai raised his brow. The world principles there are more suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Is that the place you want me to go to? Yes, Luo Lan nodded. If that's the case, wouldn't those third-order Origin Kings also go there? In order to break through? Of course not, Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, that place is just a severed world. Although it was separated from a higher-level world, it is still a part of the star field and cannot satisfy the needs of a third-order origin king to break through. There have been third-order origin kings who went there, but the final results showed that they could not achieve much in their cultivation there. Moreover, how many third-order origin kings are there in star territory? They are all old monsters that don't appear in the world. You can't see them normally. Did a second-order origin king go there? That is possible, Luolan nodded. Since this is a place for origin kings to gain experience and cultivate, why are you looking for me? I am only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai was puzzled. A third-order origin returning realm cultivator like you can't be treated with common sense, can you? Luolan asked. This queen has never heard of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator being able to kill an origin king. Don't say it was because of a sneak attack. If an origin king could be killed so easily, they would not be origin kings. The reason why I'm looking for you is firstly because your strength is not weak, so you shouldn't be a burden to me. Secondly, I have something that I need your help for. My help? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before quickly understanding, Space Force? Luolan nodded, looking like she was not tired talking to smart people. That lost world is filled with a large number of void cracks. Some of these void cracks are visible, some are not, and some are even mobile. They pose a great threat to origin kings. Every time an origin king enters to explore, one of them will be swallowed by these void cracks. I don't want to become a victim this time. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, it should be easy for you to sense these void cracks. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded, but, as you said, is it really okay for you to bring an origin returning realm cultivator in? What's wrong with that? Luolan chuckled lightly. Any origin king who is qualified to enter can bring one person with them. When the time comes, you will know that you will not be the only origin returning realm cultivator there. There will be more? Yang Kai was surprised. Not too many, but since that place is suitable for origin kings to cultivate, it is naturally suitable for origin realm cultivators as well. It is only natural that some people want to use that place to break through to the origin king realm. Having said that, Luolan continued, that's all the information I know. I came here this time to ask little brother to lend me a hand. Of course, this will also be beneficial to you. Benefits are also accompanied by risks. You have already reached the third-order origin returning realm at such a young age. Could it be that you have not encountered many risks along the way? Luolan chuckled lightly. When a cultivator cultivates, they compete with the heavens, compete with others, and compete with themselves. They must forge ahead. Chapter 1750. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. Eat well, play well, rest well, but I'm still coughing and my lungs are faintly aching. Yang Kai took a deep breath, pondered for a while, and said, I need to think about this matter. Naturally, there is still time, so I ask little brother to consider it carefully before giving me an answer. Luolan saying this was already a show of sincerity. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Good, then I ask Senior to stay here for a few days. After 3 days, I will tell you. Then this queen will wait for good news. If I can get your help, I believe this queen will be much safer. 3 days later, Yang Kai and Luolan left Twin Shark Island together and set off for Azure Wood Palace. To be honest, the space spirit crystal that Luolan had mentioned before was not very attractive to Yang Kai. Although this thing was rare, Yang Kai only needed to travel to a few cultivation stars and he would eventually be able to collect some. With his current financial and material resources, Yang Kai could already purchase a large number of space spirit crystals. It would just take some time. What really attracted Yang Kai was the shocking void beast that could shuttle through the void. This kind of ancient exotic beast could shuttle through the void and wander through void cracks, so its monster core was of great help to one's cultivation of space force. Yang Kai's Space Force cultivation had reached a bottleneck so far, so opening the territory of the sealed world bead had become extremely slow, but if he could obtain the monster core of the shocking void beast and use it as the main material to refine a spirit pill, that would allow him to make a qualitative leap in his attainments in the Tao of space. Since no third-order origin king had entered the severed world, Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. He also had some confidence that he could escape from a second-order origin king master. So, after 3 days of consideration, Yang Kai agreed to Luo Lan's request. In the end, he agreed to Luo Lan's request and decided to go with her to the severed world. Before leaving, Yang Kai told Yuxi and her 2 disciples to stay behind and guard the palace. He also told them that if someone suddenly appeared in the palace with a cultivator token engraved with the Ling character, there was no need to panic because they were all from High Heaven sect. Just let them receive him properly. Although Yuxi and her 2 disciples were confused, unable to understand why someone would suddenly appear in the palace, they didn't ask any questions. A few days later, Yang Kai and Luo Lan arrived at the Azure Wood Palace. After arranging for Yang Kai to rest, Luo Lan began her preparations. Since she was going to leave the Azure Tree Star, she naturally had many things to do. He also needed to make all the necessary preparations for entering the Lost World. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai. He just sat in his room and meditated. Gu Jian Xian was no longer here. According to Luo Lan, the young lord of the Sword Union had left after a month. Before he left, he reminded Luo Lan many times. He had to take good care of Yang Kai. Time flew by and a month later. Yang Kai, who was meditating, sensed Luo Lan's divine sense call and immediately ended his retreat, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside the door, Luo Lan was waiting. After seeing him come out, she gently nodded and led the way. Outside the Azure Wood Palace, an origin-grade mid-rank starship was ready, and the 2 entered it. Not long after, the starship began to set off towards the star's territory. The Lost World is located somewhere in the star's territory and its entrance is surrounded by countless void cracks. Normally, it is impossible to enter. Only when the fluctuations from these void cracks stabilize slightly will there be an opportunity to open the entrance. At that time, it may require many origin kings to join forces to perform a secret technique. Let's wait there first and when the time is right, we can enter, Luo Lan explained to Yang Kai as she led him around the starship. Do you know all the origin kings who enter there? Yang Kai asked. I know some of them, and even if I don't know some of them, I've at least heard their names. However, I don't know who will enter this time. The time it takes to enter the Lost World is uncertain, so only those who have received news and hope to make a breakthrough will take the risk to enter. Luo Lan stopped in front of a room and said, You can live here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know. It will take us about a month to reach that place. Yang Kai nodded, pushed open the door, and entered. After entering the room, Yang Kai walked over to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A month passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent it in meditation. During this time, Luo Lan did not come to find him, and the other Sword Union cultivator did not disturb him. It was not until a month later that Yang Kai felt the starship stop. Luo Lan's voice sounded outside at the right time, Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived at the door, opened it, and nodded lightly to Luo Lan before the 2 walked out. The starship's hatch opened and the 2 turned into streams of light as they rushed out. After the 2 left, the starship sailed again and returned the way it came. Standing in the air, Luo Lan looked left and right to identify where she was before saying, Come with me. After saying so, she summoned her star shuttle and led the way with Yang Kai following closely behind. 2 streams of light, one in front and one behind, flew like lightning through the vast star territory. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed closely behind Luo Lan, avoiding the meteorites and storms in the star field that were everywhere in the star field. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly saw a vast expanse of white light in front of him. He looked up and saw a round object floating in the void at an unknown distance, emitting a dazzling light. Even from a long distance, Yang Kai could feel the fluctuations of space force coming from there. That's... Yang Kai turned to look at Luo Lan. That's the entrance. After seeing the scene in front of them, Luo Lan's expression also relaxed. It seems we came early. The entrance has not stabilized yet and cannot be opened for the time being. The fluctuations of space force are quite chaotic. Yang Kai muttered to himself. You can feel it? Luo Lan looked at him in surprise. You know I'm proficient in the Tao of space, so why can't you feel it? Yang Kai chuckled. Luo Lan's eyes lit up. Bringing you here was a wise choice. At this distance, I can only feel that the other side is very dangerous. Even if a third-order origin king tried to force their way in, I'm afraid they would be crushed to pieces. I don't know the specific situation. However, Yang Kai, you must remember not to expose this advantage of yours in front of others, otherwise. I know, Yang Kai interrupted her. How could he not understand the principle that an innocent man would get into trouble for possessing a jade ring? If this advantage of his was really exposed, he would likely become the target of all origin kings. Luo Lan gently nodded before continuing to fly forward with Yang Kai. The closer they got to the entrance, the more clearly Yang Kai felt the situation, and a look of excitement gradually appeared in his eyes. Originally, he had come here with Luo Lan for the sole purpose of obtaining the shocking Void Beast's monster core. However, as soon as he arrived here, he had already obtained a harvest. Others could only feel the danger at the entrance, but Yang Kai was able to comprehend the essence of space force from it. The chaotic fluctuations of space force allowed him to absorb and comprehend them, allowing him to integrate with his own understanding of the Tao of space, allowing him to gain a trace of enlightenment. A few hours later, the pair arrived not far from the entrance. Looking at it up close, Yang Kai saw that this entrance was about 5 kilometers in size and exuded a pure white light. However, from time to time, there were dark void cracks shuttling back and forth through the entrance, as agile as fish. These moving spatial rifts prevented anyone from trying to pass through the entrance. They were also the most dangerous barrier. Near the entrance, there were already a number of figures standing in the void. There weren't many of them, only 7 or 8 in total. These people had obviously arrived earlier than Yang Kai and Yang Kai. Most of them were alone while others were in groups of 2, but there were very few of them. Yang Kai didn't dare to investigate too presumptuously, but with a casual glance, he knew that these people were basically all origin kings. The positions they stood in were very scattered, indicating that they all came from different forces and had no intention of joining forces. Some of them were resting with their eyes closed while others were glancing around. Everyone's attire was quite different. When Luo Lan and Yang Kai stopped and revealed themselves, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Elder Luo dares to come to this kind of place? Not far to the left, a sharp voice suddenly called out with a hint of frivolity in its tone. Hearing this, Luo Lan frowned and looked towards the source of the voice, her expression changing slightly as she quickly said, "So, it's Elder Chui. What's wrong? Where Elder Chui can come, this queen can't." The cultivator surnamed Chui laughed. This Chui naturally didn't mean that, it's just, the severed world is extremely dangerous. Elder Luo is personally taking the risk, aren't you afraid of falling? There's no need to worry, Elder Chui should take care of himself first, Luo Lan replied impatiently. The two of them were arguing as soon as they met, so there was obviously some kind of grudge between them. Moreover, from the way they addressed each other, it seemed they were quite familiar with each other. Yang Kai stood beside Luo Lan, observing her silently, but secretly making inferences in his heart. The cultivator surnamed Shui was choked by Luo Lan's words, but he wasn't annoyed at all and simply smiled softly. Elder Luo, although there are some misunderstandings between you and me, we are all elders of Sword Union. Since we're here, why don't we join forces? In this way, the safety of the two of us will be greatly guaranteed. Luo Lan appreciates Elder Chui's kind intentions, but this consort isn't alone this time, so Elder Chui should invite someone else, replied Luo Lan indifferently as she rejected the other party's suggestion. Yang Kai's expression changed. Only now did he know that this guy surnamed Chui was actually an elder of Sword Union. It seemed that the other party was definitely from the faction of Sword Union's vice-union master, otherwise, Luo Lan would not treat him so coldly. The cultivator surnamed Chui stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, like a poisonous snake, his eyelids opening and closing as he asked, "Who is this boy to Elder Luo? Why has this old master never seen him before? Did Elder Luo bring him here because she wants him to gain something in the severed world, or is she expecting him to break through to the Origin King realm?" Chapter 1751. Do I need to tell you about my relationship with him? Elder Chui, aren't you talking too much? Luo Lan looked at the other party in disgust. The cultivator surnamed Chui chuckled meaningfully. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why be so overbearing? Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai gloomily and said in a creepy tone, "Boy, the severed world is very dangerous, don't die there." Yang Kai glanced at him with a cold expression, not showing any intention of answering. This made the cultivator surnamed Chui very angry. Luo Lan giving him face in public was one thing, after all, they were both Sword Union elders and their strength was not any worse, but Yang Kai, a trivial third-order origin returning realm cultivator, daring to act so arrogantly, naturally gave him an excuse to vent his anger. However, before he could attack Yang Kai, a cold snort came from not far away. What a joke. If there is an internal dispute in your Sword Union, you should resolve it quickly. What's the point of bringing it here? Do you want this old master to act as a referee and have the two of you fight first? The winner stays and the loser scrums. The speaker wore a dark purple robe and had a resolute face. His expression was dignified and he exuded an oppressive aura. The cultivator surnamed Chui and Luo Lan heard this and their expressions changed slightly. Luo Lan smiled awkwardly. This mistress didn't mean to embarrass herself, Sir Ni. The cultivator surnamed Chui also chuckled. Sir Ni doesn't need to take it to heart, I was just joking with Elder Luo. Humph. Sir Ni coldly snorted, not putting Luo Lan and the cultivator surnamed Chui in his eyes at all, coldly saying, "If that's the case, then be quiet. Don't disturb this old master." Luo Lan and the cultivator surnamed Chui both looked embarrassed and fell silent. However, the cultivator surnamed Chui still stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to commit Yang Kai's appearance to memory. He had just arrived here and was being targeted by an Origin King for no reason, which put Yang Kai in a very bad mood. That guy's name is Chui Hong, an elder of my Sword Union who is a sworn friend of Li Ming Hai. They were all from the Vice Alliance Master's faction. When we enter the severed world, you must be careful and don't leave my side. If he doesn't dare to deal with me directly, he'll definitely target you. Luo Lan's voice quietly entered Yang Kai's ears. She explained to him. Yang Kai nodded subtly. He also quietly asked, "Who is Mr. Ni? You all seem to be very afraid." "His name is Ni Guang. He's from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce," Luo Lan replied. "He's a second-order Origin King. Do you think Chui Hong and I wouldn't fear him?" "I see." Yang Kai understood. He raised his head and looked at Ni Guang. Coincidentally, he met the gaze of someone beside Ni Guang. Yang Kai was stunned. The owner of this gaze had a smile on his face and a strange light flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai's expression became bitter and he almost cursed out loud. Quickly averting his gaze, he lowered his head and covered half of his face with his hand while muttering in his heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Obviously, he was deceiving himself. After arriving here with Luo Lan, Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to the cultivator who had arrived here first. It was not until now that he noticed an old acquaintance standing next to An Guang. This man was handsome, tall, and had skin that was fairer than a woman's, as if it could be broken by a gentle breeze. A modest smile hung on his face, one that was enough to drive any woman crazy. Even men would stare at him for a while. He held a folding fan in his hand and appeared elegant and elegant. No matter what kind of young elite, they would feel inferior in front of him, as if he was born to be superior. He was simply synonymous with perfection. This guy, if not Shuayu's third young master, who else could he be? The last time Yang Kai met Shuayu was in the Emperor Garden, where they had fought fiercely. Fortunately, after the Emperor Garden closed, Yang Kai successfully got rid of her entanglement, but he had not expected to meet her again in the Severed World. However, this was not surprising. The Severed World's opportunities and risks coexisted. Although its existence was only known to a few masters, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, as one of the most powerful forces in the Star Territory, obviously knew about the Severed World. This time, a master like Ni Guang had been dispatched, so bringing Shuayu along for life experience was understandable. In a flash, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to understand the current situation. Immediately, he sighed, raised his head, and looked directly into Shuayu's eyes, grinning at her like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Shuayu was startled, as if she had not expected Yang Kai to be so bold, even daring to look at her with Ni Guang by her side, causing her to become a little annoyed and glare at Yang Kai fiercely. With her current handsome appearance, it was somewhat inappropriate for her to make such a gesture. Those who did not know the truth would likely think that Shuayu had some kind of mental problem. However, Yang Kai was very clear about her background, so seeing her suffer such a setback, Yang Kai smiled even more happily. Yang Kai had always been somewhat confused about his relationship with Shuayu. Although they were enemies, they had not reached the point where they had to fight to the death. It was nothing more than Yang Kai knowing one of Shuayu's biggest secrets, so Shuayu wanted to silence him. However, Shuayu had not really taken action to silence him. Even when she had sent people to chase Yang Kai on Rainfall Star, she had held back, only sending 2 cultivators who were not very strong, but in the end, they had been killed by Yang Kai. Although they were friends, it was impossible for them to treat each other with sincerity. The most likely explanation was that Shuayu felt that she had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai, so she was angry and wanted to teach him a lesson so he would remember this. However, her life was saved by Yang Kai, so between being grateful and venting her anger, Shuayu was caught between a rock and a hard place. Yang Kai did not know how to deal with his relationship with her, but Shuayu was also very confused. If she was an ordinary woman, it would have been fine, but she was the successor of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's president Aio. Perhaps Shuayu would become the leader of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce in the future, but her identity as a woman would not allow her to stand at the top of the Chamber of Commerce. The secrets she had hidden could not be exposed. The exchange of glances between the two naturally could not be hidden from the Origin Kings present. Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Do you know that young man? Do you know who he is?" "I know him," Yang Kai nodded. Luo Lan was stunned. "Do you have such a wide range of contacts?" Luo Lan had only heard of the famous Shuayu third young master but had never seen him before. She was able to recognize Shuayu at a glance because Ni Guang's attitude towards her seemed to be very modest. Ni Guang was a powerful master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, yet he was so modest towards a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Besides Shuayu, who else could make him act so? Ordinary origin returning realm cultivators were not even qualified to meet him, standing beside him would only be a yes man. Moreover, Shuayu's appearance was just as the rumors said, enough to charm thousands of people, men, women, old, and young alike. Even a master like Luo Lan could not help glancing at Shuayu a few times after seeing her. "Are you friends?" Luo Lan asked again. "Huh." Yang Kai did not know how to answer this question and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have some disputes with her." Disputes. Luo Lan's heart sank, subconsciously thinking that there was some kind of hatred between Yang Kai and Shuayu. If this was the case, her situation would not be good. While the two were whispering, Ni Guang and Shuayu also seemed to be talking about something. As the two of them talked, Ni Guang kept glancing over at Yang Kai, seemingly very interested in him. Yang Kai secretly cursed in his heart. He did not know what Shuayu had said to Ni Guang, but if she spoke ill of him behind his back, Ni Guang would likely attack him here. Thinking so, Yang Kai secretly told Luo Lan to run away as soon as the situation turned bad and not to think about the severed world anymore. How could Luo Lan dare not agree? At the same time, she also regretted dragging Yang Kai here. If she had been alone, although the danger would have been greatly increased, she would not have been targeted before she even entered. If it was just Cui Hong, she was not afraid, but Ni Guang was different. A second-order origin king was enough to force Luo Lan to retreat. On the other side, the conversation between Ni Guang and Shuayu seemed to have come to an end. The second-order origin king stared at Yang Kai with piercing eyes, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him as he stared at Shuayu silently. Shuayu smiled innocently as she opened the folding fan in her hand and gently waved it twice, putting on the image of a refined young man. During her confrontation with Yang Kai, Shuayu had rarely seen Yang Kai suffer, but now, with the help of Ni Guang's power, Yang Kai was unable to speak, causing Shuayu great joy. "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's place?" Ni Guang suddenly asked. As soon as this statement came out, the origin kings scattered around all looked startled and turned strange looks towards Yang Kai, sizing him up. No one knew why Ni Guang would suddenly invite a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and why this cultivator had come with Luo Lan of Sword Union. This was a clear attempt to poach Yang Kai, making it difficult for everyone to understand. If Yang Kai's strength was comparable to Ni Guang's, then it was understandable that Ni Guang wanted to form an alliance to explore the severed world together. However, Yang Kai was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so what kind of ability did he have to attract Ni Guang's attention? Yang Kai also did not expect things to develop like this. He had thought that Shuayu would speak ill of him in front of Ni Guang so Ni Guang would teach him a lesson, so when Ni Guang sent out this invitation, he was also stunned and shot a suspicious glance towards Shuayu, wondering what she was up to. Shuayu smiled smugly, still waving the folding fan in her hand, as if she had come here to enjoy the scenery, the expression on her face inscrutable. Hateful woman. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Chapter 1752. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai cupped his fists to Ni Guang and said, "This junior appreciates senior's kindness, but this junior's strength is too low. If he were to accompany senior, he is afraid he would only be a burden to senior." Huh. Ni Guang smiled lightly, "You're quite self-aware, but, since this old master has invited you, naturally he has the confidence to protect you. What's wrong? Are you questioning this old master's methods?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and Luo Lan's expression also changed slightly as she signaled Yang Kai to pay attention to his words. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully and said again, "Senior's strength is profound and his cultivation is profound, this junior does not dare to have any doubts, but, this junior came with Senior Luo this time, so, you're spoiling my mood." Ni Guang coldly snorted, seemingly dissatisfied with Yang Kai's evasiveness. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, he said, "In that case, you can come with Elder Luo. Elder Luo, if you join forces with this old master, what do you think?" His last sentence was directed at Luo Lan. Luo Lan was startled and a trace of hesitation and struggle flashed across her face, but she quickly recovered and smiled. "Since Senior Ni is so kind, this mistress will accept." Saying so, she signaled to Yang Kai and took the lead to fly towards Ni Guang. Since she had already gone, there was no point in Yang Kai continuing to insist, so he could only sigh and chase after her. A moment later, the two arrived beside Ni Guang and Xueyu, forming a small group. Among the people present, only Ni Guang had brought Xueyu, an Origin returning realm master, while the other Origin kings had come alone. Now, with the addition of Luo Lan and Yang Kai, Ni Guang's side suddenly had 4 people. In terms of numbers alone, they had already crushed everyone, but whether these 2 Origin returning realm masters would be a burden or would be of some use was unknown. After inviting Luo Lan and Yang Kai, Ni Guang was no longer in the mood to talk and simply stood in the void, closing his eyes to rest. After Luo Lan came over, she also seemed a little cautious. After all, her cultivation was not as high as Ni Guang's. Moreover, she did not belong to the same force as Ni Guang. This made her somewhat uncomfortable. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was even more depressed, remaining silent. Xueyu closed the folding fan in her hand and smiled. "Brother Yang, it's good fortune to meet you. I didn't expect to see you here." "It's fate." "What?" Kai Yang glared at her. Without any trace of politeness, she said, "Let's make things clear first. I'm not interested in homosexual affairs. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me." Luo Lan quickly turned her head. A strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she glanced between Yang Kai and Xueyu, her expression filled with shock and confusion. To say you, Xueyu you. Senior SS's, B, what's? Yang Kai snorted and put on a haughty look. "What you think in your heart, only you know." Yang Kai's ambiguous words made Xueyu feel more and more at a loss. Coupled with the strange looks Luo Lan and Ni Guang were giving her, Xueyu was unable to control her emotions for a while and the blush on her face quickly spread to her neck. He. Luo Lan didn't know what to say and simply let out a meaningless laugh, seemingly trying to ease the awkward situation but only making it worse for Xueyu. If you dare to speak rudely again, I'll kill you." Xueyu grit her teeth and put on a posture of irreconcilable hatred towards Yang Kai, trying to clarify her orientation. "Are you willing?" Yang Kai sneered, staring straight into Xueyu's eyes. Xueyu was speechless and ground her teeth, her Saint Chi showing signs of going berserk. Ni Guang's eyes narrowed as he grinned meaningfully. "Little boy, your courage isn't small, daring to speak such nonsense in front of this old master. No wonder third young master treats you so favorably, but your nonsense ends here. If you keep it up, it'll be a bit of a claptrap." Yang Kai grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Ni Guang had already given him such a warning, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. He was just angry at Xueyu for tying him to her, so he wanted to disgust her a little. After saying this, Ni Guang closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was somewhat restless, her eyes drifting back and forth between Yang Kai and Xueyu, as if she wanted to know if there really was some unspeakable secret between these two. Could it be that the famous third young master of Xueyu really liked men and not women? Otherwise, why would he be acting so guilty? What exactly had happened between these 2 young men? Luo Lan's thoughts ran wild for a while, causing her face to go red. "You, come here." Xueyu suddenly calmed down, the blush on her face receded like a tide, she coldly shouted at Yang Kai, then flew away. She obviously wanted to find a secluded place to talk to Yang Kai, so that he wouldn't say anything embarrassing. Yang Kai frowned, He didn't want to follow them, but when he thought about Ni Guang's reaction, he had no choice but to follow. Young people are always so insolent, Elder Luo, don't mind them. After the two of them left, Ni Guang suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. Haha, Mr. Ni is right. Luo Lan forced a smile. 30 li away from the entrance, Xueyu stopped and turned her head to look back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated light. When Yang Kai caught up with her, she shouted, "How can you be like this? How can you be like this?" Yang Kai asked. Like what? Xueyu grit her teeth. If you see me, just pretend you don't see me. Why do you insist I follow you? Yang Kai was annoyed. Do you know how dangerous the severed world is? Even origin kings may not be able to guarantee their safety there. I asked you to follow Uncle and I because I don't want you to have any accidents. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Xueyu said angrily, almost spitting on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly smiled slyly as he stared at Xueyu's face. What do you want? Xueyu felt a little guilty under this invasive gaze and couldn't help taking 2 steps back. Didn't you want to kill me to silence me? Why are you so concerned about me? Yang Kai said with a smile, I know your secret, so wouldn't my death be exactly what you want? That way, no one will be able to expose your secret. You're so concerned about me, it's like you've fallen in love with me. Beauty, isn't that good? Xueyu heard this and curled her lips, don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? Who do you think I, Xueyu, am? Why would I fall in love with a shameless guy like you? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he rubbed his chin and pondered. His serious and focused appearance caused Xueyu's heart to skip a beat, thinking that her words had hurt Yang Kai's self-esteem and she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said in a serious tone, shouldn't women have special feelings for their first man? Am I wrong? Who is your first man? Xueyu grit her teeth and roared word by word. Although there hasn't been any substantial progress between you and me, at the very least, we've had skin-to-skin contact and treated each other honestly. Before Yang Kai finished speaking, his face changed and he stretched out his hand to grab at the void in front of him. From the void, a surge of Saint Qi suddenly erupted as Xueyu's hand wrapped in a deathly aura reached out towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body trembled, but he also took this opportunity to grab Xueyu's small hand, and with a twist of his body, he leapt behind her and wrapped his arms around her neck, restraining her movements. Xueyu still wanted to struggle, but Yang Kai moved like a bolt of lightning and grabbed her other hand. In an instant, Xueyu was subdued. Her face changed slightly as she whispered, "You're so strong now. Don't look down on me, beauty." Yang Kai blew into her ear and held her tightly, also, it's not good to fight as soon as we meet. Let go. Xueyu bit her thin lip lightly. The hot breath in her ear made her itch all over, and the body pressed against her back also gave her an astonishing amount of heat, instantly reminding Xueyu of all the things that had happened with Yang Kai on that dead star. Every time she thought about it, she would feel hot all over. Don't be like this. Xueyu struggled for a while but found that she couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grip, her voice lowering as she asked, if someone saw this, how would I explain it? Yang Kai stared at her red earlobes and laughed maniacally, your mouth says you don't want to, but your body is quite honest. These ambiguous words made Xueyu feel even more ashamed. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her tone and said, don't make trouble. If you let go of me, I promise I won't do anything to you. Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a while before nodding, good. Xueyu's attack just now had no murderous intent, so obviously she didn't really want to take his life. Of course, Yang Kai didn't take this to heart. As he spoke, he released Xueyu's hands. The moment she was free, Xueyu leapt forward several dozen meters, quickly opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai, gritting her teeth as she glared at him with an expression that said she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. After a while, Xueyu straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes, and with this action, her mood gradually calmed down. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious, completely different from his previous vulgar self. Xueyu felt quite uncomfortable. "Why did you ask Ni Guang to invite me for no reason?" "It's for your own good, you don't believe me?" Xueyu raised her brow. "You really do like me?" Yang Kai said solemnly. "Shameless." Yang Kai laughed. "I was just joking, don't get so worked up." Xueyu took a few deep breaths before doing her best to speak in a calm tone. "Last time in the Emperor Garden, the transaction between you and me was not completed yet, did you forget?" Chapter 1753. A deal? Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of deal? You haven't really forgotten, have you?" Xueyu looked at him and sneered. "So that's how it is. It seems that you were too busy flirting with that dragon lady from Monster Star to remember what I said." Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. "Why do I smell a sour scent? Stop pestering me." Xueyu shouted angrily. "But, how do you know she's from Monster Star? Did you inquire about her later?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. "So what if I did?" Xueyu raised her chin slightly and coldly snorted. "That shameless dragon lady, besides being from Monster Star, where else could she have come from?" "I really did inquire about her." Yang Kai muttered to himself. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. I remember the deal you mentioned." "Good. What about that thing?" "You mean the thing inside the stone tablet?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. He naturally remembered the scene at that time and also remembered the deal he made with Xueyu. Xueyu said at that time that as long as he gave her the stone tablet inside the stone tablet, all grievances between her and Yang Kai would be written off and she would never bother him again. At that time, Yang Kai also agreed, but before he could hand over the stone tablet to Xueyu, the Emperor Garden closed without warning, causing the transaction to fail. Later, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet contained a shocking secret technique, the star refining art. This was a supreme secret technique that allowed a cultivator to become a star's star master by refining their star essence. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chang was able to refine Tongxian realm star essence as a Saint King realm cultivator not only because Tongxian realm was on the verge of collapse, but also because of the star refining art. Otherwise, with Xia Ning Chang's cultivation at the time, she may not have been able to successfully refine Tongxian realm star essence and become the star master of Tongxian realm. This secret technique was undoubtedly enough to shock the entire star territory. The value of a secret technique that allowed the masters of Tongxian realm to set off a sea of blood was immeasurable. Xueyu did not know about the star refining art, but Yang Kai did. So naturally, she could not easily. Even if the other party was Xueyu. Was the relationship between Xueyu art and Yu? Xueyu was Xueyu of course. I don't know. Xueyu shook her head. Xueyu's father was naturally President AIO of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had heard a lot about this master of Man Xing's territory. It was just that Yang Kai had never seen him before. He knew that AIO was a second-order origin king but had never been able to break through to the third order. Even so, AIO, who had the backing of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, was not an existence to be underestimated. Yes, that's why I hope you can give me the stone tablet. Let me give it to my father. Xueyu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. How can you be so sure that the things recorded in that book will allow your father to break through to the third order? You don't even know what that thing is for. Xueyu smiled and said, my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has existed for so many years, so there is always some information that others don't know about. There is no need to tell you about this. Yang Kai nodded. He began to ponder. In a sense, Xueyu was right. The star refining art might really be the key to AIO's breakthrough to the third order. After all, with AIO's identity and heritage as a veteran origin king, coupled with the star refining art, it was not impossible for him to refine the star source of a cultivation star. Once he succeeded, with the feedback and nourishment from the star's star source, he would surely be able to break through smoothly. Of course, there were bound to be some unavoidable risks, and if things went wrong, his soul would be destroyed. Understanding this, Yang Kai was secretly surprised by the information Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had. The star refining art was sealed in a stone tablet in the depths of the Emperor Garden. Before breaking the stone tablet, Yang Kai did not realize that there was something inside, but Hangluo Chamber of Commerce knew about it in advance. I hope you can give that thing to me. Xueyu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Even if it's just a copy, it doesn't matter. That stone tablet should record some kind of secret technique, right? I don't want the stone tablet itself, I just need you to copy it. I'll need to think about it. Yang Kai thought about it and replied. No problem, Xueyu readily agreed, but before that, you must act with me. Yang Kai chuckled, with Ni Guang here, it's impossible for me to leave you. Who knows? You're too slippery, if I'm not careful, you might run away. Xueyu snorted lightly, that's why I asked Uncle Ni to invite you. This was the main purpose of Xueyu asking Ni Guang to bring Yang Kai along. The moment she saw Yang Kai arrive here, Xueyu knew that the task she had failed to complete in the past had been completed. Since we've agreed, let's go back first. The entrance will open soon, so don't run around after we enter, Xueyu said worriedly. Got it. Not long after, the two returned to the entrance again. Ni Guang was still resting with his eyes closed while Luo Lan stood to the side, waiting quietly. Seeing the two reappear, Luo Lan just gently nodded and didn't ask anything. Xueyu, Yang Kai suddenly leaned over to Xueyu and called out softly. What do you want? Xueyu was inexplicably nervous and frowned, can you not get so close? Yang Kai glanced at her strangely before asking, who are the people here? Do you know them? Xueyu said, some I know, some I don't. Then this person, do you know him? Yang Kai said while winking in a certain direction. Xueyu glanced over quietly and found that the Origin King Realm Master was wrapped in a mass of black qi, making it impossible for her to see his face. This black qi was like a living creature, giving off an extremely uncomfortable aura that caused one to shudder. I've never seen or heard of him, Xueyu couldn't help shuddering as she whispered back, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with him? I don't know if it's just my imagination, but he seems to be very concerned about me, Yang Kai frowned. Xueyu was surprised. Of course, she didn't think that Yang Kai was imagining things. Yang Kai's strength wasn't weak, so if someone was really paying attention to him, he would definitely have sensed it. Since he had said so, the powerhouse shrouded in black qi was definitely paying attention to him. As if confirming Yang Kai's statement, when Xueyu was secretly observing the other party, a strange cackle rang out from the mass of black qi, one that was extremely harsh to the ears. Xueyu couldn't help turning pale. This person is very dangerous, don't provoke him. Ni Guang suddenly opened his eyes and said softly, his expression serious. Uncle Ni, what is the origin of this person? Xueyu asked. I don't know, Ni Guang shook his head. Ni Guang shook his head, among the origin kings I know of, none of them match this person. However, this old master can feel that he is very strong, perhaps not inferior to this old master. So, he is also a second-order origin king? This old master can't judge whether he is a second-order origin king or not, unless we fight him, Ni Guang slowly said. In any case, don't provoke him. This person's aura is extremely sinister, so he should be cultivating some kind of evil secret art. I understand, Shuiyu nodded obediently. Next, in order to prevent Yang Kai from provoking someone he shouldn't, Shuiyu carefully introduced him to the origins and identities of the origin kings present. There were more than a dozen people present, and Shuiyu knew about 80% of them. Occasionally, there were 2 or 3 she didn't know, but she could still make some guesses. Yang Kai memorized the appearances and identities of these people one by one in preparation for emergencies. Outside the entrance, everyone waited quietly. From time to time, a new origin king would arrive, find a place to rest, and close their eyes to rest. About 3 days later, in the distant star field, a bright stream of light suddenly appeared. This stream of light glowed purple and was extremely dazzling. When this purple light appeared, Ni Guang opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction this purple light had come from, coldly snorting. That old fart actually came. He seemed to be able to see the identity of this person at a glance. But that's fine, since he's here, it's enough, Ni Guang said again. The aura contained in this purple light was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to Ni Guang's, so it was obvious this person was a second-order origin king. Noticing this, the expressions of the first-order origin kings who had arrived here before changed slightly. Only the figure wrapped in black chi continued to laugh strangely. Although he didn't seem to care, his laughter was hair-raising. After a while, the purple light arrived in front of everyone and dissipated, revealing 2 figures wrapped in it. Both of them were tall and sturdy, looking as if they were carved from the same mold. They also had long purple hair that draped over their shoulders, looking confident and unruly, as if they were independent of each other. The 2 of them looked like brothers. But if one observed carefully, they would find that this was not the case, because the cultivation gap between the 2 was very big. One of them was a second-order origin king while the other was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the same realm as Shuiyu and Yang Kai. After their figures appeared, the 2 men's eyes narrowed as they looked around before focusing their attention on Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's side. Ni Guang and the second-order origin king stared at each other. Shuiyu and the third-order origin returning realm cultivator's eyes met. Neither of them showed weakness, neither of them flinched, each of them wearing a calm expression. Ha ha ha. A heaven-shaking laughter rang out as the purple-haired second-order origin king laughed, looking extremely forthright. I've made everyone wait, this old master came a little late. No one was waiting for you, Zilong. You still like to think too highly of yourself. Ni Guang sneered. Is that so? I thought brother and I couldn't wait for me to come, Zilong grinned meaningfully. Chapter 1754. Without you, this entrance can still be opened, we just need to wait for a few more people, Ni Guang said lightly, but since you're here, there's no need to wait. In that case, let's begin, Zilong smiled meaningfully. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Yang Kai immediately knew the identity of the newcomer. The purple-haired young man with a second-order origin king cultivation was the sect master of Purple Star, Zilong. Figuring this out, the identity of the other person was also clear, Purple Star's young master, Zidong. Yang Kai only knew about Zidong because Gu Jianxian had inadvertently mentioned him. Gu Jianxian mentioning Zidong alongside Shuiyu was naturally an acknowledgement of Zidong's great strength. These 3 young talents were the most famous in the entire Star territory. Because the 3 of them represented 3 different great forces, and all 3 were the future successors of these 3 great forces. Below them, there were many masters of the younger generation whose fame spread far and wide. For example, Master Wu Dao's disciple Su Bin Bai, monster stars Shan Qing Luo, and the descendants of several monster race tribal lords, but none of them were as famous as these 3. However, it was undeniable that the future of Star territory would be dominated by these people. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances existed between Zidong and Shuiyu, or if it was just the competitive nature of the younger generation, but as soon as these 2 met, they both showed eager expressions, as if they couldn't wait to fight here. However, now was obviously not a good time. The arrival of Zilong allowed the opening of the entrance to be carried out. As such, Ni Guang and Zilong took charge and called on all the Origin Kings to begin. After a brief discussion, the Origin King realm masters present dispersed, each choosing a position close to the entrance and waiting with rapt attention. Then, shall we begin? Zilong turned his gaze to Ni Guang and asked. Ni Guang nodded lightly, and in the next moment, a majestic Saint Chi burst out from his body as he formed a complicated seal with his hands. Immediately after, Yang Kai pointed forward with one hand. A beam of energy visible to the naked eye shot out from his hand and poured into the white circular entrance. Zilong also laughed as he pushed his Saint Chi. It poured into the entrance. The other Origin King realm masters followed suit. Even that person was shrouded in black gas and did not reveal his true appearance. This person with a rather suspicious background didn't have any intention of being negligent at this moment, and cooperated with the others to take action. A buzzing sound suddenly came from the entrance that was emitting a pure white light. The originally drifting space crack at the entrance seemed to be bound by an invisible force and was fixed in place. The entrance itself seemed to have become a bottomless pit, greedily and madly swallowing the Saint Chi of the many Origin Kings present. Of all the people present, only Yang Kai, Shuiyu, and Zidong, the three Origin returning realm cultivator, did not take action and simply watched. After all, no matter how outstanding their aptitude was or how profound their heritage was, there was still a fundamental gap between them and an Origin King. This act of forcibly opening the entrance to the severed world was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for the three of them. Rather than wasting their strength, it was better to preserve their strength and deal with the dangers that might arise after entering the severed world. Time passed slowly. None of the Origin Kings had relaxed expressions as they continued to pour their Saint Chi into the entrance, consuming a great deal of their energy. Fortunately, all of them had prepared a lot of pills to restore their Saint Chi, so they naturally used them at this moment. The difference in cultivation was obvious at this moment. First-order Origin Kings like Luolan and Cui Hong were all sweating profusely as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Only second-order Origin Kings like Ni Guang and Zilong were able to maintain their calm. More and more void cracks were fixed at the entrance, and as Saint Chi was poured in, the fluctuations coming from these void cracks gradually dissipated, showing faint signs of stabilizing. Seeing this, Yang Kai roughly figured out how everyone would enter the severed world. Indeed, as he guessed, when the number of stabilized void cracks at the entrance to the white light reached a certain number, Ni Guang suddenly shouted, "It's done." As soon as his voice fell, all the Origin Kings stopped what they were doing and each chose a different void crack, turning into a stream of light that rushed into the entrance. After they entered, the spatial cracks that had been stabilized suddenly began to move violently, and began to move back and forth. Ni Guang and Luolan stood side by side and beckoned to Yang Kai and Shuiyu. After the two of them flew over, Ni Guang and Luolan each released their Saint Chi and wrapped it around one of them before rushing towards the largest void crack. To the side, a purple light flashed and Zilong's laughter rang out, "Brother Ni, this old master will take his leave first. Don't die in there." As soon as these words fell, Zilong took Zidong and disappeared into the entrance. Ni Guang coldly snorted before rushing in after them. In an instant, the void, which was originally filled with people, was completely empty. After everyone disappeared, the entrance began to distort and more void cracks appeared, gradually becoming more and more dangerous. It was conceivable that even if there were as many Origin Kings here as before, there would be no way to open the entrance again. If one wanted to enter, they would have to wait for the next opportunity, and no one knew when that would happen. After Yang Kai followed Luolan into the void crack, he felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he was falling into an endless abyss. His divine sense also felt great pressure, the most obvious sign of a space transmission. He could perceive that Luo Lan was circulating her strength to resist the pressure coming from all directions, but this kind of transmission was nothing to him. After all, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so this kind of pressure from space principles was nothing to him. The entire transmission process was very fast, and almost as soon as they entered the entrance, Yang Kai saw the scenery of another world appear in front of him. The sky was dim and there seemed to be a chaotic power surging above. There was no sun, no moon, no stars, and the earth was desolate and dry, barren, and cracked. The position where everyone appeared was mid-air, so as soon as they arrived here, they began to fall involuntarily. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around and found that Ni Guang, Xueyu, and Luo Lan were all here. However, the others were not here. This was easy to understand. After all, everyone had not entered this place through the same void crack. Every spatial rift should have a different teleportation location. Circulating their Saint Qi, the four of them floated down lightly, Ni Guang and Luo Lan both showing relieved expressions. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger as soon as we arrived, Luo Lan said softly. Even someone as strong as Ni Guang. Luo Lan nodded in agreement, feeling that their luck was quite good. Throughout history, the origin kings who entered the severed world had not always had a smooth journey. Not to mention the many crises here that even origin kings could not resolve, just the dangers one might encounter upon entering this place were enough to make an ordinary origin king struggle to cope. If one were to encounter an extremely fierce monster beast, it was possible to die here. Ninth-order monster beasts were everywhere here, and 10th-order monster beasts were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. There were even legendary 11th-order and 12th-order monster beasts, however, the four of them were quite lucky. After landing, Yang Kai noticed that this place was different from Star's territory. The world principles here seemed to be extremely powerful. His Saint Qi and divine sense were not affected, but his Shi was suppressed. He tried to release the power of his Shi but found that the power he could exert had been reduced by at least half. Perceiving his actions, Xueyu said from the side, "There's no need to try, everyone is like this. Not only our Shi, but even Uncle Ni's territory is suppressed. The world principles here are powerful and profound, affecting Shi and territory to varying degrees." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression relaxing slightly. Ni Guang looked around and released his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing that could threaten him, he turned back to Luo Lan and asked, "Elder Luo, what do you plan to do next?" Luo Lan was startled and asked suspiciously, "What Senior Ni means is?" Ni Guang pondered for a moment before saying, "So, the reason this old master invited you was because third young master wanted this young man to follow him." As for Elder Luo, he didn't even consider it. Before entering this place, this old master couldn't say anything, but now that we're here, this old master wants to ask, "Do you want to act with us or alone?" But let me say this first, this old master must take this young man with him. Although he didn't know why Xueyu insisted on keeping Yang Kai here, he knew Xueyu's character and knew that the third young master would never act without thinking. Since Xueyu wanted to keep Yang Kai here, there must be a reason. Seeing Luo Lan pondering, Ni Guang said, "If you come with this old master, your safety will definitely increase a lot, but this old master can't guarantee you will obtain any benefits. If you separate from this old master, although the risk factor will be higher, if you can obtain something here, it will be worth it." The meaning of this statement was that even if Ni Guang found something good, he wouldn't share it with Luo Lan unless he needed Luo Lan's cooperation. "I understand," Luo Lan nodded. "But I still want to go with you. After all, I brought Yang Kai here, so this mistress can't just ignore him." She didn't dare act alone without Yang Kai. Before learning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, Luo Lan hadn't even prepared to come to this severed world. Although she had already received news, she wasn't confident she could survive here alone. It was only after learning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space that she decided to come here. As such, she didn't want to be separated from Yang Kai no matter what. Seeing her make such a choice, Ni Guang didn't show too much surprise. In that case, let's go together. Elder Luo, what is the main purpose of your visit this time? Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. No special purpose, just leave it to fate. She didn't dare to say anything about the shocking void beast, otherwise, with Ni Guang's shrewdness, he would definitely infer something. Chapter 1755. After some discussion, the group of 4 decided to find a nearby place to adjust their breathing. After all, in the process of opening the entrance to the severed world, both Ni Guang and Luo Lan had consumed a lot of energy. In this kind of dangerous place, they needed to maintain their peak condition in order to cope with the dangers they might encounter next. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities in the vicinity of Pingnan. Ni Guang led everyone into a gully and hid their figures. The gullies here were crisscrossed and crisscrossed, like a series of large and small canyons. After diving into the gully, looking up, one could only vaguely see the dim light coming from above. This place was at least a few thousand meters from the ground. At the bottom of the gully, a cold wind blew and it was quite cold. Yang Kai and Xueyu were both full of energy, and although their cultivations were not as strong as Origin King's, they were not weak, so naturally, they were responsible for guarding this place. Ni Guang and Luo Lan each chose a position not far from each other, took a spirit pill, and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai guarded Luo Lan while Xueyu guarded Ni Guang, each performing their own duties. The world was silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the cold wind blowing from the bottom of the gully, adding a sense of horror to the atmosphere. Xueyu glanced around from time to time, seemingly a little nervous. No matter how high her cultivation was, no matter how strong she was still a woman and instinctively felt fear and vigilance towards this kind of environment. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face as he simply closed his eyes and released his divine sense to monitor the surroundings to avoid any accidents. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that he was lying on a bed. The bed was probably a wooden one, and the material was hard. He looked up and saw a simple and crude roof. Wind was leaking in everywhere. He turned his head and looked around. The furnishings in the room were also extremely bleak. There was only a table and a chair. This scene was quite familiar. Yang Kai could not help showing a puzzled look. His mind was muddled, making it impossible for him to think clearly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important, but he tried to recall. All he could do was feel pain in his head. He couldn't even remember what he was doing before. He shook his head. Standing up from the simple wooden bed, he opened the door. Then, he pushed the door open and walked out. He stood outside the house and looked around. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, and Yang Kai immediately remembered. He was now a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, but because he had been in the sect for almost 3 years, he had yet to meet the sect's requirements for his cultivation, so he was unable to be promoted to an official disciple. He could only sweep the sect's floors to make a living while cultivating, hoping that one day he would be able to achieve his dream of being promoted to an official disciple. There was a broom outside the house. At this moment, the sky was not yet bright. It was the darkest moment before dawn. Yang Kai laughed at himself and walked up to pick up the broom to start the day's work. In front of the sect's main roads, the contribution hall, the martial testing hall, the martial skills hall, all that was left was Yang Kai's busy figure. All the roads had been cleaned up. He was the lowest-ranked disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and also the most hard-working disciple. The sky gradually brightened. Many brothers gathered around Yang Kai, ready to challenge him. In the end, a junior brother who was only at the 4th stage of qi refining won, beating Yang Kai and leaving. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Yang Kai slowly clenched his fists as he felt the pain in his body. As if he had noticed something, his line of sight shifted towards a tree not far away. On the tree, there was a figure quietly standing with one foot on the crown. Her face could not be seen clearly because there was a veil covering her face. Her figure was graceful, and there was a sapphire-like ornament on her forehead. Her eyes were clear and innocent, as flawless as water. Yang Kai quietly looked at her. He inexplicably felt that this woman seemed to be very important to him, but as for why he had such thoughts, he couldn't figure it out. Their eyes met for only a moment before the veiled woman's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The woman's disappearance caused him to feel a sudden pain in his heart. It was as if someone had grabbed him, making it hard for him to breathe. Shaking his head, Kai Yang struggled to get up from the ground. Picking up the broom on the ground, he struggled to return to his little wooden hut. In the end, he was unable to complete the sex requirements before the deadline. In the end, he was still unable to become a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. When he was expelled from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai silently packed up his things, packed them into a small package, and followed the path he had walked countless times down the mountain. Standing in front of the mountain gate, Yang Kai looked back at the plaque engraved with the 3 words, High Heaven Pavilion. He stood there, his thoughts drifting. Today, he was only 15 years old, but regarding the future, he was at a loss. At the foot of the mountain, a group of senior sister and brothers were walking towards him. The leader of the group was a woman with a sword in her hand. Her temperament was ice cold, and her whole person was like an ice doll, exquisite and exquisite. She wore a pure white dress and was surrounded by the others like stars surrounding the moon. The group of people chatted and laughed, and soon arrived not far from Yang Kai. Perceiving his abnormality, the leader of the group stopped and looked at Yang Kai, lightly opening her mouth and asking, "Junior brother, do you want to go down the mountain?" Yang Kai turned his head to look, and after seeing the other party's face, he couldn't help but be slightly startled, blurting out, "Su Yan." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years and was familiar with this senior sister and had seen her valiant and heroic appearance many times, the two of them had never even exchanged a single word. After all, High Heaven Pavilion's senior sister was a high and mighty figure while Yang Kai was just a trial disciple. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great, and they simply weren't people he could talk to. He didn't know why he had suddenly called out the other party's name. Moreover, it sounded so familiar, as if he had called out her name countless times. This name also seemed to be a name that haunted his dreams. Su Yan's brow wrinkled, but she didn't say anything. Instead, the other brothers and senior sisters who were not weak cast contemptuous looks at Yang Kai. One of the hot-tempered brothers coldly snorted and rudely said, "Senior sister's name. Is it something you can call out?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly sent a palm towards Yang Kai. The palm wind was powerful and Yang Kai was directly sent flying, his body tumbling through the air a few times before landing with a thud. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and his clothes were covered in dust, making him look quite pitiful. Yang Kai remained indifferent to the pain in his body, frowning as he lay on the ground. He fell into deep thought. He didn't understand. Why was he like this? Everything here, to him, was both familiar and strange. A fragrant wind blew past him. A pair of jade feet came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up. He saw Su Yan standing in front of him, her beautiful face and inviolable temperament. It made her look like an unattainable goddess. "Senior sister, why bother with him?" The brother who had attacked Yang Kai before coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. Su Yan didn't answer and instead stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to pull him up. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in Su Yan's palm and using it to stand up. That senior brother who had a lot of opinions about Kai Yang's actions had his face twisted as he watched from the side. His heart was filled with hatred. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that because of his mistake, Kai Yang would have the opportunity to touch his senior sister's skin. Yang Kai stood in place blankly while Su Yan reached out and patted the dust off his clothes. At this moment, the unchanging coldness on her face dissipated. Her gentle appearance caused Yang Kai to be startled, but he also felt that it was only natural. The outside world is very dangerous. Junior brother, since you want to go down the mountain, you should set out early. Be careful on the road and return early. Su Yan exhorted a few times before giving Yang Kai a deep look before turning around and continuing to walk towards High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai stood in place and watched her leave, his heart inexplicably empty. In the distance, the brothers' mocking laughter could be vaguely heard. Senior sister, that guy is a trial disciple who was expelled from the sect and won't be coming back. You don't need to worry about him, is that so? Su Yan's voice sounded as if she had understood something. He should come back. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually faded away and eventually disappeared. Yang Kai's gaze then turned to the other side. In a distant corner, a senior sister wearing a long green dress and a veil over her face stood quietly. The noisy wind blew and brushed against her veil. Yang Kai saw her red lips move, as if she was saying something to him. However, the distance was too far, so Yang Kai couldn't hear clearly. Just as he was about to shout out and ask, the senior sister had disappeared. In the end, he only knew the name of this senior sister. Xia Ning Chang. This was perhaps a name he would remember for the rest of his life. Yang Kai picked up the package on the ground, turned around, and strode away. In the central capital's Yang family inheritance war, Yang Kai didn't participate because his strength wasn't enough and he couldn't win over too many supporters. Even if he participated, he would only bring shame to himself. His eldest brother, Yang Wei, successfully became the next patriarch of Yang Kai with his own extraordinary strength and connections. The family placed high hopes on him and vigorously cultivated him. Time flew by, and Yang Kai was now 18 years old. His father, Yang Yingfeng, and mother, Dong Suzhu, arranged a marriage for him. The other party was a woman from his mother's family, so they could be considered a good match. Yang Kai didn't have much choice. His persistent pursuit of the martial Dao didn't bring him much harvest. As a member of the Yang family, when one reached a certain age, they had to make contributions to the Yang family. At the very least, they had to reproduce and maintain the Yang family's prosperity. He married the woman and had a child. During the day, he worked hard for some of the Yang family's businesses, and at night, he returned to his mansion to enjoy the happiness of his family. His wife was obedient to him and his children were also well behaved. This was a very happy family. But, a certain part of Kai Yang's heart had been restless for a long time. He felt that his life shouldn't be like this. He should have another opportunity, another earth-shattering achievement. He tried to dispel these absurd thoughts, but found that these thoughts were like wine in a cellar. The more he hid them, the stronger they became. Not only could he not dispel them, but they also wanted to burst out all the time. Chapter 1756. In addition, there were also some faces that Yang Kai had never seen before flashing through his mind. There were men and women, old and young. Although Yang Kai had never seen them before, he felt that he was very familiar with them and could even call out their names. Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, Fei Yu, Rimaru, Fei Jian, Zhangyan, Li Rong, Han Fei, Shuiyu, Wu Yi, Yishi Yun, Dai Yuan, Qian Tong. These people occupied Yang Kai's mind, each of them opening and closing their mouths, constantly trying to tell him something, but Yang Kai could not hear them no matter how hard he tried. The days passed without any surprises or dangers. Yang Kai entered the indomitable state, entered the no-doubt state, reached his 50s, reached his 60s, at the age of 70, he had many children and grandchildren. His parents had long since passed away, so many things had changed. The only thing that had not changed was the faces that constantly flashed through his mind over the years. These faces became clearer and clearer, and faint voices could be heard vaguely. The sudden onset of a serious illness had destroyed Kai Yang's vitality. Lying on the hospital bed, the sound of crying came from outside the room. It was the sound of his children and grandchildren. Yang Kai knew that his days were numbered. The wife who had accompanied him all his life had long since lost her flower-like appearance. At this moment, she was just an ordinary old woman, but in this final moment, she still stayed by his bedside and took care of Yang Kai's daily needs. Such a life seems to be quite good, right? Kai Yang thought dispiritedly. Using his cloudy eyes, he looked at his wife who was by his bedside. Decades of hard work had caused her hair to turn white. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile at her. But what Yang Kai did not expect was that his wife, who had always been obedient to him in the past, suddenly had a cold expression. At this moment, she was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. "You." Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a word. The other party's voice was crisp and pleasing to the ear. It was not the voice of an old woman at all. Instead, it sounded like the voice of a young woman. "I'm finally free. I've been burdened by you all my life. Only now can I be free." "You, why do you say that?" Yang Kai looked at her in confusion, his eyes full of pain and disappointment. "Then what should I say?" The other party sneered. "Should I thank you? If it wasn't for the fact that your Yang family was powerful, you would have been killed. How could I have married into this family decades ago? You, Yang Kai, are just a mediocre person. If you weren't born into the Yang family, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be as good as an ordinary person. Even so, you've only wasted your life. Is this what you think?" "Yes." "Are you disappointed?" The other party continued to sneer. His smile was cruel. It was like a sharp knife. He wanted to stab Yang Kai in the heart. Yang Kai chuckled and closed his eyes. The old woman sitting by the bed laughed even more coldly. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's not a dream, it's not an illusion. Honestly, you've done a good job these past decades, but I know, this is just an illusion." "What?" The old woman's face changed greatly. She stood up and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Do you know what you're saying? At this time, shouldn't you be tearing off all pretense of cordiality with me, ruthlessly attacking my satisfaction with this life and making me fall into despair?" When Kai Yang opened his eyes again, the turbid look in his eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a glint of light as he sneered, "Even those guys who are preparing to cry at my funeral, shouldn't they also rush in and give me a good scolding? Shouldn't they be telling me off for the past few years so that I can die with grievances? How could you?" The old woman's face was extremely pale. "Why couldn't I notice? As early as 30 years ago, I already noticed. This is not real, I remember everything I should remember. Since you noticed, why are you still so cooperative?" The old woman's face became fierce. "Huh." Yang Kai smiled and sat up straight on the bed, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Because this life is something I have never experienced before. Since I have this opportunity, of course I want to experience it. This can also temper my state of mind, isn't it?" The familiar and strange faces that constantly flashed in Yang Kai's mind, the words that constantly rang in his ears, finally made him remember everything from several decades ago in this illusion. At that time, Kai Yang was shocked. He didn't know when he was hit, nor did he notice the existence of any enemy. He remembered that he was protecting Luo Lan and Ni Guang with Shuiyu, and there was no trace of any enemy around. This situation was too strange. This meant that the unknown enemy's spiritual energy was unimaginably powerful and could invade his knowledge sea without him knowing, tamper with his memories, and influence his thinking, making him forget everything he should remember and instead believe in this distorted life. So he didn't rush to act. Firstly, he didn't know who the enemy was, so it might not be appropriate to act rashly. Secondly, as he said, this life was something he had never experienced before, so it was really good. Of course, if this wife, who had accompanied him all his life, could remain calm until the end and send him off, that would be the best. But at the last moment, she wanted to destroy Yang Kai's rare and precious experience, making him feel despair. A person would always only have one life. A second life was just an extravagant hope, and reincarnation was ethereal and unreliable. Even if reincarnation really existed, who could reincarnate with the memories of their previous life and become a new person? Yang Kai had experienced it once, although it was only a short 70 years. When his voice fell, the group of crying children and grandchildren outside stopped their meaningless cries. Then, there was a burst of ghostly wailing and wolf howling, which made one's hair stand on end. The old woman sneered, "Do you think you can sit back and relax after seeing through this illusion? You think too highly of yourself. If you had uncovered it earlier, you might have been able to escape this place. However, in your mind, so much time has passed. Now, you will never be able to escape this place. Your divine soul will only sink in this place forever. Is that so?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he grinned meaningfully. "It seems that you don't have any ability to directly attack and can only influence others by manipulating their memories?" This sentence obviously exposed the old woman's ability, causing her face to change dramatically. After all, if she had the ability to directly attack, judging from the current situation, the old woman would definitely not have waited for death and would have attacked long ago. On the contrary, her fierce roar betrayed her lack of confidence. "Fine, let's stop here, but I still want to thank you. The experience of this life has really steadied my mind and made me more confident about breaking through to the Origin King realm." Yang Kai smiled lightly. His problem was that his strength had improved too quickly. Since he began cultivating, he had reached the third-order origin returning realm in less than 40 years. Great strength required a corresponding temperament and cultivation in order to be enslaved. Otherwise, it was very likely that one would become the demon race in the process of cultivation. This was his shortcoming. However, the experience this time had made up for this deficiency. No matter how much time had passed in the outside world, his mind had spent at least 70 years in this place. The cultivation of his temperament that he had accumulated was enough to satisfy the requirements of his own realm. He really wanted to thank the other party for giving him such an opportunity. This alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. Even if he gained nothing in the following experience, it didn't matter. Yang Kai planned to find a place to break through to the Origin King realm after leaving the severed world, and he had already chosen that place in his heart. He already had great confidence in breaking through to the Origin King realm, and with this experience, he believed that when the time came, it would be a piece of cake. As Yang Kai's voice fell, the uneasy old woman across from him was speechless. Suddenly, her appearance underwent a huge change and she transformed into a mass of black qi. From this mass of black qi, a terrifying roar rang out and she rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, outside the room, there was also a lot of black qi that rushed towards Yang Kai with bared fangs and claws. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he opened his eyes and activated his demon eye of annihilation. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through illusions and was the biggest nemesis of this kind of illusion. As soon as the demon eye was activated, the entire world began to collapse, like a broken mirror. This room, the entire Yang mansion, and even the entire central capital began to shatter. The mass of black qi that rushed towards Yang Kai did not harm him in the slightest. Just as he had guessed before, these black qi did not have any direct means of attack. All they did was trigger the negative emotions in the hearts of those who fell into the illusion. The black qi passed through Yang Kai's body and disappeared. In an instant, the illusion was broken. Yang Kai returned to the real world. Before he could react though, a cold wind suddenly blew from behind him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai rolled forward, avoiding the attack from behind, and after stabilizing his footing, he turned his head to look back. He saw the same black shadow that he had seen in the illusion. However, this black shadow was in the shape of a human. It had no facial features, only 4 limbs and a shape. It seemed that the previous illusion was all caused by this black qi, something Yang Kai immediately understood. At this moment, the black qi seemed to have suffered some serious damage. After all, it had used a secret technique to drag Yang Kai into the illusion, and now that this secret technique had been broken, it had also suffered some damage. Roaring, the black qi pounced towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a golden blood thread to cut towards the other party, but unexpectedly, the golden blood thread had no effect on the black qi and passed directly through its body, failing to cause any effective damage. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Qi as he sent out a heaven-covering hand. The huge palm covered the black qi's body but was unable to affect it in the slightest. After a brief moment of hesitation, the black qi had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Golden blood threads are useless, Saint Qi's secret technique is useless, it seems, only soul attacks are useful against you. Yang Kai sneered again and again, standing in place without moving. In his left eye, the image of a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. Chapter 1757. Blossoming Lotus Secret Technique. This was Yang Kai's most powerful soul attack method. Facing such a strange black shadow, Yang Kai didn't dare to probe any further and immediately used his strongest move. The lotus flower pattern disappeared in a flash and reappeared inside the black shadow's body in the next moment. The lotus flower began to slowly bloom, and the source of this bloom was the black shadow's source strength. When the black shadow was less than a meter away from Yang Kai, it suddenly stopped and fell to the ground, howling miserably. By the time the lotus flower had fully bloomed, the black shadow had already disappeared and was replaced by a black lotus that immediately collapsed and disappeared. Only now did Yang Kai have time to investigate the situation of the others. Luo Lan was the closest to him, and when Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw a humanoid shadow standing behind this first-order origin king. This shadow was exactly the same as the one he had just destroyed, a strange existence with no facial features. At this moment, the black shadow seemed to be lying on Luo Lan's back, and from its face, there was something similar to an inhaler that pierced through the back of Luo Lan's head. An evil force was being emitted from the black shadow, affecting Luo Lan's thoughts and pulling her soul into an illusion. However, Luo Lan didn't know what kind of illusion she was experiencing. Her delicate body was constantly trembling, and her complexion was constantly changing. The beautiful hair on her forehead was already soaked with sweat, and between her breaths, her chest was rising and falling. There's more than one. Yang Kai was shocked. He had thought that the enemy that had attacked him and Luo Lan was the same black shadow, but now he understood. Deep underground, there was more than one such thing. Yang Kai then turned his attention to Shuiyu and Ni Guang not far away. The situation behind these two was exactly the same as Luo Lan's. Both of them were being carried by a black shadow, and there was something similar to an inhaler sticking out of the black shadow's face and pouring into their heads. No one noticed when the black shadows had attacked, because even Ni Guang had been hit by them. However, from the looks of it, Yang Kai's situation was definitely the same as theirs. A cold wind blew all around as miserable cries rang out incessantly. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned his head to look around. His expression could not help but change. While he was in a daze, countless humanoid shadows emerged from the cracks in all directions. As soon as these shadows appeared, they all turned their faces to Yang Kai. Although they had no eyes, Yang Kai still felt like he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. So many. This time Kai Yang's face really changed. He no longer hesitated. He quickly rushed towards Luo Lan and condensed his spiritual energy into a sharp spike before shooting it towards the shadow behind Luo Lan. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to a master like Ni Guang, so with just a single attack, the black shadow that attacked Luo Lan swayed. Its body seemed to have become much dimmer, as if it had suffered heavy injuries. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to attack it again, it actually let out a miserable howl and directly disappeared into thin air. Kai Yang's heart relaxed, only then did he realize. It was actually not difficult to destroy these black shadows with the power of his divine soul. 2 impacts were enough. It was just that, there were too many of them. When the black shadows were destroyed, Luo Lan could not help crying out as she broke free from the illusion. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Kai standing right in front of her, her eyes still filled with confusion. Obviously, she had not completely broken free from the illusion just now. Yang Kai shouted at her, "Senior Luo, if you don't want to die, wake up quickly and use your spiritual energy to deal with them." Them? Luo Lan frowned slightly. Who are they? There was no need for Yang Kai to answer. Amidst the howls, many black shadows rushed towards Luo Lan and Yang Kai. Luo Lan let out a strange cry as she finally reacted. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a hiltless short sword that exuded a dazzling light. Under her control, this short sword danced up and down, and any black shadow that approached it was cut down and reduced to nothingness. In the end, she was an Origin King Realm Master, and this dazzling short sword was obviously a powerful soul-type artifact. Driven by her spiritual energy, it was the nemesis of these black shadows. Seeing this, Yang Kai relaxed and shouted, "Hold on, I'll go wake up Senior Ni and Shuiyu." "Hurry up." Luo Lan's forehead oozed cold sweat. Although she had only fought with these black shadows for a moment, she had already realized how difficult it was to deal with them. There were simply too many of them. Luo Lan retreated as she fought, rushing towards Ni Guang and Shuiyu together with Yang Kai. Along the way, the black shadows that tried to block their path were all destroyed by Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Although he did not have a soul-type artifact like Luo Lan's, his own divine sense was very strong, so he was able to pass through unhindered. A moment later, he arrived at Ni Guang's side and used his spiritual energy to attack the humanoid shadow behind Ni Guang. After 2 attacks, Ni Guang was saved. The moment the black shadow was defeated, Ni Guang opened his eyes, a monstrous anger flashing across them as his robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. Standing up, Ni Guang shouted sternly, "You dare disturb this old master's state of mind? You almost succeeded." Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that Ni Guang's situation was much better than Luo Lan's. At the very least, even if Ni Guang had been hit, he was aware of his situation. The reason he had not woken up on his own was definitely because he could not escape from this illusion. After receiving Yang Kai's help, Ni Guang immediately recovered his strength. With a flick of his sleeve, countless attacks shot out in all directions, accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds. "Senior Ni, these things do not fear Saint Chi or artifacts, so you must use your spiritual energy to attack them." Yang Kai saw Ni Guang stunned and quickly reminded him. "So that's how it is." Ni Guang suddenly understood and opened his mouth, spitting out a round bead. As soon as this bead appeared, it immediately bloomed with light. Although this light was dazzling, it was extremely soft, and in an instant, the depths of the underground became as bright as day. With this round bead as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius was illuminated. All the black shadows that rushed into the area covered by this light were distorted and distorted. They let out miserable howls as their color faded and they quickly dissipated. This scene was like snowflakes falling into the crater of a volcano, evaporating without a trace in a very short time. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down and he shot towards Xueyu, using the same method as before to kill the black shadow hiding behind her. Xueyu's situation was undoubtedly the worst. Although she was the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, had heaven-defying aptitude, and had already reached the third-order origin returning realm at such a young age, her heritage was incomparable to the other three present. When Luo Lan was rescued by Yang Kai, although she was confused for a moment, she quickly figured out the situation. On the other hand, after Yang Kai rescued her, Xueyu's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. However, the expression on her face was extremely strange. Her lips were curled into a smile and her whole body was relaxed. This smile was full of happiness and sweetness, as if she was experiencing something good in an illusion. Xueyu. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put it on her shoulder, shaking her as he called out. After 2 or 3 times, Xueyu frowned and opened her eyes with some displeasure, but when she saw Yang Kai standing in front of her, she suddenly smiled and reached out to brush her hair behind her ear, acting like a little woman. However, she was doing this in the image of a man, so it was a bit unsightly. Fortunately, besides Yang Kai, Ni Guang and Luo Lan were both attacking the black shadows, so no one noticed this detail. She asked softly, "You're awake?" "What do you mean I'm awake?" Yang Kai was confused and shouted, "You should wake up quickly." "Me?" Xueyu looked at Yang Kai blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with happiness and sweetness gradually becoming sober. Immediately, as if she had finally recovered, she began to look around. With a single glance, Xueyu instantly understood everything, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment, as if she didn't want to wake up from the illusion just now. "There are too many of these things, we can't kill them all, it's best to leave first." Ni Guang saw Yang Kai wake Xueyu up, so he quickly shouted, throwing the round bead exuding a soft light into the sky as he followed closely behind, shouting, "Come with me. You go first, this mistress will bring up the rear." Luo Lan was very good, not in a hurry to leave, instead taking the initiative to take up the task of bringing up the rear. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, grabbed Xueyu's arm, and flew up with her, Luo Lan following closely behind. The group of 4 flew away at an extremely fast speed, trying to escape from this dangerous place. However, the dark shadows down below were hot on their heels, and from the surrounding cracks, more and more dark shadows were constantly rushing out, each of them howling and sending out energy fluctuations similar to spiritual energy attacks. This kind of attack was invisible, and although 1 or 2 of them weren't powerful, when gathered together, they couldn't be underestimated. These energy fluctuations affected the souls of the 4 people and impacted their knowledge seas, as if trying to drag them down into a bottomless abyss again. However, under the power of Ni Guang and Luo Lan's artifacts, these dark shadows couldn't get close at all and were killed one after another. Suddenly, Luo Lan, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, exclaimed, "This is..." The next moment, she shouted with all her might, "Run!" There was a hint of panic in her voice, as if something bad had happened. Kai Yang took a moment to look back and was immediately shocked by what he saw. He saw that the countless black shadows below were actually beginning to merge as they chased. The black shadows were like water droplets converging towards a certain spot. In the blink of an eye, they had formed an incomparably huge black shadow. Furthermore, with the addition of the smaller black shadows, this huge black shadow was still continuing to grow in size. Its head seemed to touch the sky while its feet touched the ground. This posture alone gave off a strong sense of oppression. After only 3 breaths of time, this huge dark shadow took shape. Chapter 1758. As soon as the huge shadow took shape, it waved its two long arms and lashed out from below like two pitch-black whips. Its attack was ferocious, and it was as fast as lightning. Feeling the terrifying power contained in these two attacks, Luo Lan, who was guarding the rear, paled and without hesitation, bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The hiltless long sword in her hand glowed brilliantly and transformed into a giant sword that slashed down fiercely. In a silent collision, the two arms of the black shadow were blocked for a moment while Luo Lan's artifact sword was also sent flying. The attacks of the merged black shadow were countless times stronger than those of the small black shadows. Soul-type artifacts were driven by spiritual energy, so although their power was unpredictable, if they were damaged, their soul would be affected as well, so the moment the long sword was knocked away, Luo Lan's pretty face paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with her powerful Origin King realm cultivation, she had been injured in a single blow. Everyone clearly realized the power of these strange black shadows at this moment. Fortunately, at this time, the four of them had already escaped from the ground and flew high up into the sky. None of them dared to look back, nor did they dare to linger, simply continuing to fly upwards. From the depths of the gully, a shocking roar rang out and two huge black arms stretched out from the ground, spreading out their 10 fingers and transforming them into giant demonic claws that grabbed towards the four people. However, the distance between the two giant palms and Luo Lan seemed to be insufficient. When the two giant palms were a few dozen meters away, they grabbed nothing but air. In the next moment, the two giant palms slowly retracted and the howling that had filled everyone's ears gradually subsided, restoring peace to the world once again. Ni Guang, who was leading the group, slowed down and eventually stopped mid-air, looking down thoughtfully. These things don't seem to want to chase us. Yang Kai also noticed the problem. It seems so. Ni Guang nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view, but we still can't lower our guard. It's best to leave this place first. The other three nodded quickly and followed behind Ni Guang, continuing to fly away. A quarter of an hour later, the four of them landed in a safe position again. Although the surrounding area was still desolate, there were no longer any crisscrossing gullies, so after confirming that there was really no danger around, the four of them stopped and rested for a while. Even though the crisis that they had faced earlier had been resolved, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Because the attack they encountered this time was simply impossible to guard against. After all, before entering the underground trench, everyone had checked their surroundings. Even with two Origin Kings guarding them, they still could not avoid being attacked, which was a bit unbelievable. Elder Luo, how are your injuries? Ni Guang looked at the pale Luo Lan and asked. Luo Lan frowned and sensed for a moment before replying, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my soul is a little unstable." That's good. Ni Guang also breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that with his second-order Origin King cultivation, he would not be able to escape. Even if his journey in the severed world was not smooth sailing, it was impossible for him to encounter any fatal threats, but after experiencing such an experience, Yang Kai did not dare to think so. If it weren't for Yang Kai's help, he didn't know how long he would have been trapped in the illusion. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to wake up even if his body had withered. At that time, his soul would definitely be destroyed. Uncle Ni, what were those things? Shuiyu asked with some lingering fear. Everything she had experienced in that illusion felt like it was real. Even after being awakened by Yang Kai, she still hadn't been able to adapt to the real world in a short time. I don't know. I have never heard of such things in the severed world. Has Elder Luo ever heard of them? Ni Guang shook his head and asked Luo Lan. This mistress doesn't know much about the severed world, so I have never heard of such strange things. It seems that the people who encountered these things before didn't survive. As such, no information about them has been leaked. Ni Guang said thoughtfully, but fortunately, based on the previous situation, although they are extremely stealthy and even this old master was unable to detect their existence, they can only live in the dim underground. As long as we don't go underground again, we shouldn't encounter them again. Moreover, we weren't delayed for long. In that illusion, this old master seemed to have spent many years, but judging from our current state, we only wasted 1 or 2 hours at most. These things are truly terrifying. Hearing what he said, the other 3 nodded slightly. Elder Luo, you should heal your wounds first. When you're almost done, we'll set off. Ni Guang turned to Luo Lan and said. Then I'll have to trouble you. This mistress will do her best to hurry, Luo Lan said gratefully. She did not have much of a friendship with Ni Guang, but Ni Guang was willing to wait for her at this time, so she was naturally grateful. This also proved Ni Guang's character and that he was a suitable person to cooperate with. Ni Guang was stronger than her, so cooperating with such a person was naturally something Luo Lan wished for. However, it might also be related to her taking the initiative to bring up the rear just now, but Ni Guang's attitude towards her was obviously much more pleasant than before. Luo Lan also did not realize that she had brought Yang Kai into this severed world because she wanted to rely on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, but because of this, she had received Ni Guang's help. If it weren't for Yang Kai, Ni Guang would not have invited her to act together. Next, Luo Lan took a pill and began to repair the wounds to her soul. Yang Kai, on the other hand, cast his eyes towards the void not far away. He could feel that somewhere in the void there were faint space force fluctuations, and he could even infer from the traces of these energy fluctuations that there was a hidden void crack in that location. It seemed that Luo Lan was right. This severed world was really a dangerous place, and there were indeed some invisible void cracks. But if someone rashly passed through them, they would definitely be cut in half by these void cracks and die with everlasting regret. What are you looking at? Xueyu suddenly leaned over and asked softly. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but since just now, Yang Kai noticed that Xueyu's attitude towards him seemed to have changed subtly. Previously, Xueyu's eyes had been filled with a mix of love and hate. But now, her eyes were very gentle, and even when they were running away, Xueyu had clung to Yang Kai's arm without letting go, looking completely at ease. I'm not looking at anything, Yang Kai shook his head. What's wrong with you? What kind of illusion did you experience just now? With your temperament, you shouldn't have been affected so deeply, right? Yang Kai had just asked casually, but to his surprise, Xueyu's face turned red, as if she had remembered something shameful, snorting as she said, "It's none of your business." Yang Kai was rendered speechless and couldn't help sneering, "Forget it, I won't ask. It can't be anything good." Xueyu gritted her teeth and glared at him. Yang Kai suddenly felt very uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly glanced around, trying to divert Xueyu's attention. At this time, Yang Kai noticed that Ni Guang had taken out an animal skin map and was frowning as he stared at it, seemingly searching for something, releasing his divine sense from time to compare it with the surrounding terrain. There was nothing clear on the map, most of it just intersecting lines, and there were a few places marked with different markings. Your Chamber of Commerce actually has a map of this place. Yang Kai looked surprised. Xueyu smiled. What's so strange about that? It's not the first time our Chamber of Commerce has come to this place, so it's not surprising that we have 1 or 2 maps. However, the severed world is too big, so we can't grasp all the maps here. What Uncle Ni has is only a small part of it. So that's how it is, Yang Kai nodded. So, you have a clear destination for this trip? We are going to a medicine valley where there are many spirit medicines that have never been seen before in the territory of the star. Legend has it that the spirit medicines there are all beyond the Origin King grade. Some can bring the dead back to life, some can rejuvenate and prolong one's life, some can even greatly increase one's strength. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Xueyu asked suspiciously. You really don't have any vigilance. That's not like you, Yang Kai laughed. Although they were now in a cooperative relationship, what Shuiyu revealed was undoubtedly very important information. She was not a brainless woman with big breasts, otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to become the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. For her to reveal these things to him for no reason really made Kai Yang very surprised. Hearing what he said, Shuiyu was also startled and seemed to realize something, immediately turning her eyes away and sneering, "So what if I tell you? With Uncle and I here, do you think you can snatch food from the tiger's mouth?" These words were a bit of a cover-up, so Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, in comparison, Yang Kai realized that Luo Lan's actions this time were a bit too rash. Ni Guang dared to enter this place because he relied on his tyrannical cultivation and was prepared, but Luo Lan was obviously hot-blooded, thinking that she could run amok here as long as she brought Yang Kai with her. She didn't understand the severed world at all. In the underground gully where Yang Kai and the others had stopped before, an hour after they left, a figure descended from the sky and landed nearby. This person was wrapped in black qi and exuded an evil and violent aura. This person was none other than the Origin King Realm Master Yang Kai had paid attention to before. After this person landed, he turned his head and looked around before taking a deep breath and letting out a strange laugh. "Very good, you really were nearby. It seems you haven't been away for too long. Young boy, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent after not seeing you for so many years. Truly unexpected." If Yang Kai heard this, he would definitely pale in shock because he didn't know who this Origin King Realm Master was, but from his words, it wasn't difficult to infer that this person obviously knew him and was very concerned about him. Chapter 1759. Oh. This man paused for a while before suddenly seeming to have discovered something. Turning his eyes towards the gully below, he swept it with his divine sense for a while before letting out a laugh and saying, "So there's such a thing here. Although I don't know what you are useful to this old master. Fine, I'll capture you first." As he spoke, he leaped directly into the underground gully. As soon as he landed, countless small black shadows rushed out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards him. This man showed no fear and instead roared excitedly, "Haha, good, good." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a large, black banner. Instantly, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves came out from the banner. The sound was so sharp that it actually covered up the pitch of the black shadows underground. On the black banner, there were many struggling human faces. They were twisting their faces and screaming with their mouths open. This man formed a series of hand seals and poured his Saint Chi into the black banner as he shouted, "Go!" In the next moment, the black banner transformed into a black curtain that blotted out the sky and descended. All the small black shadows that rushed over seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis and were swallowed up by this black banner. As this process continued, the aura emitted by this black banner grew stronger and stronger, and its color became darker and darker. It seemed to be able to devour everything, including light. The terrifying devouring power of this black banner obviously caused these black shadows to panic, and soon, they began to merge and grow, just like when Yang Kai and the others had fled just now, attempting to unite to resist this black banner. Seeing this scene, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi not only did not panic, but instead showed a look of excitement as he muttered, "You actually have such ability? Good, 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 this king's 10,000 soul banner will be greatly supplemented, ha 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 ha." Laughing loudly, he stretched out his hand and pointed, causing the black curtain that blotted out the sky to suddenly distort and squirm. Immediately after, it transformed into a huge and terrifying human face. That face was ferocious and terrifying, and there were countless pairs of eyes on it. Each of the eyes reflected a dazzling divine light, and the divine light contained an incredible power. In addition, this face also had a bloody maw. From this maw, a violent and strange roar rang out. It opened its huge mouth, which was actually larger than a human face, and bit down viciously at the human-shaped shadow that was converging below. The gigantic black shadow formed from countless small black shadows and naturally wouldn't resign itself to its fate. Its two pitch-black, whip-like hands swung in an attempt to block the 10,000 soul banner's attack. In that instant, sand and stones were flying everywhere in the underground ravine. It was a complete mess. But it was still futile. The 10,000 soul banner was not afraid of the huge black figure's attack. It forcefully pounced forward and bit the huge black figure. Then, it raised its head and swallowed the huge black figure like a bird swallowing food. Vaguely, a sorrowful wail came from within the face. The terrifying human face formed by the 10,000 soul banner revealed a satisfied expression. The countless eyes on the face were flickering with excitement. Burp. It even gave a very vivid burp. The moment the huge black shadow was swallowed up, the remaining fishes that had escaped into the surrounding crevices, not daring to show themselves again. They seemed to have realized that the 10,000 soul banner was their nemesis. There was no way to resist it. Seeing this, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi waved his hand reluctantly, and the 10,000 soul banner reappeared and flew back into his hand. On the surface, the 10,000 soul banner had not changed much compared to before, but the evil it exuded was obviously stronger. Heh 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 heh. The Origin King Realm Master let out a creepy laugh as he played with his artifact. Nodding repeatedly, he muttered, not bad at all. We've only just entered and we've already obtained such a harvest. As expected of the severed world, this king is looking forward to it. It was as if he had lost his mind. After uttering such crazy words for a while, he laughed and put away the 10,000 soul banner before wrapping himself in a cloud of black chi and leaping out of the gully, accurately chasing in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. Somewhere in the severed world, Sword Union Elder Chui Hong was desperately urging his artifact to fight a several dozen meter-long monster beast that resembled a winged serpent. His luck was not very good. Not long after entering the severed world, he had broken into the territory of this monster beast. After being discovered, he naturally began fighting with it. In the severed world, the most dangerous thing was the invisible void cracks. These void cracks were scattered irregularly and could not be seen with the naked eye or sensed with one's divine sense. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered one, even if they did not die, they would suffer severe injuries. The second most dangerous thing was the monster beast that lived here. The monster beast here had inherited the bloodline of an ancient species, and under the influence of the world principles of this place, each of them was unable to become stronger. Even monster beasts of the same level were stronger than those in the star territory by at least 30%. The one Chui Hong encountered was a genuine 10th-order monster beast. From its appearance, it was obvious that it had inherited the bloodline of the flying feather-winged dragon, but with the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, the changes in the world principles, and the changes in the tidal force, it had lost the majesty of its ancestor. Otherwise, Chui Hong would have been turned into a corpse in a single blow. However, it was still a 10th-order monster beast. In the entire star territory, a 10th-order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, an extremely rare existence. Fortunately, this monster beast seemed to have broken through not long ago, and as a Sword Union Elder, Chui Hong's artifact armor and artifacts were not low grade. In the process of fighting with this winged snake, he did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he gradually gained the upper hand by relying on various secret techniques. This winged snake was several dozen meters long and had a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Its long forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, and its body was extremely agile. It danced left and right around Chui Hong, flicking its forked tongue like a steel whip from time to time and bombarding Chui Hong's body, causing him to tremble and stagger. After fighting for a full 6 hours, Chui Hong finally killed this winged snake with a single blow, despite suffering injuries. He stood in place, panting heavily, his body dyed red with blood as he cursed angrily. After resting for a while, he finally had the strength to put the winged snake's body into his space ring. At this moment, he did not have the time to take care of this corpse carefully. He could only wait until he left the severed world to deal with it slowly. The value of a 10th order monster beast's corpse was almost unimaginable, especially its monster core, which was a huge attraction to any Origin King. When a cultivator reached the Origin King realm, it was extremely difficult for them to break through because this was the limit of a cultivator in the star territory. If they wanted to reach a certain height, besides meditating for a long time and comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, they could only collect rare pills that matched their cultivation. An Origin King might not be able to break through their shackles for 100 or even 1,000 years. This was a very common thing. Because of this, in the entire star territory, peak 3rd order Origin Kings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and each one of them was an old monster. Because there was nothing in this world that could interest them. After resting for a while, Cui Hong immediately left this dangerous place. He was afraid that the smell of blood here would attract other monster beasts. In his current state, he really could not support another battle like the one just now. Elsewhere, Zi Long, the master of Sword Union, led Zi Dong through the severed world. He seemed to have a very clear goal and did not stop at all along the way. Moreover, their luck was quite good. Since entering this place, they had not encountered any danger, allowing them to walk with peace of mind. Father, is there really an immortal tree in this severed world? Zi Dong, who was following behind Zi Long, suddenly asked. Hearing the words immortal tree, Zi Long's originally calm eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling light, his purple hair fluttering despite the lack of wind as he nodded slightly. Although father isn't sure, I am 80% sure. After all, this is the information left behind by your great-granduncle. The immortal tree really does exist here. 2,000 years ago, your great-granduncle came here and saw the immortal tree that was very similar to the one in the legends, but he failed to obtain it and was instead heavily injured by the monster beast guarding the immortal tree. He had no choice but to retreat, and in the end died of depression. Zidong's expression changed slightly as he muttered, "This child remembers that great-uncle should be a 2nd order Origin King, but he was seriously injured by the monster beast guarding it? What kind of monster beast was that? Divine bird? Ancient peacock?" Zi Long took a deep breath. Divine bird. Zidong could not help paling in amazement. Any monster beast that was related to the word ancient was an existence not to be provoked because they all had the means to destroy the heavens and earth. What's more, each of them had a violent temperament. If such a monster beast were to break into star territory, it would likely destroy countless cultivation stars. When that time came, it was bound to become a disaster for star territory. Zi Long quickly added, "In star territory, the names of the 3 great divine waters are widely circulated. One is life-revitalizing jade cream, one is soul-cleansing divine water, and one is immortal source liquid. Among these 3 great divine waters, soul-cleansing divine water occasionally appears, but in small quantities. It may appear once every few hundred or thousand years, but life-revitalizing jade cream and immortal source liquid have long since gone extinct. At least, in all the years your father has lived, I have never heard of anyone obtaining these 2 treasures. Each of the 3 great divine waters has its own special effects and is a supreme treasure that every cultivator can only dream of. Soul-cleansing divine water can cleanse one's soul and make it more condensed and vigorous. It is a supreme treasure for tempering one's spiritual energy, while life-revitalizing jade cream can enhance a cultivator's physique and vitality. A single drop can allow one to be reborn, cleanse their meridians, and make their physical strength extremely powerful. However, compared to the immortal source liquid, these 2 treasures are far inferior. Father, what does this immortal source liquid have to do with the immortal tree? Zidong asked curiously. Naturally there is a relationship. Zilong, as an overlord, naturally had a dignified air about him, but when facing his son, he maintained a pleasant expression. After all, Zidong had never failed to live up to his expectations and was the successor he had placed high hopes on. "Please enlighten me, father," Zidong said solemnly, putting on an expression of humility. Chapter 1760. Zilong pondered for a while before replying, the immortal source liquid is the condensation of the essence of the immortal tree's leaves over countless years. For the immortal source liquid, regrowing a severed limb is nothing more than a waste of talent. It is a natural pills capable of bringing one back from the dead. Bringing one back from the dead. Zidong's face was filled with shock. If this trivial do has such a miraculous effect, then the immortal tree itself, if I can obtain the immortal tree and refine it, I can obtain an immortal and indestructible body and live as long as the heavens themselves. What? Zidong was truly shocked this time. Even as the young master of Purple Star, he could not help feeling shocked, unable to believe these words if they were not coming from his father's mouth. If I can obtain an endless lifespan, then your father will achieve something unprecedented. At that time, I will surpass the Origin King realm and peer into the mysteries of the realm of the great emperors. When Zilong said this, his whole body was filled with excitement and fanaticism. Zidong stared at his father in a daze. He had not seen such an expression on his father's face for a long time, so he could imagine how great the temptation of the immortal tree was to his father. "Father, is this information only known to our Purple Star?" Zidong asked again. "No." Zilong shook his head, a look of dread appearing on his face. "I am not certain about others, but Hangluo Chamber of Commerce definitely knows about the existence of the immortal tree because 2,000 years ago, your great-uncle and the previous president of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce entered together. So, this time, that old fart Ni Guang is likely also eyeing the immortal tree." Zidong could not help but frown as he asked suspiciously, "If that's the case, why don't you gather more masters?" Zilong faintly smiled. "This kind of matter isn't something that can be handled with more people. Moreover, there is only one immortal tree. When the time comes, what if we succeed? Who will obtain it? In front of such a supreme treasure, only you can trust yourself, everyone else is your enemy." Zidong pondered for a moment before nodding. "This child understands." "Good, you are still young. There's still a long way to go. Father brought you here this time to temper you and expose you to some unimaginable dangers as soon as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I hope you won't disappoint me. This child will do his best," Zidong said solemnly. As the sect master of Purple Star, Zilong had countless children, but the one he favored the most was still Zidong. Among his countless children, only this child stood out. Of course, he had to raise him well. Zidong was also well aware of this, so he had worked even harder these past few years, not daring to slack off in his cultivation. Entering the severed world this time was extremely dangerous, but it was also a good test. As long as he passed this test, his position in Purple Star would be unshakable from now on. Zidong secretly clenched his fists and decided to perform well this time. At the same time, somewhere far away, Yang Kai's group of 4, led by Ni Guang, was advancing through the severed world. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. The exiled grounds did not seem to live up to its name either. However, Ni Guang took out something that Yang Kai was particularly interested in. It was an artifact similar to a communication artifact, but it was somewhat different because there was a needle-like object in the center of this artifact. Ni Guang had taken it out 2 hours ago. He had been holding it in his hand all this time, shaking it from side to side from time to time. As it shook, the needle would occasionally undergo some subtle changes. Every time this happened, Ni Guang would change direction and move in a different direction. Luo Lan was confused by this sight, not knowing what kind of magical effect this artifact had. She secretly guessed that this thing was probably able to avoid some kind of danger, but this was related to someone else's privacy, so she didn't ask and simply kept it to herself. However, Yang Kai was quite surprised, because he found that this artifact could actually detect the location of some hidden void cracks. Whenever the needle on this artifact pointed in a certain direction, Yang Kai could feel obscure space force fluctuations from that direction, but Ni Guang was always able to avoid them in advance. This was obviously a special artifact that had been refined to deal with entering the severed world. The person who had refined it had most likely cultivated the Tao of space. Yang Kai secretly guessed, after all, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was a big force with many talented people, so it was only natural that some of them had cultivated the Tao of space. However, Yang Kai was keenly able to infer from the reaction of this artifact that its creator's attainments in the Tao of space were far inferior to his own. Because this artifact could not detect all hidden void cracks. Even if there were some void cracks several dozen meters away from the group, it would not respond, but Yang Kai could clearly perceive them. Every time this happened, he would be on tenterhooks, afraid that Ni Guang would rush over. Fortunately, they had not encountered any danger along the way, so Yang Kai did not need to expose his secret to remind Ni Guang to change their route. From time to time, there would be rips in the void, visible to the naked eye. This kind of thing was like a scar in the sky, forever hanging above the void, adding a dangerous atmosphere to the severed world. As they moved forward, whether it was obvious or hidden void cracks, the number of them increased. Yang Kai and the others even saw a heavenly chasm-like crack in the void, and from that crack came a terrifying and strange fluctuation. No one knew what was on the other side of that crack. When he saw this crack, Yang Kai's face was filled with eagerness. He clearly felt that this huge void crack was likely to contain what he needed, the space spirit crystal that had been nurtured in the void, or the insight into the Tao of space that he longed for. He felt that if he rushed in, he would definitely reap great benefits. Unfortunately, he was now acting with Ni Guang and the others, so he did not rashly leave the group and could only pass by this crack. In any case, there were many such opportunities in the severed world, so there was no need to rush. Ni Guang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned his head in a certain direction, letting out a cry of surprise. Following the direction he was looking, the other three immediately saw a person lying on the ground 1,000 meters away. "This is..." Luo Lan whispered, "This person's clothes seem a bit familiar. Is he one of the people who came in with us before?" "It seems so." Ni Guang's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense to investigate, his expression changing slightly, but he seems to be dead. Luo Lan's pretty face paled. Among the cultivator who entered the severed world before, except for Yang Kai, Xueyu, and Zidong, the rest were all origin kings, none of them worse than her. But after just a few hours, she actually found a corpse here. It was difficult to imagine what kind of attack this person had suffered. With his powerful origin king realm cultivation, he had actually died here. What's more, from the looks of the surroundings, this person had not experienced any kind of battle at all. It was as if he had been ambushed and killed instantly by something powerful. If she had been in his shoes, Luo Lan felt that her fate would not have been any better. She began to celebrate her good luck. "Should we go and take a look?" Xueyu pondered for a moment before pointing in the direction of the corpse. "There seems to be something next to his body." There was no need for her to remind them, as everyone noticed that there was indeed something next to this origin king realm master's corpse. It was a small flower that resembled a coxcomb that grew straight out of the ground. Even from 1,000 meters away, everyone could smell a fragrant scent drifting over from it. This aura made people feel relaxed and happy, and it could not help but ease the tension in everyone's hearts. "What kind of spirit grass is this? Do any of you recognize it?" Ni Guang turned his head and asked. Luolan shook her head awkwardly while Shuaiyu also expressed that she did not know. Even the Origin King grade alchemist, Yang Kai, was confused. He had never seen this kind of spirit flower before. Logically speaking, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he obtained in the Emperor Garden not only contained countless lost pill recipes but also detailed records of countless exotic flowers and herbs. It could be said that the scripture contained almost everything. In terms of understanding of herbs, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to anyone in the Star Territory. However, Yang Kai had not seen any similar records in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Ni Guang frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll go take a look, all of you stay here and don't move." Yang Kai was confident in his ability and didn't want to give up on this opportunity. Regardless of what kind of spirit grass this spirit flower was, at least there was an Origin King Realm Master's corpse nearby. As long as he could obtain his space ring, it would be a good harvest. "Do you want this mistress to go with you?" Luolan asked. Ni Guang glanced at her and nodded, "Then you be careful." "This mistress will," Luolan responded with a smile before she and Ni Guang slowly approached the corpse. Yang Kai and Shuaiyu stood in place, nervously paying attention to the situation. The two quickly closed the distance of more than 1,000 meters, but to everyone's surprise, even when Ni Guang and Luolan approached the corpse, there was no danger. Ni Guang had a puzzled look on his face. He lowered his head to look at the corpse and exclaimed in a low voice, "This man was killed by a sneak attack from behind. There are 2 bite marks on the back of his neck. It seems to be a snake-type demon beast, and it's highly poisonous." Luolan nodded as she also noticed this. Because this corpse was in a face-down position, the situation on the back of his neck was clear at a glance. It was easy to imagine that this person had been caught off guard and bitten on the back of his neck, causing him to fall to the ground and die immediately. This was simply a lethal poison that could kill at the sight of blood. Even an Origin King would not be able to resist it. "Elder Luo, I'll have to trouble you to take this corpse with you. I'll pick up that spirit flower," Ni Guang ordered. "Okay." Luolan nodded, not taking this matter lightly. Instead of directly touching the corpse with her hand, she sent out a wisp of Saint Qi to wrap it up and quickly withdraw. Chapter 1761. Luolan's movements were careful and swift. Without knowing what kind of dangers were hidden in that place, she didn't dare to stay there for long. While Luolan wrapped up the Origin King Realm Master's corpse and retreated, Ni Guang also reached out to grab the coxcomb-like spirit flower. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Somewhere behind Ni Guang, the originally flat ground suddenly bulged up and a flat, triangular snake head poked out from the ground, aimed towards Ni Guang's neck, and launched a lightning-fast attack. The whole process was too fast for the eyes to take in, and there were no signs at all. When the snake head drilled out of the ground and attacked Ni Guang, Shuaiyu's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in alarm, "Uncle Ni, be careful." As soon as her voice fell, the snake head bit down on Ni Guang's neck. Shuaiyu's face changed drastically. Seeing this scene, how could she not understand how the Origin King Realm Master from before had died? Clearly, just like Ni Guang, the moment his attention was attracted by the coxcomb-like spirit flower, the snake monster beast hiding behind him had launched a fatal sneak attack. She did not know if Ni Guang could cope. After all, judging from the current situation, Ni Guang had also been caught. However, Ni Guang was Ni Guang after all. Not to mention his profound cultivation, how could he not be prepared when he knew that this place was dangerous? As such, while preparing to collect the spirit flower, Ni Guang had been secretly vigilant to guard against the unexpected, paying particular attention to protecting the back of his neck. This sneak attack was destined to fail. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and a halo of energy suddenly appeared around Ni Guang's neck. Under this attack, Ni Guang's entire body seemed to have been hit by a powerful force, and he was suddenly sent flying forward. Letting out a low shout, Ni Guang forcibly twisted his body mid-air and waved his hand behind him, not forgetting to grab the spirit flower with his other hand. The backhand strike of a second-order origin king was not to be underestimated. The ferocious force knocked the snake's head back, and it was unable to attack again. However, the moment Ni Guang grabbed the spirit flower, his expression changed drastically. He felt a different tactile sensation from the spirit flower. It was definitely not the feeling of gathering spirit herbs. Instead, it was as if he had grabbed onto something cold and slippery, as if he had grabbed onto something alive. He decisively let go. Right at this moment, the spirit flower that was exuding a sweet fragrance suddenly changed, and it suddenly emerged from the ground. The entire flower emitted a green light and pierced into Ni Guang's palm. In an instant, that area was filled with sand and stones, and from time to time, Ni Guang's cold snort and the hissing sound of a spirit snake hissing could be heard. A moment later, Ni Guang jumped out of the battle circle and stood in the air. His expression was extremely solemn. As for Yang Kai and the others, when they looked over, they were also surprised. As the dust settled, they finally understood what the trap in front of them was all about. At the place where the coxcomb-like spirit flower used to be, there was no longer any spirit flower. There was only an earth-yellow demon snake that was about 30 feet long and as thick as an infant's arm. It was coiled up. It was constantly flicking its forked tongue. This monster snake did not give off the slightest discernible aura. If one did not look at it with the naked eye, they would not be able to discover its existence at all. It was as if it was not a living creature. On its tail, there was a coxcomb-like sarcoma. The spirit flower that everyone had seen before was actually this monster hiding its body underground while leaving its tail above the ground. This was an illusion created by it. Anyone who tried to touch the spirit flower was bound to be attacked by it. Tail-crowned snake? Ni Guang's eyes lit up as he called out the name of this monster beast. Fortunately, he was knowledgeable and held a high position in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, allowing him to come into contact with many ancient books. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to recognize this strange monster beast that had only existed for a very long time. Tail-crowned snake? Luo Lan frowned. Looking at Ni Guang with some admiration, she said, "This mistress has never heard of so many extinct existences in the severed world." The black shadow they had encountered in the underground gully before was also unknown to them, only feeling that it was somewhat similar to a Yin soul. However, this tail-crowned snake was completely different. The other three people had never even heard of it before. The severed world opened up for them like a strange world that they had never come into contact with before. Ni Guang grinned, "Don't worry, although the tail-crowned snake is dangerous, its strength isn't very high. Its strength lies in its ability to conceal itself and launch sneak attacks. Since its sneak attack failed, it can only serve as this old master's prey." Saying so, he rushed straight towards the tail-crowned snake. He didn't use any powerful killing moves, he just approached the tail-crowned snake, his hands like claws, and started to fight with the tail-crowned snake. Yang Kai observed silently and found that this monster beast only had a strength of around the 9th order. In front of Ni Guang, such a creature naturally couldn't pose any threat. Even though it possessed an ancient bloodline, after 10 breaths of time, the tail-crowned snake that had leapt up from the ground and was about to bite Ni Guang was caught by him. Immediately, Ni Guang flicked his wrist like a whip and poured his Saint Chi fiercely into the snake's body. Within the long body of the tail-crowned snake, a series of crisp cracking sounds could be heard. Then, its straight body fell limply to the ground, directly becoming a corpse. Ni Guang stretched out his hand and flicked his finger towards the snake's belly, pulling out an oval-shaped, longan-sized, green snake gallbladder, opening his mouth and swallowing it before letting out a cheerful laugh. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical effects the tail-crowned snake's gallbladder had, but seeing Ni Guang's happy expression, it was likely to be of great benefit to him. After doing all this, Ni Guang casually threw the tail-crowned snake's body to the side and said lightly, "This monster beast does not have a monster core. The most valuable thing on its body is its gallbladder. In ancient times, if a cultivator took it for a long time, it was said that they would be immune to hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, there is only one, but it's better than nothing." Saying so, he walked back to the corpse Luo Lan had picked up, lowered his head, and sighed, It really is Tong Lei." He was obviously referring to the name of the corpse in front of him. "Does Senior Ni know him?" Luo Lan asked. Ni Guang nodded slightly, "We've met once. Back then, he made a deal with this old master, but that was many years ago. I never expected that he would actually die in the mouth of a ninth-order monster beast. In this kind of place, one really can't be careless. In the outside world, how could an Origin King Realm Master die under the attack of a ninth-order monster beast? A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin Returning Realm Cultivator. Once an Origin King entered the territory of an Origin King, a ninth-order monster beast would not even be able to approach, but in this severed world, a ninth-order monster beast could not be underestimated. "Shuiyu, take off this ring," Ni Guang ordered lightly. Shuiyu nodded, bent down, and took off the space ring of the Origin King named Tong Lei, not even bothering to check what was inside before putting it away. Yang Kai and Luo Lan did not say anything. Yang Kai's strength was too low and he had not contributed much in this matter, so naturally, he was not qualified to get a share of the spoils. As for Luo Lan, Ni Guang had already informed her before that even if she followed him, he could not guarantee that she would gain anything, so Luo Lan could not blame him for his current actions. "Let's go, we must be careful from now on. Don't approach anything you find strange," Ni Guang exhorted before preparing to leave. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and, while speaking, stretched out his hand and flicked a golden blood thread towards the tail-crowned snake's corpse on the ground. The three of them stood in place and watched this scene strangely, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. The golden blood thread instantly sank into the tail-crowned snake's body, and immediately afterwards, a squirming sound came from inside. The tail-crowned snake's corpse seemed to have been sucked dry by something and its flesh quickly withered, leaving behind only its skin. A moment later, the golden blood thread exuding a golden and red light returned to Yang Kai's hand. Ni Guang looked at the golden blood thread in Yang Kai's hand thoughtfully and asked in surprise, "Boy, is this thing a secret technique, or an artifact?" He felt a strange fluctuation from the golden blood thread. The golden blood thread looked like an artifact, but it exuded an extremely rich vitality, as if it was alive, giving it an extremely strange appearance. "It's something between a secret technique and an artifact," Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained casually. The golden blood thread was condensed from the essence of his own golden blood. Strictly speaking, it was a kind of secret technique, but it also had the properties of an artifact and could be retracted and used repeatedly, making it difficult to define. Strange. Ni Guang slowly shook his head. He had lived for so many years but had never seen such a strange secret technique, but the world was so big that nothing was too strange, so he didn't delve too deeply into it. After all, although this golden blood thread looked powerful, it couldn't cause him any harm. Thinking about it for a moment, he asked, "Since this thing can absorb the essence of the tail-crowned snake's flesh, what kind of changes can it undergo?" "It can." Yang Kai grinned, and with a single thought, the golden blood thread wrapped around his hand suddenly twisted and transformed into the appearance of a tail-crowned snake. The tail-crowned snake transformed from the golden blood thread was exactly the same as the one everyone had seen before, the only difference being its color. A living tail-crowned snake was yellow in color, but the one in Yang Kai's hand was a mixture of gold and red. You can actually mimic it? Ni Guang's eyes lit up. Could it be that your secret technique is now equivalent to a real tail-crowned snake? Something like that, Yang Kai nodded, no longer showing off, instead taking back his golden blood thread. Everything he was doing was within the scope of the golden blood thread's transformation technique, the blood beast. A golden blood thread could absorb the essence of a monster beast and transform into the appearance of that monster beast when it was alive. This monster beast was an extremely powerful secret technique. The cultivator who created the golden blood thread secret technique was a genius, but unfortunately, whether it was him or the later cultivator of Demon Blood Temple, none of them were able to carry forward this secret technique because they were unable to condense too many blood threads in their bodies. Even the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, after exhausting all of her strength and not hesitating to use yang to supplement her yin, had only been able to condense 2 demon blood threads in her body. Chapter 1762. Because of these various reasons, the original version of the Golden Blood Thread secret technique, the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, was very difficult to display in Demon Blood Temple. In particular, its many transformations required the support of a massive number of blood threads. No one in Demon Blood Temple could meet this requirement. It could be said that the cultivator who created this secret technique had only put forward a beautiful idea but was unable to truly perfect it. But Yang Kai was different. This secret technique was simply tailor-made for him. In a sense, as long as Yang Kai had enough golden blood in his body, he could display the full potential of the golden blood thread secret technique to a level that even its creator could not estimate. As for the blood beast secret technique, Yang Kai had only condensed 2 so far. He had condensed them after killing the 2 thunder flame flying lizards of young Master Demonic Eye on Monster Star. The thunder flame flying lizards were just 9th order monster beast and couldn't play much of a role for the current Yang Kai, so he had never used them in battle. Only when the number of blood beasts reached a certain level could they cause considerable damage. 1 or 2 9th order monster beast blood beasts would definitely not pose a threat to an origin king, but if there were dozens or hundreds of them, even an origin king would have to avoid them. 9th order monster beasts were not easy to find, and Yang Kai had never paid much attention to condensing blood beasts, but in this severed world, he felt that this was a relatively easy task. This place was simply a paradise for high-order monster beasts, and all of them had ancient bloodlines, making it the best place to condense blood beasts. As such, Yang Kai did not avoid suspicion and directly used his golden blood threads to condense blood beasts. In any case, this was not his biggest trump card, so it didn't matter if it was exposed. Seeing that Yang Kai had taken care of everything properly, Ni Guang nodded again and did not say anything, simply taking out the artifact that could detect void cracks and leading the way. The severed world was filled with dangers, but it was also filled with opportunities. There were many extinct spirit flowers and rare grasses here, as well as countless ancient monster beasts that had long been lost in the long river of history. Under the nourishment of the special world principles of the severed world, they continued to reproduce and survive. Although there were 2 third-order origin returning realm masters in this group of 4, lowering the average combat power of the team, overall, the strength of Yang Kai's group was unquestionable. Along the way to the Medicine Valley, there were occasional gains. Just as Yang Kai had expected, there were all kinds of high-level monster beast here. Although Yang Kai dared not say that 9th stage monster beast could be found everywhere, he had not seen one below 8th stage since he entered. The 4 of them even encountered 2 10th grade monster beast. These 2 10th grade monster beast emitted an extremely powerful aura. Even Ni Guang was afraid of one of them and could only avoid it from afar. They didn't dare to provoke it rashly, but the other one met with great misfortune, and was killed by the 4 of them together. Every monster beast that was killed had valuable materials on it, such as its monster core, gallbladder, claws, and teeth. All of these materials were taken away by Ni Guang and Shuiyu. After all, a 9th or 10th grade monster beast's body was already very valuable, so there was no reason to let it go. Luolan also received some monster beast materials as spoils of war. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't ask for anything else, just constantly using his golden blood threads to absorb the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood to condense his own blood beasts and expand their ranks. In just a few days, Yang Kai's army of blood beasts had grown to the size of a dozen or so. Among these dozen or so blood beasts, there was even the 10th grade monster beast that the 4 of them had killed together, the steel flame ghost spider. This monster beast's body was extremely tough and was surrounded by a pale white spirit flame that was capable of burning anything in its path. An origin-returning realm cultivator would have died upon contact with it, and if not for Ni Guang, the other 3 probably wouldn't have been able to kill it. This could be said to be Yang Kai's biggest harvest so far. Except for the steel flame ghost spider. For example, the Zhu Zhen bird, star emperor turtle, 8-eyed demon toad, purple thunder sky leopard, all kinds of ancient monster beast with different unique bloodlines were taken under Yang Kai's command. It could be said that on the surface, Yang Kai had gained nothing. However, from a fundamental point of view, he had earned more than anyone else. Because what he had gained was an increase in his own strength, while what others had gained was just external help. Transforming external help into strength required another process. After a few days of getting along, Ni Guang and Luolan began to feel shocked. Because they discovered that Yang Kai's golden blood thread seemed to be inexhaustible. When Yang Kai was dealing with the first tail-crowned snake corpse, Ni Guang didn't pay much attention to it. If it was just a blood beast condensed from a single golden blood thread, he really wouldn't put it in his eyes. But now, the number of blood beasts Yang Kai had collected was enough to shock him. If he released a dozen blood beasts like that, even he would have a headache. And from the looks of it, this was far from Yang Kai's limit. Ni Guang found it hard to imagine what it would be like if Yang Kai gathered a certain number of these strange blood beasts. He finally began to take Yang Kai seriously. Along the way, he would occasionally communicate with Shuiyu with his divine sense, wanting to inquire about Yang Kai's details and whether he could win him over to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Shuiyu didn't know much about Yang Kai, so she couldn't give a definite answer for the time being, but she did have the idea of inviting Yang Kai to join them. A few days later, Yang Kai's blood beasts had reached more than 20, and his blood beast army was beginning to take shape. Now that they encountered a monster beast, there was no need for Ni Guang and the others to take action. As soon as Yang Kai's blood beast army was dispatched, it would quickly surround the enemy and beat them to death, causing his gains to snowball. On this day, Ni Guang, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, frowned, and swept his surroundings with his divine sense. "Uncle Ni, what's wrong?" Shuiyu looked around but didn't find any trace of danger, so she couldn't help asking. "Someone's coming." Ni Guang's eyes suddenly flashed as he turned to a certain direction and quickly said, "They're moving very quickly." Hearing this, everyone's complexion couldn't help changing as they followed his gaze. Soon, Yang Kai and Luolan also noticed the movement in that direction. Very far away, there were indeed 2 auras rapidly approaching, and judging from the other party's aura fluctuations, it was obvious they were Origin King Realm Masters. In fact, it wasn't just 1, but 2. A moment later, 2 streams of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Whether it was intentional or not, the direction these 2 people were heading towards was exactly where Yang Kai and the others were stopping. After a while, the distance between the 2 sides rapidly closed. At this time, Ni Guang also recognized the identities of these 2 people and his expression became cold as he snorted, "Humph, it's actually those 2. So it's them." Luolan couldn't help paling slightly as a look of dread appeared on her face. Yang Kai also frowned secretly. Before entering this place, Shuiyu had introduced him to the Origin King Realm Masters present at that time, so he also recognized the origins of these two at this moment. Of these two, one was an old man while the other was a middle-aged man, but neither of them was a good person. The old man's name was Kong Fa, and he was an elder of Galaxy Ridge. Galaxy Ridge could be considered a major force in the star field. However, just like another force, Abandoned Lair, it had a notorious reputation. Most of the people gathered in these two great forces were people who committed all manner of evil, and there were also many cultivators who had committed crimes on various cultivation stars who had no choice but to seek refuge with these two great forces. What they liked to do the most was wander around star territory, and whenever they encountered a lone starship, they would rob it. They were the true bandits of star territory. Whether it was Sword Union, Purple Star, or Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, all of them had suffered many losses at the hands of these two great forces over the years. Many of their long-distance starships had disappeared for no reason, and the accompanying cultivator and materials had all gone missing. Although there was not much evidence to suggest that these two great forces were responsible, everyone understood that the ones who dared to act so unscrupulously were most likely this group of lawless people. The people of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were both hated and abandoned by the entire star territory. Simply robbing starships was not a big deal. These two forces even occasionally sent a group of people to some cultivation stars that did not have an Origin King Realm Master to plunder cultivation materials and cultivators, bringing them back to their headquarters to enslave them and humiliate them wantonly. It could be said that Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were the two biggest tumors in star territory. However, because their forces were not weak, they could not be eradicated. Before this, Xueyu had warned Yang Kai that Kong Fa, who came from Galaxy Ridge, was not a good person and that if he were to encounter him alone in the future, he must be careful. Because although this person appeared to be kind, in fact, he was extremely vicious and merciless. The middle-aged man who came with Kong Fa was another big tumor in star territory, Su Wei from Abandoned Lair. In Abandoned Lair, he was also an elder-level character. It was rumored that he used to be a cultivator from Purple Star, but for some unknown reason, he had defected and fallen into Abandoned Lair. And before he betrayed them, he slaughtered everyone in his own sect, not leaving a single one alive. This incident had shaken all of Purple Star, and Purple Star had dispatched masters to hunt him down, but Su Wei had relied on his superb cultivation to carve out a bloody path and escape into Abandoned Lair. This incident caused Purple Star's face to fall greatly. Many years later, he had established a foothold in Abandoned Lair and taken the position of elder. These two could be said to be birds of a feather, jackals of the same feather. It was unknown how they had joined forces or why they were flying in the direction of Ni Guang. After recognizing these two, Ni Guang not only showed no fear, but instead sneered, "Good, this old master can't act rashly outside, but since you're courting death, this old master will fulfill your wish. Elder Luo, I'll have to ask you to hold back one of them while this old master kills the other before joining you. Leave it to me." Luo Lan's pretty face went cold. "My Sword Union has many grievances with these two. Since we've met here, there's no reason to let them go. You two stand back and pay attention to protecting yourselves." Ni Guang ordered Yang Kai and Xueyu. Yang Kai and Xueyu nodded at the same time and prepared to evacuate. A battle between 4 Origin Kings was about to break out, and Yang Kai had no interest in getting involved. Chapter 1763. Just as Yang Kai and Xueyu were about to quietly withdraw, Kong Fa flew over and shouted, "Is that Senior Ni of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce?" He obviously recognized Ni Guang, but he did not show any intention of evading and instead greeted him head-on. This scene was very unusual because whether it was Kong Fa or Su Wei, both of them had extremely disreputable backgrounds and their hands were stained with the blood of many Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Under normal circumstances, they would flee upon encountering Ni Guang, so why would they take the initiative to meet him head-on? Ni Guang froze for a moment before his brow furrowed slightly, wondering if the other party was plotting something. At the same time, he secretly gave Luo Lan a look, telling her to be careful as he coldly snorted, "Yes, it is this Ni." Kong Fa was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Great, please save us, Senior Ni, this Kong will repay you generously in the future." "Save us?" Ni Guang was startled and seemed to realize something, his eyes instantly becoming deep as he looked behind Kong Fa and Su Wei. In the next moment, his face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good." He finally understood what Kong Fa and Su Wei had encountered and why they had taken the initiative to approach him even though they knew he was here. These two were actually being hunted down by a group of ancient divine spirit. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others also noticed this. Since Kong Fa and Su Wei appeared, there had been no disturbance behind them, but the two of them looked very distressed. Obviously, they had experienced a great battle and were slightly injured. At first, Yang Kai was quite puzzled as to what could cause two Origin Kings to suffer such a loss, but when Kong Fa shouted for help, a colorful light suddenly flashed less than 3 kilometers behind him. This light was so dazzling that at first glance, it was impossible to figure out what it was, but upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually a swarm of butterfly-like insects. These insects fluttered their colorful wings and moved about in an unpredictable manner. Every time they flapped their wings, they would perform a teleportation-like movement, closing the distance between them and Kong Fa and Su Wei. From everyone's perspective, there were at least 1,000 butterfly-like insects chasing after Kong Fa and Su Wei. They gathered into a large group, as ferocious as a tide of bugs, not far behind them. "What is this?" Luo Lan's pretty face paled. Although she didn't recognize what this butterfly-like beast was, seeing how distressed Kong Fa and Su Wei were, she knew it wasn't easy to provoke it. "Illusionary void butterfly." Ni Guang quickly replied, "They're ancient insects that are born with the ability to manipulate space. Their bodies are harder than steel, and they're extremely ferocious. Once they're out, they're like a swarm of locusts." Before he could finish his sentence, behind Kong Fa and Su Wei, a wider range of 5-colored light flashed as more illusionary void butterflies appeared. That scale was more than 1,000, or even more than 10,000, there were at least several tens of thousands of illusionary void butterflies flying towards them. The scene was extremely shocking. Every time they flapped their wings, traces of visible ripples appeared in that expanse of space, and it seemed as if even space was affected. "Run!" Ni Guang shouted as he quickly pushed his Saint Chi, wrapped Shuayu in it, turned around, and fled. He was different from Luo Lan. Before entering the severed world, Ni Guang had made a lot of preparations and knew about the existence of illusionary void butterflies here. He also knew how difficult and ferocious they were, so when he discovered that Kong Fa and Su Wei were being chased by such vicious beasts, Ni Guang no longer hesitated and only wanted to escape. Seeing him like this, how could Yang Kai and Luo Lan not understand the seriousness of the situation and quickly used their secret techniques to escape? Luo Lan was an Origin King Realm Master, so her speed was naturally not slow, and although Yang Kai's cultivation was low, he had many advantages over others. However, Yang Kai had an advantage that many cultivators did not possess. Whether it was his physique or the density of his Saint Chi, Yang Kai was far superior to an ordinary Origin returning Realm Master, so in terms of speed, he was able to keep up with Luo Lan. "Senior Ni!" Kong Fa shouted from behind, "I hope Senior Ni can help this Kong and Brother Su escape." Ni Guang was furious and shouted without looking back as he fled, "Scram! If you dare follow this old master again, I'll take your dog life." Ni Guang was filled with annoyance. After encountering such a situation for no reason, the other party had shamelessly followed behind him, seemingly trying to divert the trouble away from him while constantly shouting for help. If it weren't for Ni Guang also being extremely wary of these illusionary void butterflies, he would have turned around and killed Kong Fa. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to kill Kong Fa. Is Senior Ni really so unreasonable? Kong Fa's voice suddenly became cold. This old master has nothing to do with you too. Ni Guang coldly snorted. Kong Fa grinned strangely. Since Senior Ni is so unreasonable, don't blame this Kong and Brother Su for being disloyal. Saying so, he and Su Wei exchanged a glance before each of them summoned a secret technique and sent it towards Ni Guang from afar. A burst of energy erupted and a bright light flashed across the sky like a meteor, instantly bombarding Ni Guang's path. Ni Guang could not help pausing as he turned around and shouted angrily, "Two bastards, this old master will remember you. Despicable, shameless." Luo Lan also cursed. These two Origin King Realm Masters, who were born in the territory of the Star Field, were both determined to drag Ni Guang and Luo Lan down with them because only in this way could they reduce the pressure on them and escape from the pursuit of these tens of thousands of illusionary void butterflies. This brief pause allowed Kong Fa and Su Wei to quickly close the distance between them while the illusionary void butterflies behind them were also getting closer and closer. After cursing, Ni Guang did not dare to linger at all and did not even have time to counterattack, continuing to flee with Xueyu. Yang Kai's face also became gloomy as he realized that the situation this time was far from good. According to the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Ni Guang and Luo Lan were involved. Once these two were entangled by the illusionary void butterflies, with the power displayed by these monster beasts, Yang Kai and Xueyu would be doomed. What's more, there was also Kong Fa and Su Wei, these two insidious and cunning people, stirring up trouble, making the situation even more confusing. Senior Ni, since things have gotten to this point, why don't we all join forces to expel these monster beasts first? Seeing that his treacherous plan had succeeded, Kong Fa changed his previous pleading expression and actually began to cooperate with Ni Guang. Ni Guang's face was gloomy and he did not speak, only glancing over at Xueyu with some worry. With his powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, he was not too afraid of these illusionary void butterflies. Even if he was surrounded, he was 80% sure he could escape, but if he had to bring Xueyu along, the situation would be different. Thinking so, he suddenly sent a divine sense message to Xueyu, "If we are separated, you must pay attention to protect yourself." Xueyu nodded imperceptibly. At that moment, Kong Fa and Su Wei used their secret techniques again to delay Ni Guang and Luo Lan. In order to drag these two Origin Kings down with them, Kong Fa and Su Wei had obviously gone all out, using their strongest attacks right off the bat. By the time Ni Guang and Luo Lan resolved this, Kong Fa and Su Wei were already less than 300 meters away from the group, and the countless illusionary void butterflies chasing them were also closing in. This old master swears that one day, I will grind your bones to dust. Ni Guang saw that he could no longer escape, so he waved his hand and pushed Xueyu away before turning around and roaring. "Why is Senior Ni so angry? Let's get through this first," Kong Fa said bitterly. Kong Fa laughed bitterly, but before he could finish speaking, his expression changed. This was because Ni Guang had directly attacked him. Kong Fa immediately let out a strange cry as he stretched out his hand and summoned a blood-red shield to protect himself. Kong, with a loud explosion, the violent attack hit the shield and caused it to glow red. Although it managed to resist Ni Guang's hasty blow, the aftershock still sent Kong Fa flying backwards. Under Kong Fa's horrified gaze, he fell directly into the encirclement of countless illusionary void butterflies. The five-colored butterfly phantoms flew out in all directions and Kong Fa's figure quickly disappeared from the encirclement, followed by a burst of screams and violent energy fluctuations. A moment later, a figure shot up into the sky. Naturally, it was Kong Fa who had just managed to escape. However, in this short period of time, Kong Fa had been seriously injured. He was covered in blood and even half of his nose seemed to be missing. His face was also pockmarked, as if it had been corroded, giving him an extremely terrifying appearance. It was obvious how terrifying these illusionary void butterflies were. Countless illusionary void butterflies gathered together and followed closely behind, forming a five-colored pillar of light that shot up into the sky, seemingly determined to kill all of them. Kong Fa reaped what he had sown and was now in a bad situation. Ni Guang and Luo Lan, who had been dragged into this by him, also wore nervous looks as they summoned their own defensive artifacts and used their secret techniques to attack the surrounding illusionary void butterflies. Asterisk ding ding dang dang, asterisk the attacks of the Origin King Realm Masters landed on the illusionary void butterflies and produced a series of metallic clangs. A large number of illusionary void butterflies fell from the sky and died, but more of their companions continued to rush forward. The place where the two of them stood was now completely surrounded. Su Wei, who had been silent all this time, was also in a similar situation. The four Origin Kings could only fight on their own for a while and try to protect themselves. Xueyu, who had been pushed out by Ni Guang before, had now joined up with Yang Kai. She knew that in such a situation, only by joining forces with Yang Kai could they hope to survive. Xueyu summoned a bracelet artifact that exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Once this artifact was activated, it transformed into 10, and then 100. In a very short time, the entire world seemed to be filled with the phantom image of this bracelet. This was obviously an Origin King grade artifact. With Xueyu's identity and status, it was natural for her to have an Origin King grade artifact. It would be strange if she did not have one. However, her cultivation was not high enough, so even if she had an Origin King grade artifact, it was only Origin King grade low rank. Under the urging of Xueyu Saint Qi, the countless bracelet phantoms buzzed and shot out like arrows from a bow, instantly blocking the onslaught of the illusionary void butterflies. From time to time, dead illusionary void butterflies would fall from the sky. However, Xueyu was not happy at all and instead exclaimed in shock, "These things have strong defenses." Chapter 1764. An Origin King grade artifact was extremely powerful, and Xueyu was not an ordinary cultivator, so her strength was quite high. Even so, her attacks were unable to kill all the illusionary void butterflies, demonstrating just how terrifying the defenses of these insects were. At the same time as Xueyu took action, Yang Kai also took action. With a single thought, more than 20 golden blood threads exuding golden and red light appeared and transformed into the appearance of blood beasts. Thunder flame flying lizards, tail-crowned snakes, steel flame ghost spiders, Zhu Zhen birds, star emperor turtles, eight-eyed demon toads, purple thunder sky leopards. As soon as these blood beasts appeared, they spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Xueyu, forming a strong protective circle. Immediately, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, these blood beasts used various methods to attack the surrounding illusionary void butterflies. The blood beasts had inherited most of the abilities of these monster beasts when they were alive, and although they needed to be controlled, making them somewhat inflexible, they were undoubtedly excellent helpers at this time. As soon as the 20 or so blood beasts of different sizes moved out, they instantly formed an impregnable defense, greatly reducing the pressure on Yang Kai and Xueyu. Asterisk wang wang wang, asterisk the sound of the illusionary void butterflies flapping their wings rang out incessantly as they charged forward without fear of death, as if they had no fear of death and only had an instinct to kill the living. The blood beasts, which exuded strong blood aura fluctuations, became the best targets to attract the illusionary void butterflies. Yang Kai and Xueyu were in the middle, so for a time, they were safe. Seeing this, Xueyu could not help feeling overjoyed and quickly began manipulating her artifacts to kill the illusionary void butterflies. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. The remaining several dozen golden blood threads shot out and crisscrossed through the void, cutting one illusionary void butterfly after another in half. However, as time passed, Yang Kai found that the situation had not improved. The four Origin Kings were still fighting on their own, surrounded by countless illusionary void butterflies. The corpses of the illusionary void butterflies piled up on the ground, forming a thick layer. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. The current situation made Yang Kai realize that it was impossible to kill all these illusionary void butterflies. If they continued to fight like this, Yang Kai's group would eventually run out of strength and be slaughtered by these illusionary void butterflies. As for his 20 or so blood beasts, most of them were also injured, even though they were all transformed from golden blood threads. These blood beasts were not living creatures, but under the constant consumption of the illusionary void butterflies, the vitality fluctuations emanating from their bodies were becoming weaker and weaker. "Shuiyu, we have to leave this place," Yang Kai whispered to Shuiyu. "But uncle and I." Shuiyu hesitantly looked in Ni Guang's direction, but she couldn't see him at all. Everything was wrapped in gorgeous colors, and one could only vaguely sense the intense energy fluctuations coming from within. "Mr. Ni's cultivation is very high, you don't have to worry about him. As long as we can escape, he should be fine," Yang Kai comforted. "Are you sure you can escape from here?" Shuiyu asked. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Whether or not I'm confident, I have to try. It's better than sitting here and waiting for death." Hearing him say so, Shuiyu nodded and grit her teeth. "Good, I'll go with you." She had been warned by Ni Guang in advance and had a hunch that such a situation would happen, so she did not hesitate. "Then follow me." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he ordered the 20 or so blood beasts to launch a fierce attack in a certain direction. In an instant, a gap was opened in the illusionary void butterflies that had surrounded the two of them. "Go!" Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he grabbed Shuiyu's arm and rushed out of the gap. The next moment, the 20 or so blood beasts twisted and turned back into golden and red golden blood threads before being taken back into his body. Suddenly losing their target, the illusionary void butterflies seemed to be startled for a moment. But soon, they flapped their wings and chased in the direction Yang Kai and Shuiyu had fled. At this time, Yang Kai did not have time to worry about such things. Wrapping himself in his space force, Yang Kai flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Using his space force, his speed suddenly increased. Shuiyu was dumbfounded for a moment, because it was not until this moment that she understood what it meant to be as fast as lightning. But soon, Yang Kai frowned because he found that his space force was greatly limited in this severed world. This damned place was filled with void cracks, so the Tao of space was unstable. In addition, when the illusionary void butterfly flapped its wings, it would interfere with the surrounding space, making it difficult for Yang Kai to use his space force. This discovery made Yang Kai's face sink, but what made him even angrier was that after he escaped the encirclement, a person actually chased after him. That person was none other than Elder Su Wei of Abandoned Lair. Su Wei was also struggling at this moment and was exhausted from running. He was being chased by countless illusionary void butterflies, but he did not care and instead desperately chased after Yang Kai and Shuiyu. Even if he was attacked, he showed no intention of fighting back and simply dodged. What does he want to do? Shuiyu faintly realized that the situation was not good. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "He just wants to make us his scapegoat so he can escape." There was a saying that when being chased by an invincible enemy, it was not necessary to escape from the enemy, but only to escape from one's companions. Although Yang Kai and Shuiyu were not Su Wei's companions, he obviously intended to chase after them. As long as he could use Yang Kai and Shuiyu to delay the illusionary void butterflies, he would have a chance to get rid of these annoying ancient divine spirit. On the other side, although Ni Guang discovered Su Wei's intentions, he had no ability to stop him. At this moment, he couldn't even move and could only stare at Su Wei's back from afar, roaring furiously. Despicable! After understanding Su Wei's intentions, Xueyu gritted her teeth and shouted, her face filled with anger. Yang Kai sneered, every man for himself. Since he wants to scheme against us, let's see if he has the ability. Yang Kai was not afraid and did not panic because of Su Wei's actions. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai and Xueyu had already fled a few dozen kilometers. As far as their eyes could see, Ni Guang and the others had long disappeared, leaving behind only a large number of illusionary void butterflies and Su Wei. As for Su Wei, he was also being chased by more illusionary void butterflies. While fleeing, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the surrounding environment. Soon, he made a discovery and rushed in a certain direction with Xueyu. In that direction, there was a void crack that could not be seen with the naked eye. Yang Kai believed that at this time, even if Su Wei released his divine sense, he would not be able to detect it. As long as Su Wei followed Yang Kai's footsteps, there was a chance he would run into that void crack. If that happened, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Yang Kai deliberately brought Xueyu close to the void crack in order to interfere with Su Wei's judgment. However, what Yang Kai never expected was that the countless illusionary void butterflies chasing after him were able to discover the existence of the void crack and quickly flew around it. This scene was naturally imprinted in Su Wei's eyes. Su Wei was an Origin King Realm Master, so he was naturally extremely experienced and cautious. Although he could not detect the void crack, from the movements of the illusionary void butterflies, he could infer that there was something strange about it. As such, he directly followed the path of the illusionary void butterflies and avoided the void crack unscathed. Yang Kai almost cursed out loud as he did not expect that Su Wei would be saved by the illusionary void butterflies in this situation. As time passed, whether it was the illusionary void butterflies or Su Wei behind them, they were getting closer and closer, and the situation was becoming more and more like they were about to be surrounded again. At this moment, Su Wei relaxed a lot because the illusionary void butterflies that had been chasing him and Kong Fa before had been scattered into several groups. At this moment, there were not many of them chasing after him. With his means, if he fought hard, it was possible for him to kill all the illusionary void butterflies chasing after him. But in that case, he would inevitably lose a lot of his strength and might even be injured. This was not what he wanted. In this severed world, he had to maintain his best condition at all times to cope with possible dangers. As such, he had been using Yang Kai and Xueyu as leverage. The speed of these two juniors surprised him a little, but when he thought about Xueyu's identity, he felt relieved. He thought that Yang Kai and Xueyu's speed was all thanks to Xueyu. This young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce must have cultivated some kind of incredible secret technique. But, that was the end of it. Looking at the two figures only a few kilometers ahead of him, a gloomy expression flashed across Su Wei's eyes. Immediately, he secretly urged his secret technique while forming a series of complicated seals with his hands. The next moment, a layer of crimson light suddenly emerged from Su Wei's body, as if a blood mist was being sprayed from his pores. The moment this light appeared, Su Wei's speed suddenly increased to an incredible degree. The short distance of a few kilometers was instantly closed by Su Wei and Xueyu, directly overtaking Yang Kai and Xueyu. This was not the end though. Su Wei also sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai and Xueyu, condensing a powerful Saint Qi into an attack. There was no murderous intent in this palm strike because he had no intention of taking the lives of these two, he just wanted them to delay the illusionary void butterflies. Dead people could not be delayed. Damn it! Xueyu shouted angrily as she threw her bracelet artifact forward to meet Su Wei's attack. Kong, with a loud bang, a burst of energy erupted and the bracelet flashed wildly under the violent force, causing Yang Kai and Xueyu's speed to plummet and they were forced to stabilize themselves. Ha! Su Wei laughed wildly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and Xueyu mockingly. "You two brats, try to survive." He wore a look of arrogance, as if his scheme had succeeded. "Want to run?" Yang Kai's face went cold as he stared straight into Su Wei's eyes, his left eye suddenly turning golden as a budding lotus pattern appeared in his pupil. Chapter 1765. Yang Kai hated Su Wei for using him to escape, so naturally, he wouldn't give up so easily, so he took advantage of the moment Su Wei laughed arrogantly and relaxed to use his blossoming lotus secret technique. Yang Kai wasn't done yet though. With a flick of his wrist, the verdant dragon bone sword shot out, and with a loud dragon roar, a giant dark green dragon pounced towards Su Wei, opening its bloody maw and spitting out a highly toxic and corrosive breath. Su Wei's smile froze on his face in an instant and his eyes could not help trembling slightly. He had not expected that Yang Kai, an origin king, could make such an extraordinary move. In the next moment, he noticed a pure spiritual energy bombarding the barrier of his knowledge sea, causing his origin king realm knowledge sea barrier to tremble and crack. This pure spiritual energy then invaded his knowledge sea through this crack, transformed into a lotus flower, and slowly bloomed while absorbing the strength of his knowledge sea. A splitting headache. Su Wei couldn't help screaming as he hurriedly stabilized his mind and pushed the power of his knowledge sea to resist this strange lotus flower. Fortunately, his cultivation was not weak, so although he had been caught off guard by Yang Kai, he was not completely defeated. As soon as he pushed the power of his knowledge sea, the slowly blooming lotus flower was completely suppressed. However, if he wanted to expel it, it would take some effort. Su Weizhen didn't have time to pay attention to the abnormalities in his knowledge sea because the giant dark green dragon had already opened its bloody maw and rushed towards him. In front of this giant dragon, he was as small as an ant. Seeing that the giant dragon was about to swallow him, Su Wei grit his teeth. The crimson light around his body became brighter and his speed soared, allowing him to narrowly avoid the giant dragon's attack. When he reappeared, he was already 10 kilometers away, but his face was slightly pale and his breathing was rapid. First, he had fled with Kong Fa for a long time, then fought countless illusionary void butterflies, used 2 secret techniques that consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, and was even attacked by Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique. Even if he was an origin king realm master, Su Wei was unable to bear it for a while. Su Wei turned around bitterly, looking at Yang Kai and Xueyu who were being surrounded one after another. "Brat, you better pray that you die here. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born in this world." As an origin king, he had been caught off guard by an origin returning realm junior. This was simply a great humiliation. Fortunately, no one else saw the scene just now. At the very least, it allowed him to retain some of his dignity. After he was done, he didn't stay any longer. He immediately fled. Su Wei did not believe that Yang Kai and Xueyu could survive the attacks of so many illusionary void butterflies. Even he himself might not be able to escape alive under such circumstances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to make use of these 2 juniors. Humph! Yang Kai coldly snorted and stopped moving forward. After being delayed by Su Wei, he and Xueyu had no way to escape. Now, the number of illusionary void butterflies surrounding them was twice as large as before. After all, Su Wei had disappeared, so the illusionary void butterflies attacking him before had all changed their target. More than 20 blood beasts were once again released by Yang Kai to protect him and attract the attention of the illusionary void butterflies. The giant dark green dragon transformed from the dragon bone sword also joined the fray. Xueyu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, wore a dignified expression as sweat dripped from the tip of her nose. She was constantly summoning her artifact, consuming a great deal of her Saint Chi, but she had no intention of giving up. While killing enemies, she stuffed pills into her mouth to restore her Saint Chi. Even her symbiotic demon spirit, Xie Ji, was released by Xueyu. This symbiotic monster spirit was extremely powerful, and in terms of combat power alone, it was not inferior to Xueyu's. Many years ago, in the Emperor Garden, Xueyu had used this symbiotic monster spirit to fight Shan Qing Luo's heavenly moon demon spider to a draw, demonstrating just how ferocious it was. Even so, the situation was still unsalvageable. The light on the blood beasts' bodies flickered, as if they could collapse at any moment, causing their defensive perimeter to shrink. "How come you don't look worried at all?" Xueyu suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked with a strange expression. Her hands did not remain idle as she sent out a series of powerful secret techniques, killing a large number of illusionary void butterflies and relieving the pressure on the blood beasts. It wasn't until this moment that she discovered that Yang Kai's face was completely calm, without the slightest trace of nervousness one would expect from someone who had reached a dead end. "What are you worried about?" Yang Kai chuckled and asked rhetorically while manipulating his golden blood threads to accurately harvest the lives of the illusionary void butterflies. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Seemingly infected by his demeanor, Xueyu's expression also calmed down. "Nonsense." Yang Kai spat disdainfully, "Who isn't afraid of death? But, there is a saying that if one dies under a peony flower, even a ghost can die a happy death." Xueyu was taken aback for a moment before immediately glaring at Yang Kai. "At this time, you're still in the mood to joke around?" Yang Kai just chuckled dryly and did not answer. Although the current situation seemed extremely dangerous, it was actually very easy for him to resolve. He had at least two ways to get rid of these illusionary void butterflies. The simplest method was naturally to summon the sealed world bead and take Xueyu to hide inside the sealed world bead. Once the two of them disappeared, it would be impossible for the illusionary void butterflies to remain here. In addition, he could also tear space and escape. Although the space force fluctuations here were chaotic and could interfere with his use of space force, escaping 100 to 200 kilometers at a time would not be a problem. The only concern was that he might encounter some kind of danger in the void. Both methods were very effective, and Yang Kai was fully confident he could succeed. However, this would inevitably expose some of his trump cards, especially the sealed world bead. This kind of thing had its own independent world, and its existence was simply too incredible, so Yang Kai did not dare expose it in front of Xueyu. After all, she was the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and his relationship with her was not good enough for him to share secrets with her. As such, he had been thinking about how to get the best of both worlds. "Yang Kai." Xueyu suddenly called out leisurely. "What?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, feeling that her tone was a little strange at the moment. "Have you always hated me?" Xueyu asked, her eyes drifting, as if she did not dare to look at Yang Kai. "Why would I hate you?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Because I sent people to hunt you down, and because I bullied you," Xueyu said softly. "Huh." Yang Kai laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Xueyu frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. She wanted to talk to Yang Kai seriously, but the other party was acting so indifferent, making her feel like she was being ignored. Yang Kai looked at her playfully, smiling as he said, "The dignified young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has such sentimental moments. After all, a woman is a woman." This sentence seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest, causing Xueyu to grit her teeth and shout, "I am a woman, so what? I was born a woman, and I never wanted to be a man. Do you think I like it? After so many years, who has ever considered my feelings?" Saying so, she stretched out her hand and tapped her chest fiercely. With a flash of brilliance, the Xueyu standing in front of Yang Kai instantly changed her appearance. At this moment, she was no longer the heroic and extraordinary man she had been before. Instead, she was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, long hair that reached down to her hips, and a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as if she wanted to eat him alive. Combined with the man's clothes she was wearing, Xueyu at this moment had a different kind of temptation. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before rubbing his nose in amazement. I was just saying something casually, why are you reacting so strongly? Shui just stared at him, her eyes flashing with a light of love and hate that Yang Kai was familiar with. Hey! Yang Kai looked helpless, is it okay for you to do this? If someone were to see you like this, it wouldn't be good for your Chamber of Commerce. If someone were to see your special constitution, you might be taken away. Shui Yu's special constitution was extremely attractive to Origin Kings. The dragon marrow phoenix body was something that could only be encountered by chance. Any man who obtained Shui Yu's primordial yin would be able to greatly increase their strength without any hidden dangers. Shui Yu's primordial yin could be said to be the best pills. For Origin Kings who had been cultivating for countless years but were still unable to improve their strength, it was an unimaginable temptation. Even if her identity was the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, there were bound to be people who would take risks to obtain her. There was no shortage of crazy people in this world. Shui Yu sneered, brushed her hair back behind her ear, and squinted towards Yang Kai, saying leisurely, besides you and me, is there anyone else here? Besides, you already knew I was a woman and knew about my special constitution, but I don't see you having any ideas about me. What's wrong? Young lady isn't attractive at all? Why are you bringing this up now? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became unnatural. Although he was well versed in the ways of men and women, sometimes he still felt that some women were unreasonable. In this kind of place, in this kind of environment, Shui Yu was actually discussing such things with him. He simply didn't know how to answer. You shameless bastard, you actually know how to be shy. Shui Yu blushed slightly, but still continued to despise Yang Kai. I really didn't know you had such thin skin. Back then on that dead star, how could you be so shameless? That was an accident, okay? Yang Kai glared at her, it was so many years ago, what are you doing with it? Didn't we agree to forget it together? Who agreed with you? I will never forget that kind of thing for the rest of my life. Shui Yu's chest heaved violently as her anger erupted, and with a wave of her hand, countless illusionary void butterflies were killed on the spot. Fine, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at her dejectedly, tell me, you're making me very confused. What do I want to do? Shui Yu grit her teeth and shouted, what do you think I want to do? What else can I do? With a hysterical look, she roared 3 times in a row, a trace of grievance mixed with her anger. Chapter 1766. Seeing Shui Yu's unreasonable appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling angry. Staring at her coldly for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly snorted and took a step towards her, a fierce light flashing across his eyes, causing Shui Yu's face to pale slightly. The next moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Shui Yu's tender body into his arms, and under her stunned and horrified gaze, he leaned over and kissed her thin and tender lips. At the same time, his other hand covered her private part and began to rub vigorously. His actions were extremely rough, as if he didn't have the slightest intention of showing any tenderness towards the fairer sex. Ouch, you bastard! Shui Yu screamed in panic as she stretched out her hands to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to push him away. The stalwart body that was pressed against her was like a towering mountain, unmoving. Amidst the pain, a strange feeling spread throughout her body. With a soft moan, Shui Yu struggled a few times before her body soon softened. The surrounding illusionary void butterflies flapped their wings, making a buzzing sound as the colorful butterflies wrapped around the two of them. The blood beasts fought fiercely while the giant dark green dragon roared. After a long time, their lips parted. Yang Kai pushed Shui Yu away and squinted at her, a look of abandonment on his face. Shui Yu's cheeks were flushed red and her slender white neck was also flushed red. Her body seemed to have gone limp, and after leaving Yang Kai's embrace, she staggered slightly, but at this moment, she was looking around, her eyes drifting, no longer showing the aggressive posture she had before. Satisfied? Yang Kai snorted. You. Shuayu's face flushed red as she opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Damn, you're never done. Yang Kai cursed, why don't you take a look at when you're still bothering me? You really don't know what you're doing. Shuayu suddenly wore a look of grievance as her eyes turned red and she began to cry, but she quickly adjusted her mood and took a deep breath. Gritting her teeth, she said, so what? I got what I wanted anyway. Is this what you want? Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically. So what if I am? Shuayu pursed her red lips, in this world, besides my father and the Chamber of Commerce's elders, only you know that I'm a woman. I don't want to die without experiencing what it's like to be a woman. So you thought you were dead for sure. Yang Kai suddenly realized why this woman was so crazy. That's right. You said it yourself. Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. So what if I let you be a romantic? Shuayu giggled like a beautiful fairy. At the very least. If I really die here, I'll die as a woman. At least I'll have one of my wishes fulfilled. Unreasonable indeed. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. Shuayu twisted her neck and snorted, whatever you say. After speaking, Shuayu seemed to relax a lot. Her whole person became more spirited, and even her face was brimming with a dazzling brilliance. Let me say this first. You forced me to do this today, so I won't take responsibility. Yang Kai raised a finger and waved it in front of Shuayu's face, as if he had eaten her dry and wouldn't take responsibility. Who wants you to take responsibility? Shuayu curled her lips, I know you have women, and more than one, but, as the saying goes, a wife is better than a concubine, and a concubine is better than a lover, you know quite a lot. Yang Kai chuckled before suddenly sighing and looking at Shuayu with a solemn expression. He whispered, it's not easy for you either. Shuayu pouted, it's good that you know. As she spoke, she took the initiative to lean towards Yang Kai and extend her jade-white hand towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang held her hand in his and teased, what's wrong? Are you ready to go to the Yellow Springs with me? In any case, it's already like this, so if you have any other methods, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm afraid your women will become widows and I won't have the strength to fight anymore, Shuayu said indifferently, as if she was mentally prepared to die. Yang Kai nodded and reached out to hug Shuayu's waist. Seeing this unfathomable look on his face, Shuayu's eyes couldn't help lighting up. She was really prepared to die here, but seeing Yang Kai's posture, it was obvious he still had some strength left. She couldn't help flashing a brilliant light as she secretly looked forward to seeing what cards Yang Kai still had up his sleeve. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and was about to use his space force to tear space and escape with Shuayu when he suddenly remembered something. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai took out what he was looking for. It was a bracelet-like artifact, but it was simple in texture and was obviously quite old. What's more, this bracelet seemed to be engraved with countless complex runes. Staring at this bracelet, Yang Kai turned to look at the illusionary void butterflies surrounding them and with a thought, poured his Saint Chi into the bracelet. The next moment, the bracelet exuded a faint light and the runes engraved on it seemed to move for a moment, releasing a mysterious wave of power. An incredible scene happened next. When this wave of power swept out, the illusionary void butterflies that had been besieging the blood beasts without fear of death seemed to have encountered nemesis and fell from the sky. Looking at this situation, it was as if the power of these illusionary void butterflies had been restrained. What is this? Shuayu looked at the bracelet in Yang Kai's hand in surprise. Yang Kai didn't speak and simply continued to pour his Saint Chi into it. Another wave of energy burst out and more illusionary void butterflies fell to the ground. In a short time, nearly half of the illusionary void butterflies that had surrounded the two of them had lost their ability to move while the rest were forced to flee in horror. This thing can actually be used like this. Yang Kai also had a look of surprise. What the hell is this? Xueyu asked again as she looked at the bracelet in amazement. Under the investigation of her divine sense, she was unable to tell what grade this artifact was. The insect enslavement bracelet. Yang Kai replied casually, someone told me that it has a magical effect on some exotic insects. I just wanted to try it out, but I didn't expect it to really work. The insect enslavement bracelet was an emperor artifact, an artifact refined by the insect emperor. Countless ferocious exotic insects were sealed inside it. After Yang Kai killed the insect emperor, this insect enslavement bracelet became his trophy, but because his cultivation was not high enough, he did not dare refine it easily and had been storing it in his space ring. Yang Yan had told him that this insect enslavement bracelet was a powerful artifact that the insect emperor had relied on to become famous. The aura it emitted could naturally restrain all exotic insects, and judging from the situation in front of him, the illusionary void butterflies were undoubtedly restrained by this insect enslavement bracelet. Although Yang Kai had not refined the insect enslavement bracelet at all and had only slightly stimulated its power with his Saint Qi, he was still able to make these illusionary void butterflies lose their ability to move. The strength of an emperor artifact was obvious. However, Yang Kai was unable to exert its full power, so the illusionary void butterflies did not die. They simply instinctively feared the aura of the insect enslavement bracelet and lost their ability to move or even their desire to attack. A thick layer of illusionary void butterflies covered the ground, all of them struggling but unable to fly up. Even more illusionary void butterflies fled into the distance, but they did not disperse and instead surrounded Yang Kai, sealing off the surrounding space. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand to take back his severely damaged blood beast army. At the same time, he also put away the dragon bone sword, held the insect enslavement bracelet high, poured his Saint Qi into it, and strode forward with Xueyu. Wherever he went, the illusionary void butterflies would constantly retreat, always maintaining a certain distance from him. Once the distance was closed, the illusionary void butterflies would inevitably fall to the ground and wait until he was far away before flying up again to continue their pursuit. Xueyu was pleasantly surprised. Although she had been prepared to die before, if there was a chance to live, no one was willing to die so easily, especially since she had just spoken with Yang Kai and was filled with hope for the bright future ahead of her. Like this, the group advanced for 100 kilometers without any worries, but the illusionary void butterflies never dispersed and continued to follow Yang Kai and Xueyu. These annoying things, Yang Kai frowned, realizing just how troublesome this ancient divine spirit was. Why don't we kill them all first? Xueyu proposed. In any case, with the suppression of the insect enslavement bracelet, the illusionary void butterflies could not pose a threat to her and Yang Kai, all they needed was time. Too troublesome. Yang Kai shook his head, looked around, and after a moment, his eyes lit up and he pointed to a certain direction, let's go there. Saying so, Yang Kai took Xueyu and flew over. Hey, what do you want to do? Xueyu was shocked because in the void in front of them was a void crack that was visible to the naked eye, more than 1,000 meters long, and exuded a terrifying aura. The direction Yang Kai was heading was straight towards this void crack, without the slightest intention of avoiding it. What's wrong? Just a moment ago you said you wanted to go to the Yellow Springs with me, but now you're scared? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, if you're scared, it's not too late to leave. Xueyu bit her red lips and said, who's scared? Don't try to test my intentions. Saying so, she pushed her Saint Qi in a fit of pique and dragged Yang Kai towards the void crack. Yang Kai remained unmoved and simply let her do as she pleased. The two of them approached the void crack at an extremely fast speed, and when they were so close, Yang Kai could clearly feel Xueyu's nervousness. After all, there was a huge void crack in front of them, and no one knew what they would encounter or whether they would be able to find their way back. Just as they were about to rush into the void crack, Xueyu turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai, seemingly making a final inquiry. After failing to obtain Yang Kai's denial, Xueyu grit her teeth and took the initiative to drag Yang Kai into the void crack. In a flash of light, the two of them disappeared. The illusionary void butterflies that were tailing them didn't stop until this moment, circled around a few times, and after confirming that there was no prey, withdrew like a swarm of bees. Chapter 1767. Surrounded by chaotic nothingness, it was as if they were falling into an endless abyss. Xueyu couldn't help holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, her whole body clinging to him as she sought a sense of security. She had never experienced such a bizarre experience. Void cracks were regarded as terrifying existences by all origin kings, but this time, she had taken the initiative to rush into them. She didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on, but she could only choose to believe that this man who had just molested her in an extremely rude way would not put her in danger. Yang Kai really didn't disappoint her. In this dark space crack, he didn't show the slightest fear and instead patted his hands to calm himself down. Perceiving Yang Kai's comfort, Xueyu's mood immediately relaxed. "What should we do now?" Xueyu asked. She turned her head back, wanting to see the entrance they had come from before, but she could no longer see it. Void cracks were unpredictable and space was dislocated. If one entered from a certain point, they might appear tens of thousands of kilometers or even 1,000,000 kilometers away in an instant, so it was naturally impossible to find their way back at this moment. "Don't worry," Yang Kai's tone had a rare gentleness as he chuckled, "just leave this place to me." Xueyu gently nodded. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a reassuring charm, allowing her to relax both physically and mentally. What strong space force fluctuations! This place is really extraordinary. It seems we should have entered earlier. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, seemingly a little annoyed. His expression became solemn as he began circulating his space force, feeling the mysteries around him and comprehending the unique power of this void crack. He relished this opportunity. This kind of experience was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space, so of course he did not want to miss it. After a while, his gaze turned to a certain location and he said, "Come with me." Saying so, Yang Kai pulled Xueyu and flew in that direction. Inside the void crack, there was nothing here, only chaos. This place was like a world that had never been opened before, with no living creatures or world energy. It was an existence even more complete than a dead star. Xueyu couldn't sense anything at all. Except for the touch and warmth of Yang Kai's large hand that was holding her, she held it very tightly, afraid that she would be separated from Yang Kai. In this damned place, even the passage of time seemed to be incomparably long, but when Xueyu stabilized her mind, not only did she not reject this place, but she also felt that this place was extremely dangerous. Instead, he enjoyed this kind of journey. For a man to hold her hand and cut through the thorns in a dangerous place, for a man to bear all kinds of dangers in front while she followed behind with peace of mind, this kind of experience was simply an extravagant hope for her. As the third young master of Xueyu, as well as the future successor of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, under normal circumstances, the one who was leading the charge was her. She needed to establish prestige in front of her subordinates, she needed to solidify her position in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and she also needed to disguise her gender, her tone of voice, and her style of conduct. Her life was far more tiring than most people. But here, she could put everything aside and simply enjoy the feeling of being taken care of. Yang Kai had just said that it wasn't easy for her. Perhaps he had just said it casually and didn't think too deeply about it, but this sentence had poked the deepest and softest part of Xueyu's heart. It almost made her cry. At this moment, her heart was filled with warmth, and she only hoped that this kind of time would continue. At this time, if she still couldn't see that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, then Shuayu wouldn't be the young master of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. But she didn't point it out. A smart woman knew when to speak and when to remain silent. After an unknown amount of time, Shuayu was still immersed in the warm atmosphere, but somewhere in the distance, a faint light suddenly appeared. This light was faint and seemed to be very far away, like a few stars in the territory of the star realm, embellishing this world of nothingness. Ha! Yang Kai laughed loudly, seemingly in an extremely good mood. There really are space spirit crystals here, Luo Lan didn't lie to me. Shuayu was startled for a moment before suddenly realizing, are those space spirit crystals? Did you enter this place to look for space spirit crystals? Yang Kai nodded and sped up. These few starlights seemed to be very far away, but in fact, it only took Yang Kai less than half a stick of incense worth of time to reach them. The light was faint, but it was better than nothing, but in this void crack, it was the only source of light. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that each of these space spirit crystals was about the size of a fist and had a hexagonal shape. They were crystal clear, and there were many fine cracks in them, from which space force fluctuations could be felt. They're quite different from the ones I've obtained before. Yang Kai was extremely surprised, but he didn't rush to take these space spirit crystals and instead began examining them with interest. The space spirit crystals in front of him were indeed very different from the ones he had obtained before, whether it was their shape or the fluctuations of power coming from them, especially the fine cracks on their surface. They were all different from the ones he had obtained before. Naturally, they're not the same. Shuayu glanced at him, as if she knew something. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. This kind of space spirit crystal is a pure space spirit crystal. A true space spirit crystal is born from space force. The space spirit crystals in the outside world are just the concomitant products of various mineral loads and contain a lot of impurities. Although they can also be regarded as a kind of space spirit crystal, compared to this kind, their grade is far inferior. Shuayu reached out and picked up one of the space spirit crystals, the entire process extremely easy, as if this space spirit crystal had been casually thrown away here. Pointing to the fine cracks on its surface, Shuayu said, "Look at this, its power is enough to affect space itself. If this space spirit crystal is detonated using a secret technique, it can cause space to collapse on a large scale. At that time, no matter who is sucked in, I'm afraid they won't have a good ending. Space spirit crystals can be used like this?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested and looked at Shuayu thoughtfully. "Does your Chamber of Commerce have such a secret technique?" "There should be," Shuayu nodded. "I've heard of it before, but I've never come into contact with it." Saying so, she handed the space spirit crystal to Yang Kai and continued, "Moreover, a space ring refined with this kind of space spirit crystal will have a huge space inside, much better than an ordinary space ring, but I don't think any artifact refiner would dare use this kind of thing to refine a space ring. Doing so would simply be playing with their lives." Saying so, the only 4 space spirit crystals left here were collected by Yang Kai. Silently probing them, Yang Kai found that the space force contained in these space spirit crystals was beyond imagination. If he could collect 20 of them, it would be enough for him to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array, one that could teleport him further than the ones he had arranged before. This kind of space spirit crystal can't be put into a space ring. What are you going to do about it? Shuayu looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand and asked. Even without her reminder, Yang Kai had already noticed this problem. He had just tried to put these space spirit crystals into his space ring, but he had been unable to succeed. The power contained in these space spirit crystals clashed violently with his space ring, making it impossible to accept. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead. In the next moment, the space spirit crystal was thrown into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed that the sealed world bead was an extremely high-end existence. After all, it was an emperor artifact, so it had its own independent world and its own world principles, so it should have no problem accommodating space spirit crystals. Xueyu was surprised for a moment before chuckling lightly. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Are you more interested in me now? Yang Kai beamed. Cut the crap. Xueyu glared at him. I do have a lot of secrets, and, when I can tell you in the future, I'll tell you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly said. Xueyu slowly shook her head. I don't need to know these things. I just want someone who can treat me like a woman, and that's enough. Hearing her heartfelt words, Yang Kai looked at her for a while before smiling slightly, taking Xueyu's hand again and flying forward. An hour later, from the void crack, a few more points of starlight appeared in front of the two of them. After repeating this process for a few days, the number of space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hands had reached nearly 100 pieces. The void crack here seemed to be the best breeding ground for space spirit crystals as the rich space force here condensed and crystallized. Xueyu silently followed Yang Kai, helping him collect space spirit crystals without any complaints. The dangers of the outside world of the severed world seemed to be extremely distant to the two of them, as if the world they entered had nothing to do with others. On this day, Yang Kai was leading Xueyu to continue searching for space spirit crystals when Xueyu suddenly called out, Yang Kai, look over there. What's wrong? Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look in the direction Xueyu had indicated, but after a single glance, his expression brightened and he muttered, so many? In that direction, it was like a moonless night with countless stars, bright and dim lights blooming in the void, like bright lanterns in the dark, guiding the way. After staying here for a few days, Yang Kai naturally knew that every light represented an space spirit crystal born here, representing great wealth. He had been very satisfied with the hundreds of space spirit crystals he had obtained before, but when he saw the scene over there at this moment, he realized that his expectations had been too low. There were more than 100 points of light in that direction? That meant there were at least hundreds or thousands of them. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he stretched out his hand, pulled Xueyu into his arms, hugged her, and kissed her fiercely on the cheek. This rough treatment made Xueyu quite unhappy, biting her red lips and wiping her cheeks as she angrily muttered, "You vulgar man." Yang Kai didn't answer and simply led her over to the other side like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1768. The void was vast and boundless, but it was dotted with stars arranged in a spiral shape, and at the center of this spiral, a terrifying power fluctuation was pulsing. Yang Kai and Xueyu stood above this huge spiral composed of countless space spirit crystals with dignified expressions. When they discovered that there were many space spirit crystals here before, the two of them had rushed over with great interest, but after arriving, Yang Kai discovered that this place was quite strange. The space spirit crystals were still the same space spirit crystals, but they seemed to be attracted by some unknown force and were arranged in a special shape, a spiral. Even Xueyu, who was not proficient in the Tao of space, could feel a dangerous aura coming from the center of this spiral, as if it was the source of everything. This place was already a void crack, but at the center of this spiral, there seemed to be a strange existence that could even swallow this void crack. Yang Kai. Xueyu whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "I'm a little nervous." "It's normal, I'm also a little nervous," Yang Kai comforted. Yang Kai comforted her. This was an instinctive fear, fear of the power emanating from the spiral. No one could avoid it, but, this thing seems to be of great use to me. What are you going to do? Xueyu looked at him in amazement. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before patting Xueyu's hand and saying, "Help me collect those space spirit crystals first." Xueyu looked at him deeply, her beautiful eyes bright, as if she could see straight into Yang Kai's heart and understand his thoughts. After a while, Shuayu nodded meekly, N. As she spoke, she flew out. Arriving at the space spirit crystals scattered around the spiral, Shuayu began collecting them one by one. Yang Kai still stood in the same place, staring at the center of the spiral, a dignified look on his face that had never been seen before. After a long time, he released his divine sense to investigate the center of the spiral. He wanted to see what kind of mysteries were hidden inside this spiral, but when his divine sense came into contact with it, he was shocked to discover an astonishing and terrifying attractive force coming from it. This attractive force was so strong that it was simply unheard of, and Yang Kai's mind was instantly drawn in. Not only that. Standing in place, Yang Kai felt as if his body was being held by an invisible hand. Yang Kai disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already at the center of the spiral. Yang Kai. Shuayu was shocked and hurriedly called out. However, she did not receive any response from Yang Kai. From her position, she could see everything. Yang Kai was simply standing in the center of the spiral. Motionless. It was as if he had lost all sense of the outside world and was completely unresponsive. Shuayu's voice with Shuayu. Shuayu immediately understood Shuayu was not daring to act rashly. They could only stand in place anxiously, gazing in the direction of Kai Yang, secretly praying that he was safe. Spinning, endless spinning, Yang Kai felt as if his body and soul were about to be torn apart. The unbearable pain made him want to open his mouth and scream, but he found that he couldn't make a sound no matter how hard he tried. The moment he was pulled into the spiral, his mind was repeating the process of the spiral. This feeling was like being sucked into a violent tornado, and he could only passively endure the destruction of the spiral without being able to do anything to resist. His knowledge sea churning, Yang Kai only felt dizzy, as if his soul was being thrown out of his body by this spinning force. Ever since he had achieved success in his cultivation, he had rarely encountered such a situation that left him at a loss. At any time, in the face of any crisis, he could quickly formulate a reasonable countermeasure to resolve the danger he might encounter. But this time, he found that he was somewhat powerless. While being pulled in by the spiral force, Yang Kai was shocked to find that the strength of his knowledge sea was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking inside his body, Yang Kai found that the physique he was so proud of was beginning to show dense scars. Desperately urging his Saint Qi and spiritual energy, Yang Kai tried to break free from this strange spiral force. But he gained nothing. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In less than a dozen breaths of time, his knowledge sea had dried up. The damage to his soul gave Yang Kai a splitting headache. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus, which was exuding a seven-colored glow, played a crucial role at this moment. While Yang Kai's knowledge sea was exhausted, it immediately began to nourish Yang Kai's soul and repair the damaged areas. The feedback and nourishment of the soul-warming lotus cleared Yang Kai's mind for a moment. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly had an unusual feeling. While the spiral force was destroying his body and spiritual energy, it was also adding another kind of force to his body. It was the Tao of space. This allowed Yang Kai to gain a new understanding of the mysteries of the Tao of space in a very short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly endured the unbearable pain while calmly perceiving his soul. Yang Kai suddenly gained a glimmer of understanding. At a certain moment, Yang Kai resolutely gave up resistance and allowed the spiral force to throw his soul out of his body. In an instant, another kind of vision appeared in front of him. At this moment, it was as if his soul had left his body. His soul covered the void, invisible and invisible, but he could see everything around him. He clearly saw that his body was still standing quietly in the center of the spiral, surrounded by countless space spirit crystals that exuded a faint light. Shuayu was standing not far away, constantly calling out his name. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety, her beautiful eyes filled with panic, and her face was pale. Yang Kai tried to send his divine sense to her, but Xueyu didn't notice him at all and continued to scream. Yang Kai didn't continue because he knew that his soul wasn't truly leaving his body, and because of the influence of the Tao of space here, he couldn't transmit his thoughts to Xueyu. Yang Kai once again focused his attention on the spiral. Observing from this angle, Yang Kai was able to see more and obtain more. After a short while, Yang Kai thoughtfully urged his space force and released it in the direction of the spiral force. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Whether it was from his soul or his body, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This spiral energy was shockingly a type of extremely profound space energy, and it was countless times more profound than what he had comprehended. Before an absolute gap in cultivation, any resistance was futile and would only increase the pain he felt. Only by following the path of the spiral would one be able to comprehend such a profound realm. This was like copying a gourd, although for the time being one could only grasp the shape and not the essence, one could still gain some insights. If one persevered, one would inevitably be able to grasp the essence. After understanding this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and began to urge his space force without restraint, allowing the circulation of his space force to coincide with the spiral's trajectory. This was an extremely difficult process, but also an extremely slow one. Countless wounds began to appear on Yang Kai's body and golden blood began to seep out from them, but instead of spilling out, the blood squirmed like a living creature and began to repair his wounds. Yang Kai's excellent physique played a crucial role at this time, allowing him to persist for a long time. Time passed little by little, and Yang Kai became completely immersed in this wonderful enlightenment, forgetting everything around him. As time passed, the space force exuding from his body not only showed no signs of weakening, but instead became stronger and purer, matching more and more perfectly with the spiral's trajectory. Yang Kai didn't feel much pressure from this. His space force and the spiral began to overlap, and the effect of this rotation on him was negligible. Until a certain moment, the two forces perfectly overlapped. At that moment, the entire void seemed to hum for a moment. Yang Kai suddenly felt an extremely wonderful feeling in his heart. At this moment, he found that he seemed to have become the huge spiral, the two of them becoming one, inseparable from each other. The surrounding light was dazzling, and in the direction of the spiral, the countless space spirit crystals all bloomed with dazzling light before bursting apart under the influence of an inexplicable concept. The bursting space spirit crystals didn't cause the void to collapse. Instead, they turned into tiny streaks of energy that flowed along the spiral's trajectory towards its center. These energies were densely packed like black lines, and they were innumerable. And at the center of this spiral was where Yang Kai's body was located. These black threads of energy formed by the bursting space spirit crystals all rushed into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. The dazzling light gradually dissipated and the entire void returned to darkness, without the slightest trace of light. Even the spiral's force had disappeared. Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time, finally had time to carefully examine his body. After releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. He found that the state of his body was quite strange at this moment. Black threads were looming over his skin, and when these black threads appeared, it made him look like he was missing a part of his flesh. Only after these black threads disappeared did the missing flesh reappear. Naturally, his flesh wouldn't disappear for no reason. This was just a visual interference caused by the space force being too powerful. It was an interference that could even swallow one's vision and divine sense. Even Yang Kai couldn't stop this kind of interference. Perhaps he would have to wait until he fully familiarized himself with this power before he could eliminate it. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt better than he had ever felt before. This time's accident had allowed him to swallow and fuse almost all of the wondrous concepts contained in the void spiral and the power of over 1,000 pure space spirit crystals, allowing his comprehension of the Tao of space to reach a new level, a height he had never been able to reach before. Overjoyed, Yang Kai carefully experienced the various changes he had undergone. The more he experienced these changes, the more he found that his previous understanding of the Tao of space was too shallow, and the more he discovered that if he had any attainments in the Tao of space, the more terrifying the means he could display would be. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Chapter 1769. But now wasn't the best time to experience this. At this moment it was as if Kai Yang was in possession of a rich treasury, and he had the key to it. In fact, he was already standing inside this treasury. But he had no time to examine and deal with his treasures. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Xueyu. He did not forget that in such a place, there was a person who was worried about him, constantly calling his name and relying on him. But after looking around, Yang Kai could not help frowning because there was no one in that direction. Xueyu was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, as far as his divine sense could reach, there was no trace of Xueyu. Where did she go? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Yang Kai didn't think that Xueyu would abandon him. Although he hadn't had much contact with Xueyu and didn't know much about her, from the short time they had spent together, he could tell that she wasn't that kind of person. In this void crack, even if she was strong and had not cultivated the Tao of space, she would be like a headless fly. Even if she spent thousands of years searching, she would not be able to leave. As such, it was impossible for her to find a way out on her own. Did she encounter some kind of danger? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he thought of a possibility, but what kind of danger could there be in this void crack? Although this was a place of chaos outside the severed world, the two of them had not encountered any danger along the way. After standing in place and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai began to move. No matter what, he had to find Xueyu first. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away, his expression calm, every step taking in accordance with the mysteries of space. The previous Yang Kai. He had to tear space to move hundreds or thousands of kilometers at a time. Later, as his attainments in the Tao of space improved, although he was able to teleport short distances, it was only a dozen or so kilometers. Such a distance was nothing to him. But at this moment, Yang Kai could easily cross 100 kilometers in a single step, and this was far from his limit. As he moved, Yang Kai confirmed the insights he had gained after devouring the spiral force, further improving his understanding of the Tao of space. According to his thoughts, even if Xueyu left, she couldn't have run too far. After all, in this damned place, she couldn't run far. Therefore, he used the place where he was before as the center and expanded in all directions in a circle to search for him. This was indeed the case. About half an incense stick of time later, Yang Kai discovered Xueyu's figure. However, at this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She was fleeing in panic in the empty space, and her long hair seemed to be slightly disheveled while dark red blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Behind her was a strange monster beast that was 70 to 80 feet long. It looked like a sea lion. The monster beast's body was fat and bloated, and it had a wide tail. As it wriggled, it followed behind Xueyu at a leisurely pace, and from time to time, it would issue an ear-piercing cry. When he saw the monster beast, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he was shocked. This was because he clearly felt the fluctuations of power from the monster beast that came from the same source as his own, the Tao of space. Every movement of this monster beast, every movement of its body, contained the mysteries of space. It seemed to be able to slide its body along the tracks of space as it advanced. Therefore, although its movements looked very clumsy, it could still easily follow Xueyu, who was desperately fleeing. In other words, it didn't have the intention to immediately kill Xueyu. Instead, it was toying with Xueyu like a cat playing with a mouse. It took pleasure in chasing her. When Yang Kai saw Xueyu, this monster beast opened its big catfish-like mouth and spat out a burst of energy visible to the naked eye. This energy was like a sharp blade that easily cut through space and shot straight towards Xueyu. Perceiving the terrifying power behind her, Xueyu's beautiful face paled. Opening her mouth, she bit the tip of her tongue and summoned the phantom of her symbiotic monster spirit, the Xiaji, above her head. The Xiaji's body was covered with thick black hair, its eyes were bright and piercing, and it had a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a roar before charging forward recklessly. The Xiaji was a symbiotic monster spirit that was comparable to Xueyu in terms of combat power. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master was no match for it. However, that attack easily cut the Xiaji's phantom in half. Amidst the mournful howls, the shadow of the Xiaji disappeared. Xueyu, who was the host of this phantom, also suffered a heavy blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Her tender body trembled and even her speed of escape slowed. Xueyu didn't dare to look back, her beautiful eyes dim. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and pulled her into his arms. Xueyu raised her head with difficulty and immediately saw Yang Kai's resolute face. Even in the darkness, she felt that his face exuded endless light, as if he had lit a beacon for her on the dim road ahead. "You're finally here." Xueyu squeezed out a smile as she gasped for breath. "There was an accident," Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, he pushed his Saint Qi to investigate Xueyu's body. His brow furrowed slightly as he found that Xueyu's situation wasn't ideal. He didn't know how long she had been entangled with this monster beast, but the Saint Qi in her body had almost dried up and her meridians and physique were damaged. If he had arrived a moment later, even if Xueyu hadn't been killed by the monster beast, she might have died of exhaustion. "How did you provoke it?" Yang Kai looked at the monster beast floating in the air and asked. "It appeared on its own." Xueyu leaned into Yang Kai's arms and replied softly, "I waited for you there for several days, but you didn't show any movement. I didn't know when this monster beast appeared nearby, but it seemed to have been attracted by you and rushed towards you. I was afraid it would disturb you, so you lured it away." Yang Kai looked down at her. Xueyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yang Kai sighed softly as his heart filled with warmth. "Your body, what happened?" Xueyu suddenly exclaimed as she stared at the abnormalities on Yang Kai's body in a panic. The faintly discernible flesh and black lines on his body made Xueyu think that Yang Kai had suffered some kind of accident, causing her to be on edge. "Some of my strength can't be controlled, but it's not a big problem. As long as I completely integrate with that strength, everything will be fine." Yang Kai explained, patting Xueyu's back and saying, "Don't worry, what we need to deal with now is this thing." Saying so, he stared at the strange monster beast in front of him with a dignified expression. Xueyu's face changed slightly as she whispered, "Be careful, it's very powerful. Its strength is definitely not lower than an Origin King's and it is proficient in the Tao of Space. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a shocking void beast." Yang Kai grinned, "I know." Yang Kai's main purpose in entering the severed world with Luo Lan was this shocking void beast. But what he hadn't expected was that he would find traces of a shocking void beast in this situation. What else could it be but a shocking void beast that was proficient in the Tao of Space and could wander freely through the void? As such, even if Yang Kai had never seen this monster beast before, he could instantly determine what it was. "It's good that you know." Xueyu relaxed and snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, assuming a comfortable position, and whispering softly, "Now it's up to you, my life is in your hands." Saying so, she directly used some kind of secret technique and fell into a deep sleep. She was an oil lamp that had run out of oil, so she needed to heal her wounds immediately, but the secret technique she used could only be used in a deep sleep. "You trust me so much?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, suddenly filled with a sense of responsibility as he muttered to himself, "Then I can't let you down too much." Saying so, he flipped Xueyu onto his back and carried her on his back before condensing his Saint Qi into a rope that tightly tied Xueyu's body to him. After moving his hands and feet to make sure that no matter what he did, he would not be able to throw Xueyu off his back before turning to look at the shocking void beast. Since Yang Kai appeared, the shocking void beast had not moved. However, on its fat head, its two small eyes flashed a terrifying light as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as if to it, Yang Kai was a delicious meal that it could not wait to pounce on. Shocking void beasts were naturally proficient in the Tao of space, and Yang Kai had just swallowed and absorbed the void spiral, causing his comprehension of the Tao of space to rise to a new level. On top of that, the amount of space force contained in his body was somewhat uncontrollable, so the aura he exuded naturally made the shocking void beast extremely happy. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's eyes were aggressive while the shocking void beast's eyes did not shrink back. In this boundless void, one man and one beast both felt the other's fighting intent. "Come." After a long time, Yang Kai beckoned to the shocking void beast, "I want your monster core, and you want my body, so let's see who gets what they want in the end and who ends up working for the other." It was unknown whether the shocking void beast understood Yang Kai's words or was simply angered by his provocative actions, but in the next moment, it let out a heaven-shaking roar, opened its mouth wide, and sent out a jet of black energy towards Yang Kai like a barrage of cannonballs. The speed of these energy attacks was incredibly fast. After all, they were released by the shocking void beast and were filled with space force. In an instant, they closed the distance limit and bombarded Yang Kai. This was a powerful attack that was enough to threaten an Origin King. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and in the face of such an attack, not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his fighting spirit instead soared as he flicked his fingers. Secret technique, Space Blade. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao, asterisk. A series of crescent-shaped space blades shot out, meeting the void beast's void roar with unerring accuracy. Space Blade was the only offensive space secret technique that Yang Kai had comprehended, and it had always been one of his trump cards. It had never failed him in every battle and had earned him many battle achievements. After swallowing and fusing with the void spiral, the power of this secret technique had increased several times compared to before. Although the size of the space blades he sent out had not changed, he could now control them more precisely and their lethality had increased significantly. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.